An El Nino chronology. Since Bjerknes's original synthesis of oceanic and atmospheric interaction, three principal databases have been used to reconstruct the chronology and magnitude of historical ENSO events. Australian meteorologists, first of all, have fine-tuned Walker's original Southern Oscillation Index as far back as January 1876 and the onset of the Great Droughts. Researchers using the UK Meteorological Office's records, meanwhile, have compiled a series of sea surface temperatures from the east-central equatorial Pacific from January 1871 to December 1994.118. These pressure and temperature anomalies, in turn, have been interpreted and calibrated with the help of eyewitness accounts of El Nino events that the late William Quinn, an oceanographer at Oregon State University, spent decades excavating from South American archives as far back as the diaries of Pizarro's secretary, Francisco Zariz. Quinn used canonical El Niños, for example, 1877 and 1982, 1972 and 1907, to scale magnitudes since 1525. He roughly gauged very strong events as corresponding to 7°, 12°C anomalies in coastal sea surface temperatures, while strong events equaled 3°, 5°C warmings, and moderate, 2°, 3°C. He supplemented his Peruvian and Chilean records with presumed ENSO proxies like nilometer readings, drought data from historical archives, and tree ring chronologies from India, China, and Java. 119 in Table 8.9, significant drought famines since 1780 are correlated with the Quinn magnitudes of their corresponding El Nino events. It should be re-emphasized, of course, that drought in some regions leads and in others lags, the canonical warming off the Peruvian coast, thus potentially stretching local duration of an ENSO event by a year on either side. Confidence that these droughts have high probabilities of ENSO causation thus requires a suite of diagnostic tests. First, a plausible temporal correlation with the Quinn series. Second, a theoretical model of teleconnection well established in the scientific literature. Third, the synchronicity test as explained by Wetton and Rutherford. Although the rainfall of a region may show an ENSO signal, many extreme rainfall events in that region may not be associated with ENSO. However, where these extremes are also present in remote regions in a pattern characteristic of ENSO, one can have increased confidence that they are ENSO related. 124th, corroboration of these patterns by the El Nino phase composites and impact maps recently published by Australian researchers. 121 In the absence of such reconstructed meteorologies, the evidence for the pre-1871 teleconnections is accordingly weaker. Is there any structure in the Quinn chronology? The clustering of intense El Nino events and associated food crises again is suggestive of the existence of multi-decadal ENSO regimes. Thus, from the American Revolution to the coronation of Queen Victoria, the ENSO cycle had a high amplitude and climate disasters were frequent. As African historians have already appreciated, there is a particularly robust El Nino signature in the drought-driven crisis in southern Bantu society in the early 19th century that culminated in the chaos of the Zulum-Fakane. 122 The environmentally turbulent age of revolution was followed by a long generation of relative calm in the Indo-Pacific latitudes that corresponds to Hobsbawm's age of capital. Subsistence farmers, as well as colonialists, across the tropics took this as a norm, warranting an expansion of cultivation and population. In the Bombay Deccan, for example, this was overall a long period of relatively favorable conditions. Rainfall, despite the large annual variations, never failed seriously in a major region of the presidency. This comparative climatic stability itself shaped patterns of farming and the judgments required about them. Poor quality land newly brought under the plough, for example, was not necessarily marginal in the context of a series of good seasons. 123. In the 1860s the ENSO cycle again intensified. The once-in-200-year global drought of 1876–77, however, is followed by a decade of mild, humid weather that encourages a new wave of settlement in marginal belts and historical dust bowls. This expansion is halted almost universally by the 35 years of exceptional ENSO activity that begins in 1888 to 89. This period includes 4 very strong El Niños and 13 other moderate, strong El Nino years, along with 9 La Nina years, including the very strong events of 1898 and 1917. This astonishingly high ENSO event frequency of 70% then abruptly declines to 39% between 1926 and 1971, with no very strong El Niños again until 1982.124. Although this interregnum includes, of course, the contribution of the 1958 El Nino to the Great Leap Forward catastrophe, extreme climate events are otherwise relatively rare in most regions under strong ENSO influence. India, in particular, was granted an exemption from killing droughts for more than half a century. The end of the 20th century, by contrast, looks on first inspection like a photocopy of the late Victorian era. Both fin de siècle periods culminate in unusual serial El Niños 1896, 97/1899, 1902 and 1990, 95/1997, 98.125. There are intriguing differences, however, that some researchers attribute to anthropogenic warming. In the late 20th century, as we have seen, El Niño seemed to have become uncoupled from the Indian monsoon. Some authorities also believe that the recent ENSO cycle has less impact on rainfall in the central U.S. states than in the late Victorian period. 126. Quinn and his colleagues recognized that this apparent succession of low and high-intensity ENSO regimes superficially conforms to the controversial Bruckner cycle, a long-debated 33 to 37-year oscillation in world rainfall records. Table 8.9. Strongest La Nina events. Indonesia, 1910, 1955, 1893, 1975, 1924, 1988, 1954. India, 1961, 1917, 1892, 1956, 1922, 1878, 1874, 1894, 1975. Queensland, 1974, 1976, 1917, 1901, 1894, 1910, 1904, 1968. East Africa, 1898, 1917, 1899, 1892, 1990, 1943. South Africa, 1976, 1974, 1917, 1955, 1916, 1909, 1893, 1894, 1939. Source: IRI data, and D. Mooley and J. Shukla, Variability and Forecasting of the Summer Monsoon Rainfall over India, in C.P. Chang and T. Krishnamurthy, Monsoon Meteorology, Oxford 1987. They cautioned, however, that the periodicity probably resulted from statistical smoothing and that it is doubtful whether the Bruckner cycle has any reality. 127. If recent work on the PDO and other low-frequency background oscillations in the Pacific strengthens the case for non-stochastic ENSO periodicity, there is little consensus about the physics or even the frequency of presumed multi-decadal ENSO regime shifts. Moreover, there is considerable scientific unrest over the lacunae and inconsistencies in the documentation of historical ENSO events. All published chronologies, like Table 8.9, are incomplete in crucial regards. First of all, they catalog only El Niño phases. Although there is good evidence that cold events may be as important as events in terms of associated mid-latitude teleconnections, there has been far less research charting the history of La Niñas and their impact on ENSO-sensitive regions or attempting to estimate their relative magnitudes. Their importance is attested by disasters like the 1898 floods in the Yellow River Plain or the 1988 drought in the Midwest that caused a 31% loss in U.S. grain production. Table 8.9 shows the strongest instrumentally measured La Niñas in 5 major teleconnected regions. Noteworthy is the global coherence of the 1893-94 and 1917 events, as well as the strength in Indonesia of the 1910 La Niña, which we have previously associated with revolutionary drought in northern Mexico. La Niñas are usually described as mirror images of El Niños, but this is not precisely true. Dying El Niños often turn into La Niñas, but the pattern is unpredictable and the ratio of warm to cold events has fluctuated dramatically over time. During the last quarter century, for example, El Niños have become more frequent while La Niñas have become rarer, a phenomena that some researchers attribute to global warming. 128 Likewise, while warm and cold phases have inverted equatorial Pacific sea temperature patterns, they are often less symmetrical in their far-flung effects. It has been suggested, for example, that in southern Africa La Niñas have a more robust and predictable relationship to heavy rains than do El Niños to droughts. 129. Second, annual data smear or superimpose event durations that really should be dated seasonally or monthly. Because El Niños can so suddenly grow into La Niñas, they often overlap in the same calendar year, thus obviating efforts to make primitive year-to-event correlations without an understanding of the underlying teleconnection. Even more confusingly, some ENSO events in the historical record are of the compound type, either an event that has gained a second wind after a temporary relaxation, or two events of different intensities separated by a short relaxation. As Quinn and Neal note, there may be an incomplete or staggered relaxation after a large anti-El Nino buildup. In some other cases there may be a secondary buildup to a higher level after an earlier premature relaxation. In still other cases there may just be two separate events with a one-year buildup between them. 130 Researchers, for example, are still debating whether there was a single El Nino of unprecedented duration between 1990 and 1995, or two successive warm events. Third, Quinn primarily characterized El Niños in terms of phenomena observed along the Pacific coast of South America, but these magnitudes do not always correspond to the severity of the global ENSO field. The 1891 event, for example, was more powerful than the 1897 El Nino in South America, but the relative magnitudes were reversed in South Asia and China. Likewise, the 1918-19 El Nino was only weak to moderate in Peru but very strong in India and Africa. As Enfield and Sid cautioned in 1991, the anecdotal, impact-related methods of Q&A are better suited to the identification of historical El Nino events than to the determination of their climatic intensity over a large geographic domain. Even if the Q&A scheme classifies perfectly the climatic response of El Nino in Peru, it has no way of estimating conditions elsewhere in the Pacific. We know that the relationship between ENSO and its regional manifestations is not perfectly one-to-one. Hence, the Q&A intensity scale is probably not an accurate characterization of the severity continuum of the broader ENSO melange. 131. Finally, Quinn's subjective magnitudes also do not always agree with Southern Oscillation Index values, nor do all negative SO events produce classical South American El Niños. And there has been growing unease with the obvious circularity in using drought records to nail down El Niños, and then using the derived ENSO chronologies to establish causal correlations between the droughts and El Nino events. For these reasons, some leading researchers have recently advocated the abandonment of Quinn's heroic but outdated time series and index. Regional statistics such as those derived from the Quinn ETAL compilation of strong and very strong El Nino events in Peru, Wright Rasmussen, Wang, and Ropolowski, cannot be considered a reliable index of basin-scale ENSO cycle variability. 132 There has been an energetic hunt for an improved ENSO Richter scale. In the beginning, investigators concentrated on sea surface temperatures in the strategic zone of the eastern Pacific, where warm events are incubated, but the nonlinear relationship between ENSO intensity and duration has favored multivariate indices that synthesize different event features. Harrison and Larkin, for example, offer what they call the Bjerknes ENSO index, summed from very robust elements composite from 10 post-war El Niños. 133. Unfortunately, the instrumental record before 1957 is generally too poor to support such sophisticated indices. As a result, the modern El Niño chronology remains stratified into three classes of data: recent events whose physics have been measured across a broad range of atmospheric and oceanographic variables, events within the boundaries of instrumental time series where archival documentation is constrained by some understanding of associated sea surface pressure and temperature fields, and pre-1875 events where Quinn's methodology, with all of its limitations, still remains the inevitable tool. Over the next decade, to be sure, paleoclimatologists are confident that high-resolution natural archives, like tree rings, isotope ratios in coral bands, and diatom abundances in varved seabed sediments, will permit reconstruction of an ENSO chronology for the entire Holocene. But these records are unlikely to offer much more than crude indices of magnitude. 134. Thus, historical documentation of impacts will continue to be an integral and indispensable part of ENSO research. Part 4. The Political Ecology of Famine. 9. The Origins of the Third World. Emaciated people, disease, ribs showing, shriveled bellies, corpses, children with fly-encircled eyes, with swollen stomachs, children dying in the streets, rivers choked with bodies, people, living, sleeping, lying, dying on the streets in misery, beggary, squalor, wretchedness, a mass of aboriginal humanity. Harold Isaacs. What historians, then, have so often dismissed as climatic accidents turn out to be not so accidental after all. 1. Although its syncopations are complex and quasi-periodic, ENSO has a coherent spatial and temporal logic. And, contrary to Emmanuel Leroy Lagery's famous conclusion in Times of Feast, Times of Famine that climate change is a slight, perhaps negligible shaper of human affairs, ENSO is an episodically potent force in the history of tropical humanity. 2. If, as Raymond Williams once observed, nature contains, though often unnoticed, an extraordinary amount of human history, we are now learning that the inverse is equally true: there is an extraordinary amount of hitherto unnoticed environmental instability in modern history. 3. The power of ENSO events indeed seems so overwhelming in some instances that it is tempting to assert that great famines, like those of the 1870s and 1890s, were caused by El Niño, or by El Niño acting upon traditional agrarian misery. This interpretation, of course, inadvertently echoes the official line of the British in Victorian India as recapitulated in every Famine Commission report and vice-regal allocution: millions were killed by extreme weather, not imperialism. 4. Was this true? Bad climate versus bad system. At this point it would be immensely useful to have some strategy for sorting out what the Chinese pithily contrast as bad climate versus bad system. YKUEH, as we have seen, has attempted to parameterize the respective influences of drought and policy upon agricultural output during the Great Leap Forward famine of 1958-61. The derivation of his weather index, however, involved 15 years of arduous research and the resolution of a series of complicated methodological and technical problems, including a necessary comparative regression to the 1930s. Although his work is methodologically rich, his crucial indices depend upon comprehensive meteorological and econometric data that are simply not available for the 19th century. A direct statistical assault on the tangled causal web of the 1876-77 and 1896-1902 famines thus seems precluded. 5. An alternative is to construct a natural experiment. As Jared Diamond has advocated in a recent sermon to historians, such an experiment should compare systems differing in the presence or absence of some putative causative factor. 6. We ideally need, in other words, an analog for the late Victorian famines in which the natural parameters are constant but the social variables significantly differ. An excellent candidate for which we possess unusually detailed documentation is the El Nino event of 1743-44 in its impact on the North China Plain. 7 Although not as geographically far-reaching as the Great ENSO droughts of 1876-78 or 1899-1900, it otherwise prefigured their intensities. The spring monsoon failed 2 years in a row, devastating winter wheat in Hebei and northern Shandong. Scorching winds withered crops and farmers dropped dead in their fields from sunstroke. Provincial grain supplies were utterly inadequate to the scale of need. Yet unlike the late 19th century, there was no mass mortality from either starvation or disease. Why not? Pierre Etienne Will has carefully reconstructed the fascinating history of the 1743-44 relief campaign from contemporary records. Under the skilled Confucian administration of Fang Guancheng, the agricultural and hydraulic expert who directed relief operations in Zhili, the renowned ever-normal granaries in each county immediately began to issue rations to peasants in the officially designated disaster counties. 8 When local supplies proved insufficient, Guancheng shifted millet and rice from the great store of tribute grain at Tongkang at the terminus of the Grand Canal, then used the canal to move vast quantities of rice from the south. 2 million peasants were maintained for 8 months, until the return of the monsoon made agriculture again possible. Ultimately 85% of the relief grain was borrowed from tribute depots or granaries outside the radius of the drought. 9. As Will emphasizes, this was famine defense in depth, the last word in technology at the time. No contemporary European society guaranteed subsistence as a human right to its peasantry, nor, as the physiocrats later marveled, could any emulate the perfect timing of operations. The action taken always kept up with developments and even anticipated them. 10 Indeed, while the Qing were honoring their social contract with the peasantry, contemporary Europeans were dying in the millions from famine and hunger-related diseases following Arctic winters and summer droughts in 1740-43. The mortality peak of the early 1740s, emphasizes an authority, is an outstanding fact of European demographic history. 11 In Europe's Age of Reason, in other words, the starving masses were French, Irish, and Calabrian, not Chinese. Moreover, the intervention carried out in Zhili in 1743 and 1744 was not the only one of its kind in the 18th century, nor even the most extensive. 12 Indeed, as Table 9.1 indicates, the Yellow River flooding of the previous year involved much larger expenditures over a much broader region. Although comparable figures are unavailable, Beijing also acted aggressively to aid Shandong officials in preventing famine during the series of El Nino droughts that afflicted that province between 1778 and 1787.13. The contrast with the chaotic late Qing relief efforts in 1877 and 1899 could not be more striking. State capacity in 18th century China, as Will and his collaborators emphasize, was deeply impressive. A cadre of skilled administrators and troubleshooters, a unique national system of grain price stabilization, large crop surpluses, well-managed granaries storing more than 1 million bushels of grain in each of 12 provinces, and incomparable hydraulic infrastructures. 14. The capstone of Golden Age food security was the invigilation of grain prices and supply trends by the emperor himself. Although ever-normal granaries were an ancient tradition, price monitoring was a chief innovation of the Qing. Great care was exercised by the 18th century emperors in looking over the memorials and price lists in search of inconsistencies. On the 5th of every month Xian magistrates forwarded detailed price reports to the prefectures, who summarized them for the provincial governors who, in turn, reported their content in memorials to the central government. 15 Carefully studied and annotated by the emperors, these vermilion rescripts testify to an extraordinary engagement with the administration of food security and rural well-being. In the 1720s and 1730s, R. Bin Wang writes, the Yongzheng emperor personally scrutinized granary operations, as he did all other bureaucratic behavior. his intense interest in official efforts and his readiness to berate officials for what he considered failures partially explain the development of granary operations beyond the levels achieved in the late Kangxi period. 16 Yongzheng also severely sanctioned speculation by the rich households in their quest for profit, habitually remove grain by the full thousand or full myriad bushels. 17. His successor, Qianlong, ordered the prefects to send the county-level price reports directly to the Bureau of Revenue in Beijing so he could study them firsthand. The emperor's intense personal involvement ensured a high standard of accuracy in price reporting and, as Endymion Wilkinson demonstrates, frequently led to significant reform. 18 This was another differentia specifica of Qing absolutism. It is hard to imagine a Louis XVI spending his evenings scrupulously poring over the minutiae of grain prices from Limoges or the Auvergne, although the effort might have ultimately saved his head from the guillotine. Nor can we easily picture a European monarch intimately involved in the esoteria of public works to the same degree that the Qing routinely immersed themselves in the details of the Grand Canal grain transport system. The Manchu emperors, Jane Leonard points out, had since the early reigns involved themselves deeply in canal management, not just in broad questions of policy, but in the control and supervision of lower-level administrative tasks. When, for example, flooding in 1824 destroyed sections of the Grand Canal at the critical Huai, Yellow River Junction, the Taokuang Emperor personally assumed command of reconstruction efforts. 19. In contrast, moreover, to later Western stereotypes of a passive Chinese state, government during the High Qing era was proactively involved in famine prevention through a broad program of investment in agricultural improvement, irrigation, and waterborne transportation. As in other things, Joseph Needham points out, the 18th century was a golden age for theoretical and historical work on flood control and canal construction. Civil engineers were canonized and had temples erected in their honor. 20 Confucian activists like Guancheng, with a deep commitment to agricultural intensification, tended to give top priority to investments in infrastructure and to consider the organization of food relief merely a makeshift. Guancheng also wrote a famous manual that codified historically tested principles of disaster planning and relief management, something else that has little precedent in backward European tradition. 21. Finally, there is plentiful evidence that the northern China peasantry during the High Qing was more nutritionally self-reliant and less vulnerable to climate stress than their descendants a century later. In the 18th century, after the Kangxi Emperor permanently froze land revenue at the 1712 level, China experienced the mildest agrarian taxation it had ever known in the whole of its history. 22 Dwight Perkins estimates that the formal land tax was a mere 5 to 6% of the harvest and that a large portion was expended locally by Xian and provincial governments. 23 Likewise, the exchange ratio between silver and copper coinage, which turned so disastrously against the poor peasantry in the 19th century, was stabilized by the booming output of the Yunnan copper mines and the great inflow of Mexican bullion earned by China's huge trade surplus. 24 Unlike their contemporary French counterparts, the farmers of the Yellow River Plain were neither crushed by exorbitant taxes nor ground down by feudal rents. North China, in particular, was unprecedentedly prosperous by historical standards, and Will estimates that the percentage of the rural population ordinarily living near the edge of starvation, depending, for example, on husks and wild vegetables for a substantial part of their diet, was less than 2%. 25 As a result, epidemic disease, unlike in Europe, was held in check for most of the Golden Age. 26. Still, could even Fang Guancheng have coped with drought disasters engulfing the larger part of North China on the scale of 1876 or even 1899? It is important to weigh this question carefully, since drought famines were more localized in the 18th century, and because the 1876 drought, as we have seen, may have been a 200-year or even 500-year frequency event. Moreover, the late Victorian droughts reached particular intensity in the Loess highlands of Shaanxi and Shaanxi, where transport costs were highest and bottlenecks unavoidable. It is reasonable, therefore, to concede that a drought of 1876 magnitude in 1743 would inevitably have involved tens, perhaps even hundreds, of thousands of deaths in more remote villages. Such a drought, however, would have been unlikely, as in the late 19th century, to grow into a veritable holocaust that consumed the greater part of the populations of whole prefectures and counties. In contrast to the situation in 1876–77, when granaries were depleted or looted and prices soared out of control, 18th-century administrators could count on a large imperial budget surplus and well-stocked local granaries backed up by a huge surplus of rice in the south. Large stockpiles of tribute grain at strategic transportation nodes in Henan and along the Shaanxi border were specially designated for the relief of the lowest provinces, and an abundance of water sources guaranteed the Grand Canal's navigability year-round. 27 Whereas in 1876 the Chinese state, enfeebled and demoralized after the failure of the Tongzi Restoration's domestic reforms, was reduced to desultory cash relief augmented by private donations and humiliating foreign charity. In the 18th century it had both the technology and political will to shift grain massively between regions and, thus, relieve hunger on a larger scale than any previous polity in world history. 28. Laws of leather versus laws of iron. What about famine in pre-British India? Again, there is little evidence that rural India had ever experienced subsistence crises on the scale of the Bengal catastrophe of 1770 under East India Company rule or the long siege by disease and hunger between 1875 and 1920 that slowed population growth almost to a standstill. The Mughals, to be sure, did not dispose of anything like the resources of the centralized Qing state at its 18th century zenith, nor was their administrative history as well documented. As Sanjay Sharma has pointed out, the problems of intervening in the complex network of caste-based local markets and transport bottlenecks rendered an effective state intervention quite difficult. 29. On the other hand, benefiting perhaps from a milder ENSO cycle, Mughal India was generally free of famine until the 1770s. There is considerable evidence, moreover, that in pre-British India before the creation of a railroad-girded national market in grain, village-level food reserves were larger, patrimonial welfare more widespread, and grain prices in surplus areas better insulated against speculation. 30 The British, of course, had a vested interest in claiming that they had liberated the populace from a dark age of Mughal despotism. One of the foundations of crown rule was the belief that India's past was full of depravity. 31 But, as Bose and Jalil point out, the picture of an emaciated and oppressed peasantry, mercilessly exploited by the emperor and his nobility, is being seriously altered in the light of new interpretations of the evidence. 32 Recent research by Ashok Desai indicates that the mean standard of food consumption in Akbar's empire was appreciably higher than in the India of the early 1960s. 33 The Mughal state, moreover, regarded the protection of the peasant as an essential obligation, and there are numerous examples of humane if sporadic relief operations. 34 Like their Chinese contemporaries, the Mughal rulers Akbar, Shah Jahan, and Aurangzeb relied on a quartet of fundamental policies: embargoes on food exports, anti-speculative price regulation, tax relief, and distribution of free food without a forced labor counterpart, that were an anathema to later British utilitarians. 35 They also zealously policed the grain trade in the public interest. As one horrified British writer discovered, these Oriental despots punished traders who shortchanged peasants during famines by amputating an equivalent weight of merchant flesh. 36 In contrast to the Raja's punitive taxation of irrigation and its neglect of traditional wells and reservoirs, the Mughals used tax subsidies to promote water conservation. As David Hardiman explains in the case of Gujarat, local officials had considerable discretion over tax assessment, and it seems to have been their practice to encourage well construction by granting tax concessions. In the Ahmedabad region, for example, it was common to waive the tax on a rabi crop raised through irrigation from a recently constructed well. The concession continued until the tax exemptions were held to have equaled the cost of construction. 37. Occasionally, the British paid appropriate tribute to the policies of their despotic predecessors. The first Famine Commission report in 1880, for example, cited Aurangzeb's extraordinary relief campaign during the drought famine of 1661. The emperor opened his treasury and granted money without stint. He gave every encouragement to the importation of corn and either sold it at reduced prices, or distributed it gratuitously amongst those who were too poor to pay. He also promptly acknowledged the necessity of remitting the rents of the cultivators and relieved them for the time being of other taxes. The vernacular chronicles of the period attribute the salvation of millions of lives and the preservation of many provinces to his strenuous exertions. 38. Food security was also probably better in the Deccan during the period of Maratha rule. As Mount Stuart Elphinstone admitted retrospectively after the British conquest, the Maratha country flourished, and the people seem to have been exempt from some of the evils which exist under our more perfect government. 39. His contemporary, Sir John Malcolm, claimed that between 1770 and 1820 there had been only 3 very bad seasons in the Maratha lands and, though some years had been indifferent, none had been as bad as to occasion any particular distress. 40. Deu Baker cites a later British administrative report from the central provinces that contrasted the desultory relief efforts of the East India Company during the droughts of the 1820s and 1830s with the earlier and highly effective Maratha policy of forcing local elites to feed the poor. 41. Indeed, the resilient Maratha social order was founded on a militarized free peasantry and very few landless laborers existed. In contrast to the British imposed Rayatwari system, occupancy rights in the Maratha Deccan were not tied to revenue payment, taxes varied according to the actual harvest, common lands and resources were accessible to the poor, and the rulers subsidized local irrigation improvements with cheap Takavi loans. 42. In addition, Elphinstone observed, the sober, frugal, industrious Maratha farmers lived in generally tolerant coexistence with the Bhils and other tribal peoples. Ecological and economic synergies balanced the diverse claims of plains agriculture, pastoralism, and foothill Sweden. 43. In contrast to the rigidity and dogmatism of British land and revenue settlements, both the Mughals and Marathas flexibly tailored their rule to take account of the crucial ecological relationships and unpredictable climate fluctuations of the subcontinent's drought-prone regions. The Mughals had laws of leather, wrote journalist von Nash during the famine of 1899, in contrast to the British laws of iron. 44. Moreover, traditional Indian elites, like the great Bengali zamindars, seldom shared utilitarian obsessions with welfare cheating and labor discipline. Requiring the poor to work for relief, a practice begun in 1866 in Bengal under the influence of the Victorian Poor Law, was in flat contradiction to the Bengali premise that food should be given ungrudgingly, as a father gives food to his children. 45. Although the British insisted that they had rescued India from timeless hunger, more than one official was jolted when Indian nationalists quoted from an 1878 study published in the prestigious Journal of the Statistical Society that contrasted 31 serious famines in 120 years of British rule against only 17 recorded famines in the entire previous 2 millennia. 46. India and China, in other words, did not enter modern history as the helpless lands of famine so universally enshrined in the Western imagination. Certainly the intensity of the ENSO cycle in the late 19th century, perhaps only equaled on 3 or 4 other occasions in the last millennium, must loom large in any explanation of the catastrophes of the 1870s and 1890s. But it is scarcely the only independent variable. Equal causal weight, or more, must be accorded to the growing social vulnerability to climate variability that became so evident in South Asia, North China, Northeast Brazil, and Southern Africa in late Victorian times. As Michael Watts has eloquently argued in his History of the Silent Violence of Drought Famine in Colonial Nigeria, climate risk is not given by nature but by negotiated settlement, since each society has institutional, social, and technical means for coping with risk. Famines are social crises that represent the failures of particular economic and political systems. 47. Perspectives on vulnerability. Over the last generation, Scholars have produced a bumper crop of revealing social and economic histories of the regions teleconnected to ENSO's episodic disturbances. The thrust of this research has been to further demolish Orientalist stereotypes of immutable poverty and overpopulation as the natural preconditions of the major 19th century famines. There is persuasive evidence that peasants and farm laborers became dramatically more pregnable to natural disaster after 1850 as their local economies were violently incorporated into the world market. What colonial administrators and missionaries, even sometimes Creole elites, as in Brazil, perceived as the persistence of ancient cycles of backwardness were typically modern structures of formal or informal imperialism. From the perspective of political ecology, the vulnerability of tropical agriculturalists to extreme climate events after 1870 was magnified by simultaneous restructurings of household and village linkages to regional production systems, world commodity markets and the colonial state. It is, of course, the constellation of these social relations, writes Watts, which binds households together and project them into the marketplace, that determines the precise form of the household vulnerability. It is also these same social relations that have failed to stimulate or have actually prevented the development of the productive forces that might have lessened this vulnerability. Indeed, new social relations of production, in tandem with the new imperialism, not only altered the extent of hunger in a statistical sense but changed its very etiology. 48 3 points of articulation with larger socio-economic structures were especially decisive for rural subsistence in the late Victorian proto-Third World. First, the forcible incorporation of smallholder production into commodity and financial circuits controlled from overseas tended to undermine traditional food security. Recent scholarship confirms that it was subsistence adversity, not entrepreneurial opportunity, that typically promoted the turn to cash crop cultivation. Rural capital, in turn, tended to be parasitic rather than productivist as rich landowners redeployed fortunes that they built during export booms into usury, rack renting, and crop brokerage. Marginal subsistence producers, Hans Medic points out, did not benefit from the market under these circumstances, they were devoured by id. 49 Medic, writing about the analogous predicament of marginal smallholders in proto-industrial Europe, provides an exemplary description of the dilemma of millions of Indian and Chinese poor peasants in the late 19th century. For them, rising agrarian prices did not necessarily mean increasing incomes. Since their marginal productivity was low and production fluctuated, rising agrarian prices tended to be a source of indebtedness rather than affording them the opportunity to accumulate surpluses. The anomaly of the agrarian markets forced the marginal subsistence producers into an unequal exchange relationship through the market. Instead of profiting from exchange, they were forced by the market into the progressive deterioration of their conditions of production, i.e. the loss of their property titles. Especially in years of bad harvests and high prices, the petty producers were compelled to buy additional grain, and, worse, to go into debt. Then, in good harvest years when cereal prices were low, they found it hard to extricate themselves from the previously accumulated debts. Owing to the low productivity of their holdings, they could not produce sufficient quantities for sale. 50. As a result, the position of small rural producers in the international economic hierarchy equated with downward mobility, or, at best, stagnation. There is consistent evidence from North China as well as India and Northeast Brazil of falling household wealth and increased fragmentation or alienation of land. Whether farmers were directly engaged by foreign capital, like the Birari Katdars and Siran Parsiros who fed the mills of Lancashire during the cotton famine, or were simply producing for domestic markets subject to international competition like the cotton spinning peasants of the Boxer Xians in western Shandong, commercialization went hand in hand with pauperization without any silver lining of technical change or agrarian capitalism. Second, the integration of millions of tropical cultivators into the world market during the late 19th century was accompanied by a dramatic deterioration in their terms of trade. Peasants' lack of market power vis-a-vis crop merchants and creditors was redoubled by their commodities' falling international purchasing power. The famous Kondratiev downswing of 1873 to 1897 made dramatic geographical discriminations. As W. Arthur Lewis suggests, comparative productivity or transport costs alone cannot explain an emergent structure of global unequal exchange that valued the products of tropical agriculture so differently from those of temperate farming. With the exception of sugar, all the commodities whose price was lower in 1913 than in 1883 were commodities produced almost wholly in the tropics. All the commodities whose prices rose over this 30-year period were commodities in which the temperate countries produced a substantial part of total supplies. The fall in ocean freight rates affected tropical more than temperate prices, but this should not make a difference of more than 5 percentage points. 51. Third, formal and informal Victorian imperialism, backed up by the supranational automatism of the gold standard, confiscated local fiscal autonomy and impeded state-level developmental responses, especially investments in water conservancy and irrigation, that might have reduced vulnerability to climate shocks. As Curzon once famously complained to the House of Lords, tariffs were decided in London, not in India, in England's interests, not in India's 52. Moreover, as we shall see in the next chapter, any grassroots benefit from British railroad and canal construction was largely cancelled by official neglect of local irrigation and the brutal enclosures of forest and pasture resources. Export earnings, in other words, not only failed to return to smallholders as increments in household income, but also as usable social capital or state investment. In China, the normalization of grain prices and the ecological stabilization of agriculture in the Yellow River Plain were undermined by an interaction of endogenous crises and the loss of sovereignty over foreign trade in the aftermath of the 2 Opium Wars. As disconnected from world market perturbations as the starving Loess provinces might have seemed in 1877, the catastrophic fate of their populations was indirectly determined by Western intervention and the consequent decline in state capacity to ensure traditional welfare. Similarly, the depletion of ever-normal granaries may have resulted from a vicious circle of multiple interacting causes over a 50-year span, but the coup de grace was certainly the structural recession and permanent fiscal crisis engineered by Palmerston's aggressions against China in the 1850s. As foreign pressure intensified in later decades, the embattled Qing, as Kenneth Pomeranz has shown, were forced to abandon both their traditional mandates, abandoning both hydraulic control and grain stockpiling in the Yellow River provinces in order to concentrate on defending their endangered commercial littoral. 53. British control over Brazil's foreign debt and thus its fiscal capacity likewise helps explain the failure of either the empire or its successor republic to launch any anti-drought developmental effort in the Sertão. The zero-sum economic conflicts between Brazil's rising and declining regions took place in a structural context where London banks, above all the Rothschilds, ultimately owned the money supply. In common with the India and China, the inability to politically regulate interaction with the world market at the very time when mass subsistence increasingly depended upon food entitlements acquired in international trade became a sinister syllogism for famine. Moreover, in the 3 cases of the Deccan, the Yellow River Basin and the Nordist, former core regions of 18th-century subcontinental power systems were successively transformed into famished peripheries of a London-centered world economy. The elaboration of these theses, as always in geohistorical explanation, invites closer analysis at different magnifications. Before considering case studies of rural immiseration in key regions devastated by the 1870s and 1890s El Nino events or looking at the relationships among imperialism, state capacity, and ecological crisis at the village level, it is necessary to briefly discuss how the structural positions of Indians and Chinese in the world economy changed over the course of the 19th century. Understanding how tropical humanity lost so much economic ground to Western Europeans after 1850 goes a long way toward explaining why famine was able to reap such hecatombs in El Nino years. As a baseline for understanding the origins of modern global inequality, the Herculean statistical labors of Paul Barrick and Angus Maddison over the last 30 years have been complemented by recent comparative case studies of European and Asian standards of living. The defeat of Asia. Barrick's famous claim, corroborated by Maddison, is that differences in income and wealth between the great civilizations of the 18th century were relatively slight. It is very likely that, in the middle of the 18th century, the average standard of living in Europe was a little bit lower than that of the rest of the world. 54 When the sans-culottes stormed the Bastille, the largest manufacturing districts in the world were still the Yangtze Delta and Bengal, with Lincoln and coastal Madras not far behind. 55 India alone produced 1/4 of world manufactures, and while its pre-capitalist agrarian labor productivity was probably less than the Japanese-Chinese level, its commercial capital surpassed that of the Chinese. 56. As Prasanese Parthasarthi has recently shown, the stereotype of the Indian laborer as a half-starved wretch in a loincloth collapses in the face of new data about comparative standards of living. Indeed, there is compelling evidence that South Indian laborers had higher earnings than their British counterparts in the 18th century and lived lives of greater financial security. Because the productivity of land was higher in South India, weavers and other artisans enjoyed better diets than average Europeans. More importantly, their unemployment rates tended to be lower because they possessed superior rights of contract and exercised more economic power. But even outcast agricultural laborers in Madras earned more in real terms than English farm laborers. 57-58. New research by Chinese historians also challenges traditional conceptions of comparative economic growth. Referring to the path-breaking work of Li Bozhong, Philip Huang notes that the outstanding representative of this new academic tendency has even argued the overall economic development of the Yangtze Delta in the Qing exceeded that of early modern England. 59 Similarly, Ben Wang has recently emphasized that the specific conditions associated with European proto-industrialization, expansion of seasonal crafts, shrinking farm size, and good marketing systems, may have been even more widespread in China than in Europe. 60 Basic functional literacy, adds F. Mote, was more widespread than in Western countries at that time, including among women at all social levels. 61. Moreover, in the recent forum Rethinking 18th Century China, Kenneth Pomeranz points to evidence that ordinary Chinese enjoyed a higher standard of consumption than 18th century Europeans. Chinese life expectancy was at roughly English levels even in the late 1700s. Moreover, my estimates of non-essential consumption come out surprisingly high. Sugar consumption works out to between 4.3 and 5.0 pounds per capita ca 1,750, and much higher in some regions, compared with barely 2 pounds per capita for Europe. China circa 1,750 seems to have produced 6 to 8 pounds of cotton cloth per capita. Its richest area, the Yangtze Delta, probably produced between 12 and 15 pounds per capita. The UK, even in 1800, produced roughly 13 pounds of cotton, linen, and wool cloth combined per resident, and continental output was probably below China's. 62. Pomeranz has also calculated that the lower Yangtze appears to have produced roughly as much cotton cloth per capita in 1750 as the UK did cotton, wool, linen, and silk cloth combined in 1800, plus an enormous quantity of silk. 63 In addition, as Madison demonstrates, the Chinese GDP in absolute terms grew faster than that of Europe throughout the 18th century, dramatically enlarging its share of world income by 1820. The usual stereotype of 19th century economic history is that Asia stood still while the Industrial Revolution propelled Britain, followed by the United States and eventually the rest of Western Europe, down the path of high-speed GNP growth. In a superficial sense, of course, this is true, although the data gathered by Barrick and Madison show that Asia lost its preeminence in the world economy later than most of us perhaps imagine. The future Third World, dominated by the highly developed commercial and handicraft economies of India and China, surrendered ground very grudgingly until 1850, but then declined with increasing rapidity through the rest of the 19th century. 64. The deindustrialization of Asia via the substitution of Lancashire cotton imports for locally manufactured textiles reached its climax only in the decades after the construction of the Crystal Palace. Until 1831, Albert Feuer-Werker points out, Britain purchased more nankeens each year than she sold British manufactured cloth to China. 65 Britain exported 51 million yards of cloth to Asia in 1831, 995 million in 1871, 1,413 million in 1879, and 2,000 million in 1887.66. But why did Asia stand in place? The rote answer is because it was weighted down with the chains of tradition and Malthusian demography, although this did not prevent Qing China, whose rate of population increase was about the same as Europe's, from experiencing extraordinary economic growth throughout the 18th century. As Jack Goldstone recently argued, China's stasis is an anachronistic illusion that come from reading history backwards. 67 The relevant question is not so much why the Industrial Revolution occurred first in England, Scotland, and Belgium, but why other advanced regions of the 18th century world economy failed to adapt their handicraft manufactures to the new conditions of production and competition in the 19th century. As Marx liked to point out, the Whig view of history deletes a great deal of very bloody business. The looms of India and China were defeated not so much by market competition as they were forcibly dismantled by war, invasion, opium, and a Lancashire-imposed system of one-way tariffs. 68 Whatever the internal brakes on rapid economic growth in Asia, Latin America, or Africa, it is indisputable that from about 1780 or 1800 onward, every serious attempt by a non-Western society to move over into a fast lane of development or to regulate its terms of trade was met by a military as well as an economic response from London or a competing imperial capital. Japan, prodded by Perry's black ships, is the exception that proves the rule. The use of force to configure a liberal world economy is what Pax Britannica was really about. Palmerston paved the way for Cobden. The Victorians, according to Brian Bond's calculations, resorted to gunboats on at least 75 different occasions. 69 The simultaneous British triumphs in the Mutiny and the Arrow War in 1858, along with Japan's yielding to Perry in the same year, were the epical victories over Asian economic autonomy that made a Cobdenite world of free trade possible in the second half of the 19th century. 70 The Typing Revolution, more revolutionary in its aims than the Meiji Restoration, insisting on gender equality and democratizing literacy, was a gigantic attempt to revise that verdict, and was, of course, defeated only thanks to the resources and mercenaries that Britain supplied to the embattled Qing. 71. This is not to claim that the Industrial Revolution necessarily depended upon the colonial conquest or economic subjugation of Asia. On the contrary, the slave trade and the plantations of the New World were much more strategic streams of liquid capital and natural resources in boosting the industrial take-off in Britain, France, and the United States. Although Ralph Davis has argued that the spoils of Plessy contributed decisively to the stability of the Georgian order in an age of revolution, the East India Company's turnover was small change compared to the great transatlantic flow of goods and capital. 72 Only the Netherlands, it would appear, depended crucially upon Asian tribute, the profits of its brutal Kulturstelsel, in financing its economic recovery and incipient industrialization between 1830 and 1850. Paradoxically, Monsoon Asia's most important moment in the Victorian world economy was not at the beginning of the epoch, but towards its end. The full value of British rule, the return on political investments first made in the 18th century, Wright Kane and Hopkins in their influential history of British imperialism, was not realized until the second half of the 19th century, when India became a vital market for Lancashire's cotton goods and when other specialized interests, such as jute manufacturers in Dundee and steel producers in Sheffield, also greatly increased their stake in the subcontinent. 73 The coerced levies of wealth from India and China were not essential to the rise of British hegemony, but they were absolutely crucial in postponing its decline. The late Victorian world economy. During the protracted period of stop-and-go growth from 1873 to 1896, the rate of capital formation and the growth of productivity of both labor and capital in Britain began a dramatic slowdown. 74 She remained tied to old products and technologies while behind their tariff barriers Germany and the United States forged leadership in cutting-edge oil, chemical and electrical industries. Since British imports and overseas investment still dynamized local growth from Australia to Denmark, the potential scissors between UK productivity and consumption threatened the entire structure of world trade. It was in this conjuncture that the starving Indian and Chinese peasantries were wheeled in as unlikely saviors. For a generation they braced the entire system of international settlements, allowing England's continued financial supremacy to temporarily coexist with its relative industrial decline. As Giovanni Arrighi emphasizes, the large surplus in the Indian balance of payments became the pivot of the enlarged reproduction of Britain's world-scale processes of capital accumulation and of the city's mastery of world finance. 75. Figure 9.1 World System of Settlements, 1910. Source, S. Saul, Studies in British Overseas Trade, 1870-1914, Liverpool 1960, p. 58. The operation of this crucial circuit was simple and ingenious. Britain earned huge annual surpluses in her transactions with India and China that allowed her to sustain equally large deficits with the United States, Germany, and the White Dominions. True, Britain also enjoyed invisible earnings from shipping, insurance, banking, and foreign investment, but without Asia, which generated 73% of British trade credit in 1910, Anthony Latham argues, Britain presumably would have been forced to abandon free trade, while her trading partners would have been forced to slow their own rates of industrialization. The liberal world economy might otherwise have fragmented into autarkic trading blocs, as it did later during the 1930s. The United States and industrial Europe, in particular Germany, were able to continue their policy of tariff protection only because of Britain's surplus with Asia. Without that Asian surplus, Britain would no longer have been able to subsidize their growth. So what emerges is that Asia in general, but India and China in particular, far from being peripheral to the evolution of the international economy at this time, were in fact crucial. Without the surpluses which Britain was able to earn there, the whole pattern of international economic development would have been severely constrained. 76. India, of course, was the greatest captive market in world history, rising from third to first place among consumers of British exports in the quarter century after 1870. British rulers, writes Marcello de Sico in his study of the Victorian gold standard system, deliberately prevented Indians from becoming skilled mechanics, refused contracts to Indian firms which produced materials that could be got from England, and generally hindered the formation of an autonomous industrial structure. In India. 78. Thanks to a government stores policy that reserved most government purchases to British products and by the monopoly of British agency houses in organising the import-export trade, India was forced to absorb Britain's surplus of increasingly obsolescent and non-competitive industrial exports. 79. By 1910 this included 2/5 of the UK's finished cotton goods and 3/5 of its exports of electrical products, railway equipment, books, and pharmaceuticals. As a result, observes de Sico, Britain avoided having to restructure her industry and was able to invest her capital in the countries where it gave the highest return. Thanks to India, British financiers were not compelled to tie their loans to British exports because the imperial outlet was always available for British products. 80. The subcontinent was equally important to the rentier strata. The climate-detonated crisis of English agriculture in the late 1870s and the subsequent decline of farm output produced a sharp fall in agricultural rents in England and Wales from £53 million in 1876 to only £37 million in 1910.81. Indian Army and civil service sinecures were accordingly famous for rescuing the fortunes of Britain's landed aristocracy. But, as Kane and Hopkins have argued in making their case for a hegemonic gentlemanly capitalism, even bigger spoils were returned to the middle classes of London and the home counties as government guaranteed interest on railroad debentures and Indian bonds. This constituency of southern investors, and its institutional representatives in banking and shipping, fell in readily behind the flag of empire and gave full support to policies of free trade and sound money. If British rule in India was helpful to British industry, it was vital to British investment. 82. As Hobsbawm points out, not even the free traders wished to see this gold mine escape from British control. 83. But how, in an age of famine, could the subcontinent afford to subsidize its conqueror's suddenly precarious commercial supremacy? 84. In a word, it couldn't, and India was marched into the world market, as we shall see, by revenue and irrigation policies that compelled farmers to produce for foreign consumption at the price of their own food security. This export drive was the hallmark of the new public finance strategy introduced by James Wilson, founder of The Economist and finance member of the Council of India, in the first years of direct rule. The opening of the Suez Canal and the growth of steam shipping drastically reduced the transport costs of bulk commodity export from the subcontinent. As a result, India's seaborne foreign trade increased more than eightfold between 1840 and 1886.85. In addition to opium cultivation in Bengal, new export monocultures of indigo, cotton, wheat, and rice supplanted millions of acres of subsistence crops. Part of this production, of course, was designed to assure low grain prices in the metropolis after the debacle of English agriculture in the 1870s. Between 1875 and 1900, years that included the worst famines in Indian history, annual grain exports increased from 3 million to 10 million tons, a quantity that, as Romesh Dud pointed out, was equivalent to the annual nutrition of 25 million people. By the turn of the century, India was supplying nearly a fifth of Britain's wheat consumption, as well as allowing London grain merchants to speculate during shortages on the continent. 86. But Indian agriculture's even more decisive contribution to the imperial system, from the East India Company's first illegal shipment of opium to Canton, was the income it earned in the rest of the Eastern Hemisphere. Especially in the 1880s and 1890s, the subcontinent's permanent trade and current account imbalances with Britain were financed by its trade surpluses of opium, rice, and cotton thread vis-a-vis the rest of Asia. Indeed, England's systematic exploitation of India depended in large part upon India's commercial exploitation of China. This triangular trade between India, China, and Britain had a strategic economic importance in the Victorian world system that transcended other far larger flows of commerce. If China generated only a tiny 1.3% of the total volume of world trade in the late 19th century, it was nonetheless immensely valuable to the British Empire, which monopolized fully 80% of China's foreign trade in the 1860s and 60% as late as 1899. 87. From the beginning of the 19th century, the East India Company had relied on opium exports from Bengal to Canton to finance the growing deficits generated by its expensive military operations on the subcontinent. By forcibly enlarging the Chinese demand for the narcotic and, thus, the taxes collected on its export, the two opium wars and the punitive Treaty of Tianjin revolutionized the revenue base of British India. Opium, says John Wong, serviced the cost of imperial expansion in India. 88 opium shipments from India reached a peak of 87,000 chests in 1879, the biggest drug transaction in world history. 89. This extraordinarily one-sided trade, in 1868 India supplied over 35% of China's imports but bought less than 1% of its exports, also subsidized the imports of U.S. cotton that fueled the Industrial Revolution in Lancashire. 90. The sale of Bengal opium to China, Latham explains, was a great link in the chain of commerce with which Britain had surrounded the world. The chain worked like this: the United Kingdom paid the United States for cotton by bills upon the Bank of England. The Americans took some of those bills to Canton and swapped them for tea. The Chinese exchanged the bills for Indian opium. Some of the bills were remitted to England as profit, others were taken to India to buy additional commodities, as well as to furnish the money remittance of private fortunes in India and the funds for carrying on the Indian government at home. 91. When, after 1880, the Chinese unofficially resorted to domestic cultivation of opium to reduce their trade deficit, British India found a lucrative new advantage in the export of factory-spun cotton yarn, which, as we shall see, had a devastating impact on Chinese folk textiles. Moreover, in the later 19th century Britain herself started earning a substantial surplus in the China trade for the first time. The Second Opium War, or Arrow War, which increased British exports to China tenfold in a single decade, was the turning point. 92. Britain's dominant role in Chinese foreign trade, built by Victorian narco-trafficantes with gunboats, thus leveraged the whole free trade imperium. China, summarizes Latham, directly through Britain and indirectly through India, enabled Britain to sustain her deficits with the United States and Europe, on which those countries depended for export stimulus and, in the case of the United States, capital inflow to some degree. 93. Moreover, China was forced at bayonet point to cede control over tariffs to the British Inspector General of the Imperial Maritime Customs Administration, a de facto imperial proconsul who came to enjoy more influence with the Foreign Office than did the British minister in Peking. 94. China's growing trade deficit became intractable by 1884. Not a single year showed a surplus. The average annual deficit rose to 26.6 million taels, roughly about 10% of the yearly total trade, but over 20% of the annual imports or just under 30% of the annual exports. 95. Among its traditional monopolies, tea was undercut in the world market by Indian production, while Japanese silk competed with the famous brands of southern China. Unlike India, China was unable to finance any of its consistent and growing overall deficit via trade surpluses with a third party, nor could it siphon compensatory incomes, like Britain, from its overseas colonies. As a result, the Qing became increasingly dependent upon foreign exchange remittances from 5 million Chinese immigrants in Southeast Asia, Oceania, Peru, the Caribbean, and the United States. 96. Although the government publicly expressed its disgust with the coolie trade, it had little alternative but to collaborate in its expansion. The so-called yellow peril that English writers would help to popularize was thus a direct consequence of Asia's increasing subsidization of faltering British hegemony. Emigrant Chinese plantation workers and railroad laborers, like Indian ryots, balanced England's accounts on their bent backs. Militarism and the gold standard. In addition to being at the losing end of the imperialism of free trade, the Indian and Chinese economies were also throttled by military expenditures and the gold standard. In the Victorian era, no other major countries were forced to devote such excessive portions of their national income to war. India, already saddled with a huge public debt that included reimbursing the stockholders of the East India Company and paying the costs of the 1857 revolt, also had to finance British military supremacy in Asia. In addition to incessant proxy warfare with Russia on the Afghan frontier, ordinary Indians also paid for such far-flung adventures of the Indian Army as the sacking of Beijing, the invasion of Ethiopia, the occupation of Egypt, and the conquest of the Sudan. As a result, military expenditures were never less than 25% of India's annual budget, and viceroys were constantly searching for creative ways to purloin monies for the army from other parts of the budget, even from the famine fund. Victorian England, on the other hand, never expended more than 3% of its net national product on its army and navy, a serendipitous situation that considerably diminished domestic tensions over imperialism. 97. The Chinese case, of course, was even more extreme. From 1850 to 1873 China was aflame with social and ethnic conflict on a scale that utterly dwarfed the contemporary U.S. war between the states. As most historians have recognized, this carnage was largely rooted in the structural recession and increasing insecurity of existence that followed the First Opium War. The fiscal effects of epic civil war, in turn, were enormous. 98 The Taiping revolutionaries and their triad allies for several years cut off Beijing from the revenues of half a dozen southern provinces. Nian rebels simultaneously disrupted administration in large parts of 4 northern provinces, while a Muslim revolt in Gansu and Shaanxi grew into a nightmarish and immensely expensive war of ethnic extermination. In the worst years, 75% of the imperial budget was expended on the maintenance of vast field armies. 99 The staggering costs of their survival forced the Qing, in Pomeranz's phrase, to triage state expenditure between regions. They ultimately chose to favor the coastal cities, where customs revenues were soaring but sovereignty was most under threat, over the vast subsistence economy of inland North China. As we shall see later, their abandonment of imperial mandates for flood control and canal navigation, essential to the ecological security of the Yellow River Plain, had predictably catastrophic consequences when the ENSO cycle intensified in the later 19th century. The two great nations of Asia were also victimized by the new international monetary system established in the 1870s. Although Britain adopted the gold standard in 1821, the rest of the world clung to either a silver standard or a bimetallic system. Supply and demand for both metals were relatively stable with only minor fluctuations in their exchange ratio. After defeating France in 1871, however, Germany shifted to gold and was soon followed by the United States, the rest of Europe and eventually Japan. Vast quantities of demonetarized silver flooded the world market, depreciating the currency of India and China, the major nations outside the hegemonic gold bloc. As John Maguire has shown, the London-based Chartered Bank of India, Australia, and China, which financed much of the Indian trade, had the same kind of quasi-state influence over Indian monetary policy as the Manchester Chamber of Commerce enjoyed over Indian agriculture. Keeping the rupee tied to silver had obvious advantages for Britain, since the value of its exports to India increased in value while its imports declined in value. From 1873 to 1895 the value of the rupee fell from an index value in gold of 100 to an index value of 64/100 since India's home charges the annual payments to London for pensions, border wars, public debt, the Secretary of State's office, and so on, were fixed in gold. The devaluation of the silver rupee cost Indians an additional £105 million between 1874 and 1894.101. Likewise, it is estimated that the gold standard stole 1/4 of the purchasing power of the silver ornaments that constituted the savings of the common people. 102 While the gold-denominated export price of Indian grains remained stable to the benefit of British consumers, their domestic cost in rupees was sharply inflated to the detriment of the Indian poor. 103 As Sir William Wedderburn pointed out, Indian peasants in general had three safeguards against famine: domestic hoards of grain, family ornaments, and credit with the village money lender, who was also the grain dealer. But towards the close of the 19th century all were lost by the peasants. 104. Economic historians celebrate the irony of impoverished Indians providing a flow of cheap credit to Britain. While at every harvest season, De Sico writes, Indian interest rates would shoot up to unbearable levels, British-owned presidency banks received deposits from the government and from other public bodies without paying on them 1 anna of interest. In addition, the reserves on which the Indian monetary system was based provided a large marge de manœuvre which British monetary authorities could use to supplement their own reserves and to keep London the centre of the international monetary system. 105 Krishnendra Ray expands this point. By preventing India from transforming its annual surpluses into gold reserves, the India Office contributed towards keeping British interest rates low. English banks were able to borrow from the India Office at 2% and reinvest on the London market at 3%. 106 Even more importantly, monetary policy was used, in Dieter Rothermund's phrase, to flush out India's produce. Until fiscal exigencies forced a partial demonetarization of silver in 1893, inflation greatly abetted the British campaign to recruit peasants to the production of export crops like wheat, indigo, opium, and jute that helped balance the empire's accounts. At an earlier time the Dutch had adopted a deliberate method of extracting cash crops from Java by circulating a large amount of worthless copper coins. In India the British did not have to do this deliberately because by simply keeping the mints open to the free flow of depreciating silver they got practically the same result. The management of credit facilitated the extraction of cash crops. By advancing money to the peasants who grew cash crops for export, the British and their agents preempted the productive capacity of India's agriculture. The area under cash crops expanded even at times when food grain for home consumption would have fetched a better price. What was grown for export has to be rated as a cash crop in this context. The depreciation of the currency and the preemption of the productive capacity of vast parts of the country combined so as to achieve the miracle that India could export produce at stable export prices even at a time when severe famines tormented the country. By absorbing silver and exporting wheat at the lowest price, India served as the buffer at the base of the world economy of the late 19th century. 107. In China's case, the shock of the gold standard in the late 1870s compounded the monetary chaos inherited from the civil wars of the 1850s and 1860s. Powerless to stop the drain of silver that the British had engineered with the imposition of the opium trade, the Qing had also lost control of their domestic copper supply in the 1860s when Muslim rebels seized the famous Yunnan mines. Accordingly, Beijing had to finance its struggle for survival by issuing worthless paper money and systematically reminting copper cash into higher denominations. The debasement of cash relative to silver created particular havoc in the Yellow River provinces, where an estimated 99% of exchanges were in copper. 108 Since land revenues were still assessed in silver, the continuing high price of the metal, as Mary Wright has emphasized, undercut the subsequent attempt of the Tongzi restorationists in the late 1860s to reclaim the loyalty of the peasantry through an amelioration of the tax burden. 109. The conversion of world trade to the universal gold standard aggravated both China's external and internal exchange crises. First of all, the international price of silver plummeted. Within a generation, the tael had lost nearly two-thirds of its exchange value. 110 Some mercantile elites may have benefited from the advantage that cheaper international prices gave their exports, particularly tea and Shanghai cotton goods. But imports from gold standard countries became more expensive, which was particularly serious for railway development. Foreign investment in China was also discouraged, for fear of repayment in a depreciated standard. 111. Yet precisely because China's growing commercial debt was financed by the outflow or dehoarding of silver, silver's internal value actually rose vis-a-vis the copper coinage that circulated in village economies. The country's shortage of gold in international trade was mirrored by the continuing depreciation of cash, especially in the north. There the common people were also outraged that in order to pay their taxes they had to convert their copper to silver at much higher exchange rates than the privileged gentry. A principal grievance of the Taipings in 1851, monetary instability also helped fuel the Boxer Rebellion nearly a half-century later. 112. The myth of Malthusia. Forcibly imposed trade deficits, export drives that diminished food security, overtaxation and predatory merchant capital, foreign control of key revenues and developmental resources, chronic imperial and civil warfare, a gold standard that picked the pockets of Asian peasants. These were key modalities through which the burden of structural adjustment in the late Victorian world economy was shifted from Europe and North America to agriculturalists in newly minted peripheries. But surely we must also concede that demography, especially in India and China where partible systems of inheritance were the rule, played a major role in undermining food security in the 19th century. Malthus is still a potent figure among at least the older generation of economic historians. Princeton's W. Arthur Lewis, one of the leading authorities on the 19th century world economy, assumed as a matter of course in an influential 1978 study that the underlying cause of famine in Victorian India was not the drain of wealth to England as alleged by contemporary critics, but a large population that continued to live at subsistence level on inadequately watered marginal lands, without a profitable cash crop. 113 Similarly, the historiography of late imperial China has been haunted by the specter of agricultural involution and the so-called high-level equilibrium trap, both euphemisms for how the presumed population explosion of the 18th century squeezed arable land to the threshold of chronic famine. Recent scholarship offers a more complex picture of the relationship between demography and subsistence in Asia. As Charles Worth points out, it is indisputable that land was, in absolute terms, hardly under great pressure from population in the Deccan of the early British period. Through the 1840s, at least, only about half of the cultivable land in most Deccan districts, according to formal British estimates, was being tilled. 114 Although population grew rapidly in the 1850s and 1860s, partly as a result of the cotton boom, the demographic momentum came to an abrupt halt with the catastrophe of 1876. In India as a whole during the half-century between 1870 and 1920 there was only a single decade of significant population growth. While Europe was rising from 17% to 21%. Modern case studies corroborate the position of nationalist critics of the Raj, like G. V. Josh in 1890, who argued that the problem of India lies not so much in the fact of an alleged overpopulation as in the admitted and patent evil of underproduction. 116 If cultivators in the Deccan and other drought-prone regions were relentlessly pushed onto marginal lands where productivity was low and crop failures were inevitable, the culprit was less likely overpopulation than the British land revenue system itself. This is certainly the finding of Bugchi, who, after a careful inquisition of colonial agricultural statistics, argues that the revenue collectors' inflexible claims on a high average harvest compelled the peasants to cultivate marginal lands, and also forced them to mine their land in a situation where most of them had few investable resources left to improve its productivity. 117. Likewise, contemporary scholars are dramatically revising the traditional image of late imperial China as a demographic profligate, the hopeless Malthusia depicted by generations of economic theorists and demographers. 118 Until recently, most scholars have accepted fragmentary evidence for an 18th-century population explosion that doubled or even tripled China's 1,700 population. Demographic reductionists, however, have always had difficulty explaining how population growth that was clearly so Bosrapian in the 18th century could abruptly become so grimly Malthusian in the 19th. 119 Moreover, there is little evidence for any increase in demographic pressure after the end of the Qing Golden Age. As Madison points out, China's population was no higher in 1890 than in 1820 while per capita income was significantly lower. 120. Pomeranz, who has examined this issue in the context of North China, agrees that population pressures alone do not explain why ecological problems greatly worsened after the mid-19th century. His study area, the Huangyun, after the wars, floods and droughts of the 1850–80 period, did not significantly exceed its 1840s population until after 1949, 121 Moreover, the vast human losses of the Taiping Revolution created a demographic vacuum in the middle and lower Yangtze that was refilled after 1864 by millions of immigrants from congested provinces, including Honan and Jiangsu. 122 Thereafter famine and epidemic, followed by war and revolution, kept population growth in North China at a minimum until 1948. Recently some experts on Qing China, led by Princeton's F. W. Mote and Martin Hijra, have frontally challenged the orthodox view of a population doubling or even tripling during the 18th century. They advance compelling arguments for a late Ming population of 250 to 275 million, rather than the 150 million conventionally adopted as a baseline circa 1700 for Qing demography. This implies an annual growth rate of 0.3% rather than the 0.6 to 0.9% claimed in most histories. 123 Moderate, rather than exponential, population growth during the Golden Age would perforce revise neo-Malthusian explanations of China's subsequent 19th century crises. As Mote carefully explains, a major implication of the proposed outline of Qing population growth is that it discredits what usually has been taken as the most significant demographic fact about Qing, the idea of a population explosion in the 18th century. That supposed phenomenon is given high explanatory value in relation to many social and political contexts. If, however, the population did not suddenly increase during that century, but started from a higher plateau and grew moderately, many social issues must then be otherwise explained. For example, calculations using those earlier population figures in conjunction with equally suspect Ming and Qing figures for land in cultivation show a disastrous fall in the ratio of cultivated land to consuming population. The implicit crisis in that ratio of productive land to population must be re-examined. Related views about the optimum population of China, perhaps in itself a suspect notion, also must be reconsidered. 124. Rejecting demographic determinism, of course, does not mean that population regimes played no role in China's 19th century crisis. On the contrary, it is clear that the very success of agricultural intensification in the Golden Age encouraged excessive subdivision of land in many regions as well as ecologically destructive reclamations of previously uncultivated highlands and wetlands. Moreover, population growth often seems to have been concentrated in the poorest and most environmentally vulnerable areas. Local population, resource relationships will thus figure prominently in subsequent discussions of subsistence crisis and disaster vulnerability in North China. But population growth was hardly the self-acting, Archimedean lever of history imagined by so many economic historians. The irrigation deficit. As Pomeranz points out, Europe faced even more severe demographic and ecological pressures at the beginning of the 19th century, but was able to resolve them with the help of New World natural resources, massive colonial emigration and, eventually, urban industrialization. 125 The relevant question, in other words, is less population pressure per se than why Western Europe was able to escape its incipient high-level equilibrium trap and Qing China wasn't. In addition to the factors already highlighted, there is another variable that is frequently missing from historical discussions of underdevelopment. If the chief ecological bottleneck to economic growth in Atlantic Europe at the beginning of the 19th century was the inelastic supply of fiber crops and timber, in both India and China it was water. As Patrick O'Brien observes, up to half of the populations of Asia, Africa, and South America may have subsisted on land where water supply constituted the key constraint upon increasing agricultural output. 126 This was, of course, common sense to Oriental despots, and a major achievement of the Qing Golden Age, as well as of the Mughal zenith, had been the high sustained levels of state and village-level investment in flood control and irrigation. As we shall see in detail, however, the 19th century was characterized by the near collapse of hydraulic improvement. Traditional water harvesting systems, emphasizes David Hardiman, disintegrated and disappeared in large parts of India during the early colonial period. High rates of land tax left no surplus for the effective maintenance of irrigation systems. 127 Despite the later development of the celebrated canal colonies of the Punjab, irrigation in British India lagged behind expansion of agriculture until independence. In China, meanwhile, irrigation, water storage and control, and grain storage facilities were not extended or improved beyond their 18th century levels. 128 Indeed, irrigated acreage shrank from its Qing high point of 29.4% of the arable in 1820 to only 18.5% of the arable in 1952. In Brazil's drought-stricken Nordeste, there was no state support whatsoever for irrigation. 129. This irrigation deficit undergirded the Malthusian illusion of helpless involution in China and elsewhere. Whether as a result of population pressure or displacement by export crops, subsistence in all three lands was pushed onto drier, often less productive soils, highly vulnerable to ENSO cycles, without parallel improvements in irrigation, drainage, or reforestation to ensure sustainability. Modern irrigation-based revolutions in agricultural productivity in northern India and North China, as well as in the Nordeste, only dramatize the centrality of water resources and the political capacities to ensure their development to any discussion of carrying capacity or demographic ceilings. More broadly, it is clear that any attempt to elucidate the social origins of late Victorian subsistence crises must integrally incorporate the relevant histories of common property resources and social overhead capital. In the case study chapters that follow, I argue that ecological poverty, defined as the depletion or loss of entitlement to the natural resource base of traditional agriculture, constituted a causal triangle with increasing household poverty and state decapacitation in explaining both the emergence of a third world and its vulnerability to extreme climate events. 130. 10. India, the modernization of poverty. Let us go to the root of the matter. Let us, or those of us who can do so, mark the condition of the Indian cultivator in his home, and find out what causes impoverish him and make him unable to save. The reason is not a want of frugality, or of sobriety, or of prudence. The Indian peasant is the most sober, the most frugal, and the most prudent peasant on the face of the earth. Romesh Chundardood. If the history of British rule in India were to be condensed into a single fact, it is this: there was no increase in India's per capita income from 1757 to 1947.1. Indeed, in the last half of the 19th century, income probably declined by more than 50%. 2. There was no economic development at all in the usual sense of the term. Static overall yield figures, Tomlinson adds, do not mean that output everywhere was stagnant, but rather that progressive forces were always cancelled out by regressive ones, and that periods of dynamism were interspersed with periods of enervation. 3. Celebrated cash crop booms went hand in hand with declining agrarian productivity and food security. In much of the cotton-growing southern Deccan, for instance, per acre yields of food crops at the end of the Raj had fallen to only 2/3 to 1/2 the average level of 1870.4. Moreover, in the age of Kipling, that glorious imperial half-century from 1872 to 1921, the life expectancy of ordinary Indians fell by a staggering 20%, a deterioration in human health probably without precedent in the subcontinent's long history of war and invasion. 5. These dismal trends vindicate the often derided claim of 19th-century nationalists that British progress was Indian ruin. Yet India's economic stagnation under the Raj has puzzling aspects. Where were the fruits of modernization, of the thousands of miles of railroad track and canal? And where were the profits of the great export booms that transformed the subcontinent's agriculture in the second half of the 19th century? Here, if anywhere in rural Asia, integration into the world market should have resulted in significant local increases in agricultural productivity and profitability. Apart from the plantation crops of tea and indigo, most export production, opium, wheat, rice, and cotton, remained in native hands under a regime of modern property rights. British commissions and surveys, moreover, were forever applauding the saplings of Indian peasant capitalism. Yet, as macroeconomic statistics demonstrate, such prosperity was usually ephemeral and quickly reabsorbed into the huge inertia of rural poverty. Peasant agriculture, even in the most dynamic cash crop sectors, remained radically undercapitalized. Only money lenders, absentee landlords, urban merchants, and a handful of indigenous industrialists seem to have benefited consistently from India's renewed importance in world trade. Modernization and commercialization were accompanied by pauperization. Why this should be so is revealed by recent research on the cotton and wheat producing regions that were both dynamos of India's late Victorian export economy and epicenters of mass mortality in the famines of the 1870s and 1890s. Cotton's naked misery. Prized away from Hyderabad in 1853, the Marathi province of Berar, together with the adjoining district of Nagpuri, had been selected by the Cotton Supply Association, an arm of the Manchester Chamber of Commerce, as platforms for specialized cotton monoculture. 6. The association wielded extraordinary power over the reshaping of the Indian economy in the wake of the mutiny and the imposition of free trade. In the 1870s, the millocracy even won formal institutional recognition in the government of India with the appointment of Sir Louis Mallet, a doctrinaire free trader who served as Cobden's assistant at the Board of Trade, as permanent Under-Secretary at the Indian Office to represent Lancashire's interests. 7. Indeed, to ordinary Indians trying to decipher codes of power within the Raj, it sometimes seemed as if their real sovereigns ruled from Manchester's Royal Exchange rather than Buckingham Palace. The most blatant example, Stanley Wolpert points out, of such imperial favoritism occurred in 1879, when Viceroy Lytton actually overruled his entire council to accommodate Lancashire's lobby by removing all import duties on British-made cotton, despite India's desperate need for more revenue in a year of widespread famine and tragic loss of life throughout Maharashtra. 8. In the case of Berar, the association encouraged the administrative dismantling of the balutary system through which dominant local clans or castes had exercised managerial control over a complex network of social production including communal irrigation and cotton weaving. The essence of the old order was that the upper castes had claims on agricultural produce but did not own the land itself. After purging the disloyal leading families, the British spent 17 years reorganizing the vast peasant universe of Berar into the so-called Katdari system. A variant of the ryotwari model that had been imposed on most of southern and western India, it was heralded as establishing the Katdars as sturdy Birari versions of the English yeomanry. In reality, the government became the supreme landlord with peasant tenure, unlike Tudor England, strictly conditional upon punctual payment of revenue. The complicated reciprocities of the old Balutari system, Satya explains, gave way to brutal and unilateral relations of exploitation. Diversity and mobility, the characteristic feature of pre-colonial Berar, were replaced by coercive standardization and sedentarization. The collection of taxes as well as the local marketing of the cotton crop ended up in the hands of money-lenders/grain merchants, who became the crucial intermediaries controlling almost all transactions between the village world, Calcutta, and Manchester. Meanwhile, punitive taxes on local woven goods and a flood of cheap English imports in the wake of the arrival of the Great India Peninsular Railway destroyed domestic manufacture and forced ruined artisans into the fields as propertyless labourers. The railroad inflicted the same fate on most of the Banjaras, the colourful and ethnically diverse stratum of traditional porters and carters. 9. From a British perspective, the re-engineering of Birari society was a stunning success. By 1867, Berar alone was sending as much cotton to Manchester as all of Egypt, and cultivated acreage probably doubled by 1890.10, but the Katdars and their tenants had no way to participate in the profits of the boom. Precisely as the Cotton Supply Association had intended, Biraris were captives of Lancashire's lopsided monopsony. As one agent of the association explained in 1869, speaking generally, the cultivator who produces and sells the cotton cannot in any way regulate the market price. For this he is dependent on the home market and many causes which combine to raise and lower the price in Liverpool. 11 Birari cotton exports had been nurtured in the first place during the 1850s to buffer fluctuations in the premium American cotton supply and ensure price stability for Lancashire mills. In short, Charles Worth explains, British industry wanted Indian raw cotton as a sort of permanent 12th man, always ready in the pavilion but only occasionally brought onto the field of play. This role hardly produced the consistency of demand necessary to promote a more extensive commercial agriculture. 12. The Katdars, in other words, were a contingent workforce for the association, which had no intention of ever allowing them to wield any autonomous bargaining power within the international cotton market. Instead, they were sucked into a vortex of high taxes, chronic debt, and subsistence instability. The Katdars with more resources attempted to escape from the debt trap by becoming micro-exploiters themselves, and by the 1870s holdings were being fragmented into smaller parcels and worked by subtenants known as bajindars. Satya estimates that the bajindars paid rack rents 3- or 4-fold greater than revenue demands imposed on the Katdars. By the great droughts of the 1890s, the stratum of authentically independent cultivators had been reduced to a minority, and at least 70% of the population were either impoverished bajindars or landless laborers whose fates hung on the capricious dance of cotton prices in faraway exchanges. 13. This layering of exploitation had a devastating impact on overall welfare in Berar. A society formerly celebrated for its rich cotton fabrics was virtually unclothed by poverty as per capita textile consumption plummeted in inverse ratio to soaring exports of raw cotton. Most Birari children went naked, most Birari men were half-clad, and a majority of the Birari women clothed themselves in rags. 14 Although massive sums of capital were sunk into the association's export infrastructure, including railroad spurs, cotton yards, and metalled feeder roads, none of it percolated to the village level where degraded sanitary conditions, especially the contamination of drinking water by human waste, spread cholera and gastrointestinal disease as well as tuberculosis. Similarly, local food security was eroded by the advance not only of cotton production but of grain exports as well. During the famine of 1899 to 1900, when 143,000 Biraris died directly from starvation, the province exported not only tens of thousands of bales of cotton but an incredible 747,000 bushels of grain. 15 Despite heavy labor immigration into Berar in the 1890s, the population fell by 5% and life expectation at birth twice dipped into the 15 years range before finally falling to less than 10 years during the extremely bad year of 1900.16. Berar was not unique. Food security was also sacrificed to cotton export throughout the Deccan. Writing about the Bellary district, one of the epicenters of the 1877 Madras famine, David Washbrook observes that commercial cotton cultivation was associated not with a broadening prosperity, but with a progressive crisis in agricultural production and social reproduction. 17 Although its heavy black volcanic soil was ideal for short staple cotton, Bellary was one of the driest cultivated districts in India and, without irrigation, a family required 15 to 20 acres of average quality land to produce its subsistence and pay taxes. By the 1870s, however, most ryots were lucky to farm 7 acres, and only an elite of several thousand rich inamdars could afford the heavy metal plows pulled by up to a dozen bullocks that were required for deep ploughing. 18 Before British direct rule, small farmers traditionally mitigated their harvest shortfalls with additional family income from stock raising and seasonal soldiering. Pax Victoria excluded the mercenary option while the expansion of commercial agriculture devoured pasture. 19. Thus caught in a tightening vice between their undersized farms and rising debt, small producers made the apparently surprising choice of substituting cotton for millet, raising and selling the former in order to purchase the latter from grain merchants. Moreover, they made the switch in face of declining or stagnant cotton prices. In straightforward terms, Washbrook writes, this decision would seem to make no sense as a subsistence strategy. It meant producing a crop whose relative value against grain halved across this period. It also involved its producers in a three-sided structure of risk, from the climate, from the oscillation of grain prices and the oscillation in cotton prices which, being internationally determined, were scarcely calculable in Bellary itself. 20. The decisive advantage of cotton, as we shall see again in the case of North China, was that for land-short peasants, higher returns per acre provided a better chance of approaching subsistence targets than did grain cultivation itself, even if, at 9.5 necessary acres, the majority of small farmers would still not have been able to quite reach it. 21 Cotton output was also more responsive to labor intensity than millet. Desperate peasants could hope to increase their harvest incrementally by the application of massive quantities of unpaid family labor. But at all times, cotton growing was a survival strategy wagered against the unknown variables of weather and the world market, where the price of cotton from the U.S. South generally determined demand for other varieties. The peasantry's creditors, however, were eager to oblige the gamble. As small farmers, more response to economic adversity than to market opportunity, turned towards cotton. 22 The magnates, who had dominated production during the bonanza years of the cotton famine in the 1860s, abandoned cotton cultivation. In a parodic rebuke to British hopes of an improving yeomanry, they aggressively switched their assets in the opposite direction from that predicted by Ricardian theory, from cultivation to usury and cotton factoring. As Washbrook points out, it was simply easier for them to expropriate the agrarian surplus through the credit system and the monopsony of the grain market than to bear the risks involved in the direct organization of production. The entire shift of cotton production from large to small farms can be seen as a mechanism whereby, through the application of usury and service capital, magnate creditors sought to respond to the conditions of depression in the cotton market and to continue to squeeze a healthy profit out of the crop. By acting as its major financiers and advancing it the factors of production which it lacked, magnate farmers were able to draw returns from small farming's one supposed advantage, unpaid family labor. The family now labored longer and harder and passed most of the profits of its work to the magnates in interest payments and rents. Not only did the new economic system rationalize the deployment of labor, most critically it cheapened it, in this case, literally, to the price of nothing. 23. The wheat boom's hunger. The producing classes, to be sure, fared little better in the other leading sectors of Indian commercial agriculture. As D.E.U. Baker has shown in another revealing study, the famous wheat boom in the central province's Narmada Valley from 1861 to 1890, officially heralded as a reign of almost unbroken agricultural prosperity, was in reality subsidized by destructive soil mining and crushing household debt. In the decade following the mutiny, the impetuous and authoritarian administration of Sir Richard Temple had aggressively pushed landowners into commercial production of cotton and especially wheat. 24 Celebrated local handicrafts had been ruined by the cheap Lancashire cloth that flooded north-central India after the completion of the Bombay-Calcutta Railroad, and farmers were encouraged to save themselves by using the railroad to export the soft wheat that British millers preferred. Bombay-based exporters and their local Malguzar agents went door-to-door offering villagers cash advances if they would grow wheat rather than millet and gram. 25 Narmada wheat, which began to reach Liverpool via the Suez Canal in 1871, arrived in English grain exchanges just in time to buffer the decline of Russian exports in the wake of the emancipation of the serfs. It stabilized the price of flour in the season when other imported grains were scarce and provided a reserve for lucrative re-export during grain shortages on the continent. Demand grew steadily through the good rainfall years of the 1880s, reaching a peak in 1890–91 after the disastrous crop failures in Russia. Proud British officials boasted that the smallest cultivator can now sell his produce direct to the agent of a European firm at the price current in the world's market. 26 Meanwhile, traders in grains speculated wildly and land prices skyrocketed. In the main export districts, like Sagar, wheat occupied 2/3 of the acreage once devoted to subsistence grains. 27 Figure 10.1 The underside of the wheat boom. Behind the facade of prosperity, however, official policies had inexorably laid a basis for an agrarian crisis between 1891 and 1901 that created famine, wrecked the wheat economy, and exposed the central provinces to bankruptcy. 28 Once again the inflexible revenue demands of the government drained capital from the countryside and put tenants at the mercy of a top stratum of Malguzars who, no longer bound by any of the patrimonial obligations of the pre-British village system, ruthlessly combine the functions of money lender and grain merchant. As smaller landowners defaulted, moreover, this elite acquired direct ownership of a vast swathe of the Narmada wheat belt. Baker estimates that by 1889 more than half the Malguzari area transferred in the central provinces since settlement had passed to money-lending castes, and 47% of the revenue on land sold since settlement was being paid by money lenders. 29 The wealth generated by usury and rack renting was almost entirely parasitic, with negligible productive reinvestment in cattle, irrigation, or farm equipment. Indeed, absentee landlords did not normally visit their villages, and were thus not in touch with their tenants, who were no more important to them than the man who rented their shops in the bazaar. 30 As in Berar, fabled profits were accompanied by a progressive deterioration in the social condition of the direct producers. As early as Temple's commissionership there was concern over the depletion of local grain stocks by the high levels of exports, and district officers reported growing immiseration among the tenantry. 31 Even more than in the cotton districts, the Narmada wheat boom was built upon precarious climatic and ecological foundations. As T. Raghavan has emphasized, the soaring export demand of the 1880s had been accommodated by the expansion of cultivation into areas of inferior soil, traditionally devoted to hardy millets, where harvests were strictly dependent upon the unusual cycle of good monsoons from 1884 to 1894.32. Moreover, commercialization was accompanied by ecological crisis as the railroad ravaged the forests of the Satpuras for lumber, and commercial wheat acreage absorbed pasture lands that traditionally fed Narmada's cattle. By 1883–84 the price of grass had risen enormously and bullocks were becoming too expensive for many cultivators to maintain. The subsequent manure shortage increased the pace of soil exhaustion and further reduced productivity. Finally, using the excuses that Narmada was not subject to famine and that local topography made dams and canals too expensive to build, the government neglected irrigation works that might have safeguarded the rural population in the event of drought. 33. Mass vulnerability to disaster as a result was becoming acute in 1887 when the government undertook a drastic resettlement of the central province's revenues. Taxes were reassessed on the basis of speculative land values inflated by the boom. In some cases this amounted to a 50% increase. Believing that the brisk export trade would last forever, money lenders accommodated the Malgozers' pleas for more credit. Then, as Nirmada exports reached an all-time height in 1891–92, their British buyers suddenly switched to more attractive sources, a deluge of cheap grain from the Argentine pampas together with high-quality wheat from the canal colonies of the Punjab and the western United Provinces. The impact on local producers, especially the heavily indebted tenants cultivating inferior soils, was nothing short of catastrophic. By the eve of the Great Drought of 1896, Nirmada's export of wheat, gram, and millets had become insignificant. 34 Saddled with huge debts, carrying the burden of exorbitant revenues, and now locked out of the world market, the peasantry of the central provinces was already in a free fall when the rain stopped. Just as the Birari cotton growers ended up naked, the famous wheat farmers of Nirmada were living off imported millet and rice by the beginning of the 20th century. Famine, as Navtej Singh and others have shown, was also the underside of the export boom in the wheat-growing regions of northern India. Although the irrigation revolution in the Victorian Punjab is usually cited as the Raj's most unqualified success in sponsoring indigenous agrarian capitalism, the reality was considerably grimmer. 35 Certainly some of the big landlords in the canal colonies spectacularly enriched themselves through the wheat exports, but their capital was quickly diverted into usury and grain trading. The object of the merchant moneylender, points out Niladri Bhattacharya in a discussion of debt in the Punjab countryside, was not to earn interest as such, but to control prices of purchase and sale, and ensure regular channels for the supply and disposal of commodities. 36 Like the elite Malgozers in Nirmada, they discovered that it was more profitable to become shahukars or middlemen than to act the role of improving farmers as prescribed by British political economists. Meanwhile, the majority of small zamindars and their labourers faced radical new insecurity. The commercialization of agriculture merely increased their indebtedness and consequent poverty. They were generally indebted to the shahukars who compelled them to throw their produce at a low market price and thus acted as compulsory middlemen. In many cases, the shahukars financed the cultivation of these crops and carried them away from the zamindars' threshing floors as soon as the harvesting was done. The peasants were robbed not only because of low prices but of false weightements by these shahukar traders. It may also be noted that the shahukars financed agriculture in order to have control on the process of fixation of prices of the agricultural commodities. The conditions in the southeast of the province were the worst because this area came under colonial control long back in 1809 and was comparatively more marked in drought and poverty environs. 37. As in the central provinces, the cultivators who put bread on English tables could not guarantee their own family's subsistence. The enormous demands and the prospect of government purchases led to speculative hoarding, creating shortages and pushing prices to famine levels. Depletion of stocks as an outcome of exports increased the vulnerability of the exporting areas to famines both in normal times and harvest failures. 38. Starvation also quickly followed on the heels of the celebrated indigo boom in Bihar. Here the reluctant peasantry was forcibly married to the world market, through the so-called Assamewar system, by British compulsion. The planters were hated throughout eastern India because of their racial arrogance and their contempt for the law. They maintained small private armies of strong men, whom they would use to coerce the peasantry, forcing them to grow indigo. 39 As early as 1866, peasants in the drought-stricken rice lands had organized a common front against the indigo planters whom they blamed for displacing subsistence agriculture. In short, the paddy and pit land in which the ryots had a right of cultivation have been converted into indigo lands. Thus there has been less grain-producing land, a decrease in the quantity of grain has been the result which for the last few years has caused scarcity and famine, and thousands of human lives, as an official report later corroborated, the 220,000 acres under indigo, a net loss of 150,000 acres of grain, in North Bihar represented the margin between survival and famine in a bad year. This also explains, Colin Fisher points out, why the most spectacular indigo agitations occurred in rice growing lowlands like Bettiah, Sitamarhi, and Madhuban, areas which were peculiarly liable to famine. 40. Nor, finally, did India's most notorious export crop, opium, guarantee full bellies to its producers. Any profit to the cultivator was again intercepted by khatadars who purchased the poppy harvest on behalf of the government at a fixed price, then loaned money for tax payments and household consumption at usurious rates. 41 Binay Chaudhary summarizes the three evils which weighed on the Bengali peasantry: the lowness of the price paid for crude opium, the increasing rigor of the government in collecting arrears resulting from crop failures, the uncontrolled exactions by the khatadars and zamindars. Although Bengal was spared the cataclysm of drought in 1876-77, the failure of the poppy crop in 1878 and the refusal of Calcutta to remit taxes nonetheless brought famine to many doorsteps. 42. Peasants in other export sectors, including ground nuts, oils, and tobacco, could tell similar stories. Only the special cases of jute cultivation in Bengal and some of the deltaic paddy growing districts seem to have offered small farmers any opportunity to exploit price trends or draw a profit from world markets. 43 Far more commonly, cash cropping, especially in the drier interior regions, went hand in hand with rural immiseration and the decline of food security. As Raghavan shows in another case study of the Narmada Valley, financial entanglements in export markets tended to reinforce traditional causes of peasant differentiation, rainfall, local price fluctuations, and the structure of land holding in terms of the quality of the soil held. 44. The situation was little different with commodities primarily grown for the domestic market. Although native crude sugar was famously lucrative, small-scale cultivators in the eastern United Provinces were caught in a seasonal trap, a coincidence of labor and revenue demands, that forced them to hypothecate their crops to merchants and rich peasant traders. Far from leading to surplus accumulation, sugarcane cultivation in Gorakhpur barely enabled the majority of the peasants to reproduce their conditions of economic existence on a year-to-year basis. It was the importance of sugarcane as a cash-raising and debt-servicing crop, rather than its value as a surplus accumulator, that imbued it with a special role in the small peasant economy of Gorakhpur in the late 19th century. 45. In the absence of urban employment alternatives or productivity-raising inputs to agriculture, cultivators across India were increasingly caught in a pincers between high land values and interest rates on one side, and low crop prices on the other. In his influential overview of the history of the Raj, Sumit Sarkar finds that the commercialization of Indian agriculture emerges on analysis to have been often an artificial and forced process which led to differentiation without genuine growth. Built-in tendency of the entire system against significant advances in productive technology and organization. 46 Indeed, adds Bipin-Chandra, the British merely schemed cash crops off the surface of an immobilized society. 47. The colonial state. It was the state itself, as Naoroji and Dude had argued in their pioneering critiques, that ultimately ensured that no productivity-raising benefit could flow from export booms to direct producers. On the expenditure side, a colonial budget largely financed by taxes on farmland returned less than 2% to agriculture and education, and barely 4% to public works of all kinds, while devoting a full third to the army and police. 48 When all is said and done, observe two of the new economic historians, India spent on public works at a lower rate than the underdeveloped countries, and at a level similar to the princely states. Moreover, unlike the other sectors, where expenditures rose over time, in India they peaked in the early 1880s and declined thereafter. Compared to a progressive and independent Asian nation like Siam, which spent 2 shillings per capita on education, famine relief, and public health, the Raj's investment in human capital was a miserable pittance. 49 Even more to the point, Vasant Kaiwar cites what he considers to be the typical example of a village in the late 19th century Bombay Deccan where the government collected nearly 19,000 rupees annually in taxes but returned only 2,000 rupees in expenditure, largely on official salaries and a rundown school. 50. On the extractive side, Ricardian principles glossed the relentless fiscal erosion of producers' subsistence. In theory designed to transform ryots and zamindars into modernizing market-oriented farmers on the English model, the revenue settlements instead subjugated the peasantry to the local despotism of money-lenders and nouveau riches landowners. The gap between British legal theory and Indian local practice was immense. 51. By making the revenue demands too high and inflexibly fixing them to the estimated average produce of the land with scant regard for climate variation, the British made it certain that a number of the designated revenue payers would lose their titles every year. The creditor-debtor relationship, Bugchi continues, was easily transformed into one in which the debtor delivered up whatever surplus produce he had to the creditor. The creditor became his landlord, and de facto the master of his whole family. 52. British rule, which replaced traditional patrimonial obligations with the inflexible enforcement of debt laws, provided massive institutional support for this systematic pillage of the direct producers. The colonial state was fully aware, writes Kaiwar, that this kind of relationship was inimical to development, did little to bring capital into a productive relationship with landed property. The colonial state came to resemble a classic agrarian bureaucracy rather than a capitalist state. 53. Guilty post facto initiatives to prevent the total expropriation of the peasantry typically went hand in hand with revenue settlements and court decisions that bolstered the power of the very same creditors. Figure 10.2. Gods in the countryside. In the late 19th century Bombay Deccan, for example, the annual process of revenue collection began with the impounding of grain in village stockyards. In order to eat from their own harvest, the ryots had to immediately borrow money to pay off the taxes. Typically the money lenders bought the crop at half of the current market value but lent money at a usurious 38% interest. 54. If the peasant was unable to promptly repay the principal, the exorbitant rates of interest ballooned to astronomical dimensions. I remember one case which came before me, wrote a former district officer, in which a cultivator was sued for 900 rupees, principal and interest, the original debt being only 10 rupees worth of grain, borrowed a few years previously. 55. When ryots balked at payment, Indian courts applied English civil law against them with the deadly efficiency of a Maxim gun. 56. Lord Elgin's land transfer investigation in 1895 revealed that fully a fifth of the land in the Bombay Deccan was held by non-agriculturalist money lenders, both indigenous Brahmins and Marwaris from Rajasthan. 57. As the Famine Commission of 1901 itself admitted, while the authors of the Bombay revenue system expected the accumulation of agricultural capital, in operation their plans did not promote thrift, nor did they conduce to the independence of the ryot. They looked for the capitalist cultivator, and we find the Saukars serve. 58. Mercantile exploitation of the small cultivator was a ubiquitous relation of production, and Baker's characterization of Tamil Nadu undoubtedly can be applied to most of late Victorian India. Virtually everyone who realized a surplus from agriculture tried his hand at trade and money lending, and thus there were many apprentice despots. 59. As we have seen, the money-lenders and wealthy landowners were profoundly anti-developmental for eminently neoclassical reasons. As Washbrook points out, it became progressively more economically rational to sustain accumulation through coercion and the natural decline in the share of the social product accorded to labor rather than to put valuable capital at risk by investment. 60. Likewise, Baker adds, creditors gave out loans in order to be able to secure dependence, and it would have been foolish to make loans which, by improving the productivity of the debtor's land, helped him to become more independent. 61. Although the British regularly denounced the parasitism of the money lenders and grain speculators, they were both father and mother to the system. The vast majority of smallholders could neither make production decisions independent of lenders nor take any advantage of market trends. In these circumstances, peasant agriculture had no chance of developing into capitalist farming. 62. As Kaiwar reminds us, it was not so much the rich peasant, zamindar, or khatdar who failed to play the prescribed theoretical role of an improving landlord as the colonial state itself. 63. Victorian enclosures. Village economy in India, as elsewhere in monsoonal Asia, augmented crops and handicrafts with stores of free goods from common lands, dry grass for fodder, shrub grass for rope, wood and dung for fuel, dung, leaves and forest debris for fertilizer, clay for plastering houses, and, above all, clean water. All classes utilized these common property resources, but for poorer households they constituted the very margin of survival. In an outstanding study of a contemporary Gujarati village struggling with seasonality and drought, Martha Chen has shown how decisive non-market resources and entitlements remain for laborers and small farmers. Standard definitions of work, worker, and income, she writes, do not capture how poor households generate livelihoods. In the village of Madasar, fully 70% of the fuel and 55% of the fodder requirements of the poor are provided from free sources. The forest and pasture commons, which altogether generate 35 different useful products, not only serve as a buffer against seasonal shortages, but also contribute to rural equity. 64. The British consolidated their rule in India by transferring control of these strategic resources from the village community to the state. Among all the interventions into village society that nurtured the Anglo-Indian Empire, David Ludden argues, dividing public from private land stands out as the most important. 65 common lands, or waste in the symptomatic vocabulary of the Raj, were either transformed into taxable private property or state monopolies. Free goods, in consequence, became either commodities or contraband. Even cow dung was turned into a revenue source for Queen Victoria. 66. As in Britain itself, the enclosure of common resources deeply undermined traditional household ecology. As angry Berar farmers told the Famine Commission in 1881, the cultivator is now put to expenses which in former times he did not know. He now pays more for his cattle than he did yore, and he can no longer fell a tree from any place he likes to provide him with a shaft for his plough, or a yoke for his oxen. He has now to practically expend coin where before he needed only to labor, and the grass with which he annually thatches his hut has now to be bought, not merely cut and carried as it used to be. 67. Until 1870 all forests had been communally managed. By the end of the decade, they were completely enclosed by armed agents of the state. 68 For plough agriculturalists the forests were not only essential for wood, but also for leaf manure and grass and leaf fodder. 69 Although the British had been concerned since the late 18th century that deforestation might be making the climate more arid, their overriding interest, as Hardiman reminds us, was to assure a continuing supply of wood for imperial needs, shipbuilding, urban construction and, above all, the railroads which by the 1860s already consumed 1 million ties a year for track, as well as vast quantities of wood for fuel. The Second Indian Forest Act of 1878 allowed the authorities to take unoccupied or waste lands belonging to villages into the reserved forests, effectively depriving villagers throughout India of their common lands. 70 The consequence for millions of villagers was an acute wood famine. Indeed, in Berar, lumber had become so scarce by the 1870s that Khatdars ingeniously designed their carts and plows so they could be assembled from the same pieces of wood according to the season. 71. The cash crop boom greatly increased the demand for forest resources, yet, as Christopher Baker points out in his study of Tamil Nadu, the British aimed to develop the remaining areas of major forest as economic resources in their own right, and thus tried to separate them off from the plains agrarian economy. This was the great running sore of Madras administration, and only the richer cultivators, the big men, could afford to bribe the forest officials. 72 Although the government had looked the other way when the Madras railways in the late 1860s had deforested the future famine districts of Salem, Cuttapat and North Arcot, illegally cutting down hundreds of thousands of trees, the Forest Act of 1878 was ruthlessly wielded against the survival economy of the poor. 73. Even in the midst of the most terrible famines, as in 1899, the foresters prevented local residents from gathering fodder for their dying cattle or firewood to heat their homes. Von Nash, the Guardian's famine correspondent, castigated the forest guardians for the fodder famine that destroyed the Deccan's plow oxen and cattle. The Forest Department has a pretty long queue of sins waiting at its door for the day of reckoning, and so have the Indian railway companies, and the two of them may now apportion the responsibility as best they may for the catastrophe which has robbed India of her cattle. 74. The British also cut off communal access to grassland resources and dissolved the ancient ecological interdependence of pastoralists and farmers. While the fundamental agricultural division in China lies between the northern wheat belt and the southern rice lands, India is divided roughly along the 80th meridian between the humid, rice-growing east and the dry western interior where wheat and millet are the staples. Here extensive agriculture, some of it shifting and semi-nomadic, interacted for centuries with a vast pastoral economy linked to Central Asia. Great margins of uncultivated grassland buffered intercultural contact and invited physical mobility. The labor force moved constantly over short and long distance in the everyday conduct of subsistence, to work land, trade, fight, tend animals, flee drought, seek water, open and defend territory. 75 Far from a backland, Rajasthan and the western Deccan were the hearth of the warrior elites, both Hindu and Muslim, who created a series of formidable empires from the 12th century onward. Indeed, Jos Gamans has recently claimed, it was, the inner frontier of the arid zone that molded South Asian history. 76. After 1857, however, the British pursued a relentless campaign, especially in the Deccan, against nomads and shifting cultivators whom they labeled as criminal tribes. Although the agroecology of the Deccan for centuries had been dependent upon the symbiosis of peasant and nomad, valley agriculture and hill-slope pastoralism, the colonial state's voracious appetite for new revenue generated irresistible pressure on the ryots to convert waste into taxable agriculture. Punitive grazing taxes drove pastoralists off the land, while cultivators were lured into the pastoral margins with special leases. Even Patel ships. 77 landed tenures, Niladri Bhattacharya writes, provided the frame through which the pastoral tenurial structure was conceived. Within this regime of property, all rights to land were segregated, fragmented, classified, and fixed. Within it the rights claimed by nomadic pastoralists appeared unintelligible and illegitimate. 78. Radical changes in social relations were accompanied by equally sweeping ecological transformations. The traditional Deccan practices of extensive crop rotation and long fallow, which required large farm acreages and plentiful manuring, became difficult to maintain as the land became more congested and cattle less numerous. More than any single asset, in the dry crop regions of Bombay, the use of agricultural bullocks was vital to efficient farming operations. Between 1850 and 1930 the ratio of plough cattle to cultivated land in the Deccan steadily declined, making it almost impossible, according to Charles Worth, to raise per capita agricultural output. 79 At the same time, the quality of bullocks also deteriorated as expert nomad cattle breeders were deliberately squeezed out of the economy. 80 Similarly, the government did little to sponsor the planting of drought-resistant fodder crops. 81 Kaiwar estimates that between 1843 and 1873 cattle numbers in the Deccan fell by almost 5 million. The 1876–78 drought killed off several million more, with cattle populations plummeting by nearly 60% in some districts. 82 After comparable destruction during the 1896–97 drought, women were seen to be pulling the plough in districts like Hisar in the southeast Punjab. 83 The decline in labor productivity entailed by fewer and less powerful plough cattle was matched by a corresponding fall in soil fertility because of the growing shortage of fertilizer. Irrigation water alone was of little value if the soil was depleted of nitrogen. Thus Indians, for the first time, had to confront the dilemma that had vexed the Chinese in the Yellow River Plain for centuries: should scarce cattle dung be used as fertilizer or fuel? By the 1860s, moreover, cotton and other export crops were displacing cereal agriculture from the fertile soils of the Deccan valleys. In most cases the light soils converted from pasture could produce only one-third of the average jour yield of the heavier, valley soils. These poorer quality soils eroded rapidly and soon became useless for agriculture or even grazing. By the end of the colonial period, no less than 38% of the soil in the Deccan was estimated to be highly eroded. 84 Commercialized agriculture, in tandem with a largely subsistence-oriented cultivation of food grains, observes Kaiwar, produced a particularly intensive regime of soil depletion and erosion. 85 Eroded soils, of course, retained less runoff and thus increased vulnerability to drought. It is not surprising, then, that food security was most tenuous in districts like Pune and Jodhpur, where the largest acreages of land formerly classified as uncultivable had been reclaimed for grain in compensation for cotton production on the good soils. Both districts were epicenters of famine and resistance in 1876 and again in 1899.86. Figure 10.3 Women pulled plows after the cattle died. In the cotton districts, overcultivation in the face of declining soil productivity was a structural problem over which peasants had scant control. The poverty in Bihar, Satya says, was directly related to the fate of cultivable wastelands under survey. Cotton cultivation is, of course, notorious all over the world for its rapid depletion of soil nutrients and its insatiable demand for virgin soil. Everywhere in the Deccan, moreover, cotton supplanted nitrogen-fixing legumes in crop rotation, a strategy, dictated by revenue demands and debt, that maximized short-term income at the cost of longer-term soil fertility. The Khatdar, crushed between growing debts and revenue obligations, had little choice, as one district official explained, except to exhaust his land, by repeating his cotton crop too often or to grow it over too large a surface to the almost entire exclusion of cereals. As a result, cotton, or displaced food grains, took over not only pasture but even the traditional public spaces reserved for threshing and winnowing. Counting every square inch as potential tax base, the British privatized and auctioned off village common land. Villagers even had to beg government permission to build homes, which was seldom given for the fear that the buildings cut into agricultural land and jeopardized the government revenue. 87. Finally, in most of India, water had always been a communally managed common resource. Generally, there was no notion of selling titles to land and its water resources. In British common law as witlessly applied to India, however, water rights went along with land titles as private property. In effect, as David Hardiman emphasizes, this meant that only those who owned land had a right to the water on it. In this way, all those who did not hold colonial land deeds were excluded from access to water, the collapse of traditional water management structures. 88. Tanks and wells were also privatized, with the consequence that for the first time, water scarcity became a problem, and this caused enormous hardship to the people and cattle alike. 89. The refusal of the state, in turn, to support local irrigation became a smoldering grievance, not only in Bihar, but everywhere in interior India. The decline of indigenous irrigation. British rule in India, according to Sir Richard and General Sir John Strachey, was the most extraordinary act of charity in world history. India has obtained, to a degree unheard of and unthought of before, protection for life and property. The country has been covered with roads, her almost impassable rivers have been bridged, 9,000 miles of railway and 20,000 miles of telegraphs have been constructed. T is not the least remarkable part of the story that the accomplishment of all this work, and the expenditure of all this money, which have increased to an extent absolutely incalculable the wealth and comfort of the people of India, have added nothing to the actual burden of taxation. 90. Although he would have scoffed at the Strachey's claims about Indians' wealth and comfort, even Marx was impressed by the scale of railroad construction and the speed with which India was being integrated into the world economy. For liberal and nationalist critics of the Raj, on the other hand, the railroads, a captive, publicly subsidized market for English steelmakers and locomotive builders, were the chief symbol of Calcutta's misplaced priorities. Public works in post-mutiny India were driven first by the exigencies of military control and, second, by the demands of export agriculture. 91 On the eve of the 1876 famine, 29% of Indian public works capital was invested in military installations in contrast to only 21% for irrigation, canals, and drainage. 92 The railroad system, meanwhile, consumed 13 times as much investment as all hydraulic works. As the pro-irrigation lobby led by Sir Arthur Cotton and Florence Nightingale protested during the 1876-77 famine, now we have before our eyes the sad and humiliating scene of magnificent works that have cost poor India 160 millions, which are so utterly worthless in the respect of the first want of India, that millions are dying by the side of them. 93-94. The irrigationists eventually succeeded in lobbying Parliament to appoint a select committee to investigate their claims that the Indian government's exorbitant promotion of railroads was partially to blame for the recent famine, but the committee rejected their analysis as well as their proposal for a comprehensive canal system. Instead, the Secretary of State for India, Lord Salisbury, reaffirmed that railroads were the best safeguard against hunger and would continue to receive the lion's share of public investment. As a result, only about a fifth of public works expenditure in the 1880-95 period found its way to major irrigation projects, 90% of which were concentrated in the Punjab and the northwest provinces, where canals watered commercial crops like cotton, opium, sugar cane, and wheat, and financial returns to the government were therefore highest. 95 As puny as they might have been in comparison to the vast capital sunk in the railroad network. 96 The canals that tapped the Ganges and Jumna rivers to water the fertile soils of the Dug Plain were nonetheless the pride of Victorian hydraulic engineering, a model for emulation in Australia, Palestine, and the American West. They have also been the subject of much controversy amongst experts on Indian agricultural history. For his part, Ian Stone has claimed that, despite some serious deficiencies, the canals brought relative prosperity and immeasurably greater food security to millions of northern farmers. 97 Elizabeth Whitcomb, on the other hand, has argued the canals which replaced well irrigation in the Dug were little short of an ecological disaster. They might have produced short-term bonanzas in wheat and cane, but at huge, unforeseen social costs. Without proper underground drainage, for example, the capillary action of irrigation brought toxic alkali salts to the surface, leading to such extensive saline efflorescence that the superintendent of the Geological Survey warned in 1877 that once fertile plains were on the verge of becoming a howling wilderness. Indeed, 15 years later, it was estimated that somewhere between 4,000 and 5,000 square miles of farmland, an immense area, was blighted by salinity with valuable crops isolated in clumps upon its surface. 98. In addition, wherever flush irrigation was practiced side by side with traditional well irrigation, the new system undermined the old. In some places, rising water tables or lateral seepage from irrigated fields led to well collapses. In other cases, the water tables fell and wells became brackish and unpotable. As Stone concedes, peasants' efforts to save their wells from collapse by lining them with brick were opposed by landowners, many of them money-lenders, who feared any improvement that might make tenants more economically independent. This was especially so in Bulandshahar, where the settlement officer noted that the proprietors not only failed to improve their property, but their policy had been directly and actively designed to prevent and obstruct improvements. It is almost universal practice for landlords to prevent their tenants from making masonry and half-masonry or, in extreme cases, earthen wells. 99. Canal embankments, moreover, by blocking natural drainage and pooling water in swamps, created ideal breeding environments for Anopheline mosquitoes. The canal districts, consequently, became notorious for their extraordinary incidences of malaria, India's most deadly epidemic disease. 100 There is little doubt that death and debilitation were greatly abetted by the British reluctance to devote resources to rural public health and, after vector theory was firmly established, to mosquito eradication. 101 Whitcomb's principal criticism, however, is that export-oriented canal agriculture, by accelerating the marginalization of kharif crops, actually made producers more vulnerable to famine. Generally speaking, canal irrigation did, and could do, little to decrease the ravages of scarcity by expanding the sources of staple food supply. Indeed, its effect seemed to be the reverse, to contract them, a process which tended to worsen with the stimulus of the export trade in grains, particularly wheat, beginning in the late 1870s. 102 Similarly, canal construction was based less on long-term developmental objectives like food security than upon expectations of quick returns from a state-controlled monopoly. Canals may not protect against famines, Sir Thomas Hyam, chief irrigation engineer for the Punjab, told the 1901 Irrigation Commission, but they may give an enormous return on your money. 103. Revenues, declared an early government report, should be the end and aim of all canal administration. 104-105 But, as Whitcomb emphasizes, where works were most urgently required, viz. in the central provinces and in the Deccan tracts of Bombay and Madras, any expectation of profitability was frankly out of the question. The 420,000 square miles devastated by the 1899-1900 drought, mostly in the Bombay Presidency and the central provinces, contrasted with the less than 100,000 acres of canal-irrigated farmland in the same area. 106. Farmers meanwhile railed against exorbitant water rates, and their protests were echoed by dissident members of the civil service. There is nothing more urgently needed, wrote the veteran administrator C.J. O'Donnell, than a scientific water supply in a country so often stricken by drought as India, but imperialist wisdom, lost in dreams of broadening the basis of taxation, makes irrigation hateful to the very persons who ought to be most interested in its success. 107 The exorbitant revenue rate on irrigated land, 10 to 15 times the assessment of dry farmland, discouraged peasants from using irrigation for anything but cash crops. 108 Alternately, as Kaiwar points out, villagers found it best to abandon the irrigated fields and concentrate on lower taxed unirrigated fields. As a result of perverse water pricing disincentives, there were in 1875, 3 major irrigation works capable of supplying water to 41,150 acres, but only 457 acres were actually being irrigated. 109. If, then, even the best channel-watered villages had few signs of wealth, and most of the people were forced to seek the moneylenders' help and were in debt, the situation was much worse in British-ruled areas that still relied on traditional well and tank irrigation. 110 In stark contrast to the practice of the native states as well as the old Mughal tradition of subsidizing well construction, ryots in British India who sank wells at their own expense on their own land were punitively taxed 12 rupees per year. 111 Indeed, the British enthusiasm for revenue-generating irrigation in the Doab and the Punjab was counterbalanced by their disregard for the small-scale, peasant-managed irrigation systems that had been the hydraulic backbone of agriculture in western and southern India since the early medieval period. 112 The Raj, Hardiman observes, placed a low value on any irrigation system which the peasantry themselves were responsible for. 113. Yet modern studies of industrial versus indigenous irrigation in India and elsewhere in monsoon Asia have shown an inverse relationship between the scale of the system, on one hand, and productivity and efficiency, on the other. Indigenous irrigation systems, according to many modern developmental economists, avoid the problems of salinization and mosquito-borne disease associated with the big canal complexes and are generally more efficient in the use of energy, capital, and natural resources, have more stable yields over the long term, and are more equitable in terms of opportunities, benefits, and risks. 114-115. Although such founts of ignorance about India as the Times sometimes portrayed native irrigation as non-existent, British Army engineers generally marvelled at the skill with which previous generations had configured water conservation to the needs of semi-arid India. 116. In no other part of the world has so much been done by ancient native rulers for the development of the resources of the country. The further south one goes, and the further the old Hindu polity was removed from the disturbing influence of foreign conquest, the more complete and elaborate was the system of agriculture and irrigation works connected with it. Every available source of supply was utilized, and works in advance of supply have been executed. 4 tanks have been very generally constructed, not only for general rainfall, but for exceptional rainfall. Irrigation from rivers and channels, or by these and combined, was also carried on. 117. The neglect of this magnificent legacy, moreover, was the subject of perennial complaint by both Indian and English critics of the government in Calcutta. As far back as 1785, Edmund Burke had indicted the East India Company for allowing native irrigation to fall into decay, thereby ensuring higher famine mortality during droughts. As Richard Grove has shown, Burke's line of criticism was expanded by William Roxburgh, the East India Company surgeon and pioneer tropical meteorologist who observed the Madras drought famine of 1789–92 at close hand. In his official report on the famine, he praised pre-colonial irrigation systems and openly worried that India was becoming more arid and drought-prone as a result of their deterioration. 118 In the 1850s, Cotton, perhaps the greatest connoisseur of indigenous engineering, resumed the critique of this most unaccountable neglect. In upcountry Salem district he enumerated the scale of abandonment with characteristic precision: 8,864 wells, 218 dams, 164 small channels and 1,017 small tanks. In Madras as a whole, he estimated that 1,262,906 acres of once irrigated land had reverted into uncultivated waste. 119 In 1865 the Madras government rejected the advice of Cotton's friend William Wedderburn to continue the system put into place by the native rulers in the ceded districts, which granted a reduction in the land tax rate to induce the ryots to undertake the repairs themselves. 120. In the Bombay Deccan, meanwhile, a century of warfare had already done much damage to the tens of thousands of wells and tanks, but British negligence was worse. As Bagchi has shown, the Bombay government completely abdicated public expenditure on irrigation during the first quarter century of direct rule. 121 In the famine year 1877–78, government loans for local irrigation improvements hardly exceeded £1,000 for the whole presidency of Bombay. 122 Radical MP Henry Fawcett complained in the Times, "How is it that there are so many ruined tanks and disused canals in a country which has often to depend on them not only for the crops but for the cattle?" A sad misgiving has often suggested itself that the former rulers of India, if not so great or so powerful, yet had more of that simple craft and homely benevolence which show themselves in storing the rain and diverting the torrent to the first necessities of man. 123. On the eve of the Great Famine, the government's archives were bulging with ignored correspondence on the irrigation crisis. Some of the most knowledgeable observers, disagreeing with Cotton's emphasis on major projects, advocated the subsidization of traditional, bullock-powered well irrigation with its intensive focus on careful watering and manuring. In a prescient 1874 report, Sir Alan Octavian Hume urged the government, as an alternative to costly canals that did not benefit poor peasants, to undertake a crash program of innumerable small works, tanks, and reservoirs, as a reserve against drought. 124 But Calcutta ignored Hume's plan as well as all subsequent pleas after the 1876–78 catastrophe to shift the focus from big canal projects to the repair of traditional wells and reservoirs. 125 It also disdained the appeals of Ramesh Dud and other moderate nationalists who wanted the newly established famine fund to support local irrigation. During the period of 1877–78 to 1896–7 there is no evidence that such works were constructed out of that part of the fund which was allocated for protective public works. 126. Yet at the same time, as Baker points out in the case of Tamil Nadu, one commission after another churned out largely unimplemented schemes for repair of the rapidly deteriorating local irrigation infrastructure. The commission that reported on the Great Famine of 1877–78, spent a lot of its time commenting on the urgent need for irrigation in the region, and particularly on the plains. It recommended a reform of the law on Kudi Maramat, and a concerted scheme to improve the condition of the tanks. The main result of this was the Tank Restoration Scheme. Although the Irrigation Commission in 1901-03 fulsomely approved the scheme, and urged that it be intensified, it was never properly equipped with men and funds, was always vulnerable to government retrenchment, and had already been abolished and reconstituted twice by 1935. 127. Conditions were no different in the Madras dry farming zones where, according to the research of Luton, the decay of tank irrigation was well advanced by mid-century and hardly any new wells were dug between 1870 and 1900.128 as the Hindu editorialized during the 1900 drought. The tanks and lakes to be found in the country are too few, and for want of occasional digging up and cleansing are often found silted up and too shallow to hold any large quantities of water. Nor is any attention paid to improving the facilities for gathering rainwater falling over large areas of land into existing tanks and reservoirs. Owing to this state of things, the occurrence of famine in years when monsoons fail is almost inevitable. 129. Likewise, in the late Victorian Punjab, as Singh has shown, the neglect of small-scale irrigation improvements in the non-canal districts brought about increased dependence upon rainfall and thus greater vulnerability to drought. 130. And in Birar, Satya argues that the government's failure to keep up the small-scale irrigation systems of dams and reservoirs traditionally constructed and maintained by local rulers, patrons, and magnates was a symptom of their larger unwillingness or inability to coordinate the supply of public goods at the village level. 131. The British constantly complained about the inertia of India, but when it came to potentially life-saving local public works, they themselves were the embodiment of decisive inaction. This is anecdotally illustrated by one district officer's frustrated attempts over more than a decade to persuade his superiors to finance a small reservoir dam to check floods and store water for droughts. The engineering question was referred to the engineer at Bhagalpuri, an eminent authority on hydraulics, who began by picking to pieces the plans and calculations of my engineer, not an eminent authority, putting conundrums, calling for statistics, and demanding a thorough survey of the whole catchment basin. Years passed. He went away, leaving the question unsettled, and his successor refused to give an opinion until he had seen the place. He in his turn left, without having seen the site. The next man went to the spot without letting us know, and utterly condemned the project. I could not understand why, and persuaded him to go again with me. I walked him all over my site, and he then said he must have been shown the wrong place. This was quite a good project. He promised to put his revised opinion on record, but retired from the service soon after without doing so. About this time I came to the conclusion that the next famine would be on us before I should have dragged an opinion on my pattern from our professional experts, and I reluctantly abandoned this form of relief work. 132. In addition to their failure to finance the upkeep or expansion of small-scale irrigation, the British also typically destroyed the social mechanisms that had allowed villages to undertake irrigation works by themselves. Settling the land revenue with individual riots, Kaiwar emphasizes, broke down the super-individual authority needed to direct the working of the cooperative system that provided the structural underpinning for building and maintaining the bandharas and regulating water use. In this way, the British methods of taxing agriculture supervened to create a system in which an absolute decline in the technical base of agriculture went hand in hand with ecological breakdown. 133. Indeed, the Sahibs themselves often conceded that the devaluation of communal institutions had been a disaster. In the name of liberty, Nash told readers of the Manchester Guardian, "We have made the individual a bondslave, and we have destroyed the corporate life, that seemingly imperishable thing which the bloody tumults of Mughal and Maratha left untouched, and which neither famine nor pestilence disturbed." 134. Unlike the rice-growing deltas of Bengal and eastern India, where colonialism forged alliances with zamindars to jointly exploit agricultural labor, British rule in the dry lands led to the displacement of traditional warrior elites and the rapid disintegration of communitarian institutions. In the Bombay Deccan, Kaiwar adds, within a half a century of the British conquest the village communities were divested of their cohesion and vitality, and they were fragmented into discrete, indeed, Antagonistic social groups which had formerly enjoyed an intimate relationship of interdependence. 135 Likewise in the districts of the Madras Deccan, the development of private property rights and the dissolution of landowning collectivities, destroyed the investment capacity of municipal assemblies altogether. 136 British rule, in various ways, emancipated local political chiefs and big men from the obligation to invest in community resources and public institutions such as tank systems. The shortfall was not made good by the government's own public works. 137. As David Hardiman suggests, British policies, however Smithian in intention, were usually Hobbesian in practice. In the case of Gujarat, which he cites, the new property forms freed village caste elites from traditional reciprocities and encouraged them to exploit irrigation resources to their selfish advantage. This twofold process created a situation in which dominant communities exchanged water amongst themselves on strictly controlled terms, and supplied water to subordinate groups in highly exploitative ways, normally involving sharecropping arrangements. 138 The entitlement to water thus openly became a relation of inequality and a means of exploitation. 11. China, mandates revoked. When the wealthy vie with each other in splendor and display while the poor squeeze each other to death, when the poor do not enjoy a moment's rest while the rich are comfortable, when poor lose more and more while the rich keep piling up treasures, all of this will finally congeal in an ominous vapor which will fill the space between heaven and earth with its darkness. Gongzij Hen. The kaleidoscopic variation of rural social patterns in Victorian India was only partly mirrored in late imperial China. Amid vast ecological and cultural diversity there was also a fundamental geo-economic polarity that had no real counterpart in the subcontinent. The reality of two Chinas predated the Cold War by almost a millennium. Every foreign traveler in Qing China was struck by the dramatic contrasts between the bustling mercantilism of the Yangtze Valley and the seemingly frozen subsistence economy of the Yellow River Basin. The silk and cotton monocultures of the lower Yangtze, supported by rice imports from the Middle River provinces, generated impressive prosperity during the Qing Golden Age of the 18th century at the cost of deepening social divisions between absentee landlords, leaseholding tenants, and landless semi-proletarians. The Great Recession of the 19th century, induced by opium imports, silver outflows, and ecological decline, culminated in the anti-Confucian typing revolution, whose millenarian, leveling impulses threatened landlord as well as mandarin power. The immense destruction of the typing wars, especially in the Middle Yangtze, sapped decades of economic growth and bankrupted the Qings, while leaving intact the hegemony of the lower Yangtze merchant elites and the European allies upon whom they increasingly depended. North China, by contrast, was a world apart. The largest economy of independent peasants on earth, its historical gentry had been decimated, first by the Mongol invasions, and then by the rebellions that had brought the Ming to power. The Qing, in turn, supported smallholder agriculture as the preferred fiscal base for their centralized state while freeing the peasantry from the heavy burdens of forced labor imposed by the Ming. In contrast to the later fiasco of the ryotwary system in British India, Qing policies, like the freezing of corvée revenues in 1713 and state-ensured protection against drought and flood, as well as the appreciation of copper currency in the mid-1700s, greatly benefited the freehold peasant majority. As even Wittfogel in his famous disquisition on Oriental despotism was forced to concede, peasant land ownership in northern China was a massive historical fact. 1. Landlordism, of course, was far from extinct, but it remained a subordinate relation of production in the Yellow River provinces, preponderant only in pockets or within the periphery of cities. 2. In contrast to the late 19th century Yangtze Delta, where Philip Huang estimates that 45 to 100% of the cultivated land was leased from landlords, only 18% of the cropland in the Yellow River Plain was rented. 3. In Shaanxi or Hebei at the end of the Qing dynasty 4 out of every 5 males worked primarily on their own family farm. In the southern province of Jiangxi, on the other hand, the ratio of tenants to freeholders was exactly the inverse. 4. Instead of urban absentees, managerial farmers, employing hired hands in addition to family labor, tended to be the agricultural elite in the north. 5. Because wealthier peasants supported larger households, however, per capita income differentials tended to be small, while diet, as Sidney Gamble discovered in his famous 1920s study of Tingxian in Hebei, differed little except in quantity between most rural income groups. 6. Although these farms are often described as the first shoots of rural capitalism, Huang has shown that northern managerial farms resembled capitalist enterprises only in their use of wage labor. They clearly failed to generate any real advances in labor productivity, whether through economies of scale, increased capital use, or technological improvement. Likewise, the elite kinship networks so central to the highly commercialized economies of the lower Yangtze or the Pearl River deltas were peripheral in the more egalitarian north. Huang argues that the harsher northern environment and relatively greater frequency of natural disasters were crucial factors in differentiating its social structures and land tenure patterns from the south. 7. In a climate zone where, as we have seen, annual rainfall variability exceeded 30% and irrigation was the exception rather than the rule, average rates of return on agriculture were generally too marginal to attract substantial merchant capital. But the environmental instability of agriculture was counterbalanced by the deeply anchored monolithic character of the smallholder social order supported by a towering imperial state. 8. If to most foreigners the cultural and ecological landscapes of the North epitomized China's inability to modernize, to others they represented the very essence of China's epical achievement as a civilization. Francis Nichols, the American journalist who, as we saw earlier, traveled to Zion in 1901 to report on famine relief and the Boxer aftermath for the Christian Herald, discovered Jeffersonian as well as Confucian virtues in the Shaanxi yeomanry. Although the peasants were poor, there is a complete absence of that condition that we call poverty. By Shenzi roadsides one finds some professional beggars, most of whom are opium victims, but here are very few unemployed, except as the result of a universal calamity like a famine or a flood. Shenzi farms seldom contain more than 3 or 4 acres, but they often remain in the possession of one family for generations. No one ever seems to desire more land or hold it solely for the purpose of selling it again. Moreover, Nichols discovered that Qing despotism, supposedly embodied in the Mandarin suppression of all free speech, was belied by a rambunctious civil culture of irreverent political gossip and scalding public criticism. 9. In hidden Shenzi, where he temporarily swelled the foreign population, Nichols was overwhelmed by the cultural and agronomic continuity of contemporary peasant life with ancient Han civilization. As a courageous critic of imperialist calumnies against the Chinese, he is easily forgiven for romanticizing peasant traditionalism as well as for failing to recognize the changed relations of production that were partly responsible for hideous starvation during the 1899-1901 drought. Everywhere in Shaanxi, the declining economic and ecological viability of smallholder agriculture over the course of the 19th century was expressed by increased peasant dependence upon cash crops like opium and cotton. Nichols's admirable farmers were almost universally entrapped in a hopeless system of petty commodity production on subminimal plots that annually wagered household survival on fickle market prices and rainfall patterns. At the same time, vital rural handicrafts were under siege from manufactured imports. Although the only indications of overseas trade that Nichols could find in the markets of Zion were imported cotton thread and some cotton fabrics, these were potent enough symbols of the destabilizing impact of the world market upon inland China. 10. The commercialization of subsistence. The so-called single whip reforms under Zhang Zhihan in the late 16th century, which transmuted corvées and revenues in kind into cash taxes, had inexorably monetarized subsistence production. As immigration and high fertility rates supported by Qing anti-famine policies began to rebuild populations in the provinces devastated by late Ming warfare to their historical maximums, the customs of partible inheritance generated growing pressure on farmland. 11 In the absence of the European alternatives of rapidly growing cities and overseas colonies to absorb supernumerary agricultural labor, Qing China struggled to sustain its standard of living within traditional parameters of land use and agricultural technique. Initially, there was stunning success. In her recent study of Shaanxi's densely populated Wei River Valley, the site of terrible mortality in 1877–78 and again in 1899–1901, Laura Murray confirms the role of New World crops and marginal land reclamation in accommodating population growth at constant levels of per capita output through the mid-18th century. By the 1780s, however, the Wei Valley peasantry was caught in what Murray characterizes as a high-level equilibrium trap in which increasing labor inputs realized diminishing returns in crop yield. With average cultivated land per capita reduced to 3/4 of an acre, even the most intense efforts by Wei farmers could barely produce the caloric minimum of grain to maintain their continued labor. In this context, cash crops' higher value per unit of land made them irresistibly attractive to the poorest strata of the peasantry. 12. Commercialization on these terms was usually more a gamble for survival than an exercise in optimal resource utilization, and cash crops were immediately sold to purchase food and pay taxes, not used to accumulate capital or land. As Murray emphasizes, land use tended to shift from grain crops to cash crops when population density reached the point that average holdings were too small to supply adequate subsistence grains. Many families able to survive on plots too small for subsistence farming because of the higher value of cash crops. Most counties with a high level of commercialization also had grain deficits, and their residents depended on complex trade networks. 13. The Wei Valley case was probably typical of the logic of subsistence cash cropping throughout North China. From their differing perspectives, Chao Kang, Philip Huang, and Ramon Myers have all shown that faced with diminishing farm size, the vast majority of peasants were able to sustain their livelihoods only by the ability to intensify, to turn to subsidiary occupations, and to switch to cash crops. 14. Huang, in particular, cautions against the common assumption of development theorists that such peasants, simply because of their dependence on commodity networks, were suddenly transformed into the competitive, incipient capitalist subjects of neoclassical economics. This kind of market involvement should not be mistaken for entrepreneurial marketing, nor should such peasant behavior be mistaken for profit-maximizing rationality. Theirs was the rationality of survival, not of profit maximization. Moreover, Huang offers a useful distinction between the survival-driven commercialization so common in North China and the extraction-driven commercialization in the more class-stratified Yangtze Delta, where peasants were forced into the market primarily to earn rent payments to landlords and interest payments to money lenders. 15. North China peasants, within the limits of a relatively uniform ecology, embraced several alternative systems of cash crop subsistence. Throughout the Yellow River Plain, for example, villages commonly sold wheat to the cities or distilleries and used the cash to buy coarse grains, millet, sorghum, and buckwheat, for their own diet. Likewise in Shandong, along the route of the Jiaozhou, Jinan Railroad, tobacco monoculture supplanted grain production on much of the best farmland. Peanuts were commercially important by the eve of the Boxer Uprising in southern Hebei as well as in the semi-arid foothills just north of the Great Wall. 16. Opium cultivation, meanwhile, was a primitive form of import substitution, embraced, despite its theoretical illegality, by magistrates and merchants throughout northwest and southwest China. In Shaanxi the governor had sponsored opium cultivation as early as 1852 in a desperate attempt to bolster revenues and peasant incomes. Poppies quickly supplanted so much grain acreage that missionaries, like the American Presbyterian Dr. Elkins, blamed the extreme famine mortality of 1877–78 on the opium boom. 17 In the Wei Valley, opium got a later start, becoming a major commercial crop only after 1870, when fiscally strapped county governments began to encourage its export to other parts of northern China. Once established, however, its growth was dramatic. By 1890, opium had become the livelihood of a majority of the peasantry in the eastern counties of the valley. 18. For marginal peasants everywhere in China, however, the most important cash crop was cotton. It had two principal virtues. In the first place, there was huge, relatively stable internal demand. Second, peasants could add value by processing cotton as spun yarn and woven fabric. Moreover, from the merchant standpoint, rural surplus labor was more rationally exploited at home than in the workshop. Once the marginal product of labor fell below the subsistence wage, Madeleine Zelen explains, it became more economical for merchants to contract or purchase goods from household producers than to produce them themselves using hired labor. Surplus labor was thus retained at home, where the peasant and his family, wishing to garner whatever they could from their residual productivity, were willing to work for less than subsistence wages. The system was possible because the equipment needed to produce yarn, cloth, and other handicraft items was relatively cheap, and problems of marketing were solved by the dense network of rural markets in place by the early Qing. 19. Figure 11.1 Home cotton spinning. Spinning cotton yarn was often the margin of survival on undersized farm plots. Originally, the North China Plain had been simply a periphery to the lower Yangtze textile revolution, exchanging raw cotton for cotton cloth. The northern winters, however, gave peasant households a long slack time in which they could concentrate on spinning and weaving for household use and sale. In Arthur Smith's famous account of village life in China, the Shandong-based missionary marveled at the grim dedication of North China's peasant scum handloom weavers. In some regions every family owns a loom, and it is not uncommon for the members of a family to take turns, the husband weaving until midnight, when the wife takes up the task till daylight. 20. As in pre-industrial Europe, a vast system of cotton handicrafts emerged, centered on the Yellow River Delta, which, in turn, stimulated the further conversion of cereal acreage to cotton in counties as far away as the Loess Plateaus. Simultaneously, New World crops like maize and sweet potatoes, which demanded less labor for higher yields, allowed producers to devote more land and labor to all phases of cotton production. Thus by the middle of the 18th century, North China was second only to the lower Yangtze in cotton cultivation, which, replacing grain, occupied an estimated 20 to 30% of all agricultural land. 21. It was not rare to find counties near river or canal transport, as in southern and central Hebei, where 80 to 90% of the population derived its principal subsistence from trading cotton cloth for millet. Indeed, for poorer peasants forced to lease land, there was often no choice at all. Once rental terms on land that could grow cotton came to be set according to the market potential of that crop, no tenant could really afford to grow cereals. 22. In good years, therefore, cash cropping allowed basically subsistence farms to survive in great numbers. Although cotton required twice as much labor per mu as sorghum or millet, this was not a problem in an involuted economy where labor was abundant and land was scarce. But cotton cultivation in North China cut both ways, as Huang has emphasized in his study of the Hebei, northwest Shandong region. The smallholder found that, though his returns became higher, so too did his expenses. The risks from natural or man-made disaster were thus correspondingly greater. Whereas millet and sorghum depend upon the late summer monsoon, cotton requires ample rainfall or irrigation in the spring, a relatively dry season at best, with only 10 to 15% of the total annual precipitation. To the extent that households derived increasing subsistence from the sale of cotton or cotton handicrafts, their survival was mortgaged more precariously than before against ENSO fluctuations. Drought in the spring could bring total disaster to a household completely dependent on cotton. 23. The boom-bust cycle of cotton production also reinforced social stratification, enlarging the ranks of poor peasants or laborers dependent upon seasonal or permanent wage labor. Since partible inheritance dissolved most village-level concentrations of wealth after a generation or two, the growth of a rich peasant class in North China in the Victorian era was less dramatic than the accumulation of mendicancy and instability below. Unlike the Yangtze Delta, agrarian immiseration in the north was not counterbalanced by the consolidation of big mercantile or agrarian capital. In drought-ravaged northern Shaanxi, where survivors of the Long March would regroup in 1935, It could be said that socio-economic differences within the region were really a matter of varying depths of poverty. 24 Reliance on the market only exacerbated the radical nakedness of these pauper layers in face of the threats of drought and flood. Huang cites the apprehensions of a mid-19th century magistrate in a Shandong county where most of the sown land was dedicated to cotton. The rich do not store grain, and the poor rely entirely on hiring out and the board that comes with wage labor. Once confronted with natural disaster and bad harvests, they are at a complete loss. 25. Micro-commercialization in addition added new exposures to such man-made disasters as commodity cycles, price inflation and monetary speculation. The diversion of so much cultivable acreage from grain production made tens of millions of formerly autonomous peasants directly dependent upon the grain trade and the price ratio between cash crops and subsistence cereals. Folk textiles, meanwhile, faced the competition after 1880 of factory-produced imports from India and Japan. Hand-spun yarn declined from 98% of China's consumption in 1876 to little more than 40% in 1900, and cotton merchants were transformed from peddlers of domestic production into salesmen of foreign yarn. India's export to Asia, principally China, meanwhile increased from £21.3 million in 1878 to nearly £300 million in 1905.26. The most spectacular surge in yarn imports, 40% in value in a single year, occurred, ominously enough, between 1898 and 1899.27. A peasant spinner, Huang emphasizes, simply could not overcome the overwhelming advantage of a technology by which, according to one estimate, he could be outproduced by as much as 8,000% by a worker using a power spindle. The result was a product so cheap it sometimes sold close to the cost of raw cotton. 28. It was not surprising that rural Chinese were baffled by the origin of such cheap thread. Thus a Shaanxi spinner whom Francis Nichols interviewed in 1901 accounted for by the theory that the United States was an island not far from China. When I told him that the country from which the thread came was 18,000 li from the plain of Xi'an, he shook his head dubiously. The thread would cost more, he said, if it had to be brought such a long distance. 29. Although handloom weaving, which benefited from better factory-made yarn, would struggle on against machine competition for another generation, the collapse of cotton spinning in the 1890s had profound repercussions for the poorest strata of North China peasants. Esherick, in his study of the social origins of the Boxer movement, as we have seen, argues that Western Shandong became the seedbed of revolt in the late 1890s precisely because of its combined vulnerability to natural disaster and foreign textile imports. The changed course of the Yellow River after 1855 and the consequent silting up of the Grand Canal, combined with an increased frequency of flood and drought, had made the depressed regions along the Shandong, Hebei and Shandong, Jiangsu, Henan borders ever more dependent on cotton handicrafts for sheer survival. Too isolated and too lacking in alternative resources to enjoy any of the stimulative effects that the treaty port economies sometimes generated in their more immediate hinterlands, Western Shandong was economically devastated in the 1890s by the loss of its traditional markets to factory-made Indian cotton yarn and cloth. 30 The imports were the dragon's teeth, sown by the world market, that eventually grew into peasant insurrection. Depletion of the granaries. The commercialization of subsistence in North China was only weakly supported by long-distance grain trading. The raw cotton and cotton handicrafts, wheat, tobacco, and opium grown by poor peasants were principally exchanged within cellular local markets, usually coinciding with county boundaries or, more rarely, with the North China regional system. 31 There was an insufficient two-way flow of goods between the periodically grain deficit north and the surplus-producing Yangtze Valley to protect against harvest shortfalls on a large scale. As late as 1900, the interregional trade of farm products was only 7% of total empire-wide production. 32 Regular long-distance grain trading was confined to east-west corridors within southern China, for example, from Sichuan and Hunan down the Yangtze River, or from Guangxi to Guangdong, where economic specialization was most developed. By contrast, the flow of grain from south to north, frequently against the gravity of market prices, required the heavy lifting of the imperial tribute system. Ironically, as northern peasants increasingly staked their survival on cash crops, they became, if anything, more dependent on the state's capacity to ensure the interregional redistribution of grain outside of market mechanisms. And this depended, in the first place, on the empire's fiscal health. 33. The 18th century, Susan Naquin and Evelyn Roski emphasize, was a period of surplus revenues for the Qing state, bulging treasuries and a fat privy purse, the product not only of peace and prosperity but also of the successful tightening of control over tax remittances from the provinces under Yongzheng. 34. On the eve of the French Revolution, the Qing treasury still had a surplus of 70 million taels, but this was rapidly expended in costly military campaigns or squandered by corrupt courtiers. By the time that the Jia Emperor took the throne in 1796, the Golden Age had ended and fiscal crisis was becoming chronic. The turning point was a millenarian peasant uprising in the disaster-prone border region of western Shandong. 35. The ensuing decade-long war against the White Lotus rebels, the first major human calamity in about 120 years, sapped both the treasury and tribute grain reserves. 36. The food supply priorities of the state shifted to provisioning large numbers of troops, a diversion that would become almost total during the later Taiping, Nian, and Muslim civil wars. 37. Immensely costly flood catastrophes, which had no equivalent in the 18th century, also conspired to push the late Qing state deep into insolvency. There were no less than 17 consecutive years of flooding between 1839 and the final Yellow River cataclysm of 1855.38. The cost to the state in social disruption, lost agricultural income and relief and repair funds was immense. Combined with the expense of the Opium War and the state's already weakened fiscal conditions, these floods left the state treasury barren. 39. Even greater calamities, of course, followed in the 1850s when the rain-swollen Yellow River hijacked the course of the Daking River to switch deltas from the Yellow Sea to the Gulf of Bohai just as the Taiping Revolution was cutting off Beijing's all-important revenues and grain tributes from the Yangtze Valley. The Qing fiscal system, as we saw earlier, was additionally undermined by price inflation rooted in China's opium-generated trade deficits as well as the exchange perturbations that followed the great powers' adoption of the gold standard in the 1870s. Despite desperate efforts to insulate taxes from monetary erosion by maintaining a favorable copper/silver ratio, Wang Yeqian has estimated that the real value of land revenues declined by almost two-thirds from the golden age of the 1750s to the Boxer Uprising. From the mid-19th century the Qing had mixed success in using commercial taxes, special surcharges, and customs revenue to arrest the erosion of their traditional agrarian tax base. Their increasing reliance on tax farmers to collect old and new revenues only increased the illegal leakage. At the end of day, however, the fiscal crisis came to weigh most heavily upon provincial and county governments, which depended even more than Beijing on land revenue yet were increasingly expected to shoulder additional responsibilities for self-defense, flood control, irrigation and famine relief. 40. Fiscal crisis directly translated into reduced administrative capacity and indirectly into diminished peasant food security, at least in areas poorly served by the interregional rice trade. The ever-normal and charity granary systems which stored as much as 48 million shi of reserve rice, wheat, and millet in the High Qing were rapidly depleted. 41. Even in the early 18th century, when the population of China was not much more than half of its 1,840 level, this amount probably represented little more than 3 or 4% of the nation's grain output. 42. Will cites an edict of 1799 complaining that only 1/4 of the ever-normal granaries had stored their full quotas. 43. Reduced to these levels, the imperial granaries were no longer able to act as an economic flywheel normalizing grain prices. By the 1820s, according to R. Bin Wang, the empire-wide grain reserves had fallen below 30 million shi. By the 1850s, they were under 20 million. 44. 20 years later, at the onset of famine in 1876, there was probably less than 10 million she left in the entire system. 45. At a local level, this was often equivalent to complete collapse. Even in the Golden Age, the ever-normal mechanism of restocking granaries with autumn purchases had broken down in much of the northwest. Granaries in Shaanxi and Gansu were forced to distribute grain more frequently than they could afford by their own account, and the ensuing deficit had to be financed by Beijing. 46 From the calamitous watershed of the White Lotus Rebellion, the regional disequilibrium between annual harvest and minimum consumption was exacerbated by a vicious circle of declining agricultural productivity, ethno-religious warfare, and government insolvency. 47 Gentry-managed community and charity granaries, which took up some of the burden of food security elsewhere, were ineffective in breaking the decline of state granaries in the impoverished Loess areas. As a result, granary inventories in some counties of Shaanxi had fallen to less than 10% of their quotas by the early 1870s. 48 On the eve of the Great Drought, in other words, northwest China was ripe for catastrophe. The empire-wide rundown in ever-normal granary inventories was also accompanied by an increasing diversion of tribute grain flows from the inland North China Plain. Although, as Dwight Perkins points out, the amount of grain going north to Peking was trivial in comparison to total national output, it represented about 15% of the revenues of the central government, and, as we saw in the case of the 1743 drought, constituted a strategic famine reserve close at hand in North China. Most of the tribute was supplied by 4 provinces, and there was intense lobbying by the Jiangnan elites to substitute the maritime route for the Grand Canal. Beginning in the 1870s, the coastal steamer rapidly replaced grain tribute junks on the Grand Canal. By the 1890s, the only substantial amounts of grain carried by canal junk were the shipments of millet from Shantung. Beijing's port of Tianjin boomed as a result, while the older canal entrepôts with their large workforces of bargemen and laborers declined into permanent depression. 49 Although the imperial granaries at Tongzhou, near Beijing, were still theoretically available for relief campaigns, Will shows that by the end of the Jiaqing reign in 1820 tribute grain had ceased to play a major role in combating famine. 50 As the state infrastructure deteriorated, the empire increasingly relied on a combination of cash handouts and local philanthropy to relieve famines. In 1831, the Daoguang emperor, noting the wretched condition of the imperial granaries, remarked that for this reason, when a province is hit by calamity, rarely ask that be aided with ever-normal grain. In general, they content themselves with applying for silver from the provincial treasury and converting it into copper cash to be distributed. 51 Although the Tongzi reformers temporarily returned to a vigorous hands-on approach to famine relief when the region around the capital was successively baked by drought and drowned by flood in 1867–68, it was a last hurrah for Confucian statecraft in the heroic mode of Fang Guancheng. Henceforth Beijing's principal response to weather disasters was the tardy donation of cash. As we have seen in the accounts of the 1877 and 1899 famines, the resort to monetary relief had fatal flaws. 52. The market, for example, was frequently unable to accommodate emergency demand. Either the explosion in grain prices quickly exceeded the minimal survival value of cash relief, or, as in the extreme case of Shaanxi, there was simply not enough grain locally available at any price. Attempts to purchase and transport large amounts of grain at one time into the Loess highlands only produced catastrophic traffic pile-ups like that at Guguan Pass in 1877. Unlike the Yangtze Valley, where water transport of rice remained cheap and efficient, grain commerce in the drier northern provinces, especially during droughts, suffered from the paucity of navigable waterways. In John Lossing Buck's epic study, Land Utilization in China, only 2 out of 51 northern villages had access to water transport in contrast to 23 out of 80 in the south. 53 From the perspective of a society dependent on commercial grain for survival during famine, overland transport was staggeringly expensive and inefficient. Summarizing the Royal Asiatic Society's extensive 1893-94 investigations of inland communications in China, T. Kingsmill marveled that a civilization so brilliant in its development of water transport could entirely abdicate road construction. Probably no country in the world, he wrote, has paid so little attention to roads, especially in the north where neglect culminates. 54. Mary Wright long ago suggested that deliberate neglect of inland arteries of transport was rational policy from Beijing's point of view. State power in imperial China was frequently equated with immobilization of the peasantry and their isolation from disruptive ideological or economic influences. The Qing, in this interpretation, were no more eager to encourage the peasantry to move around the country than they were to invite foreign powers to use railroads to bring troops and cheap factory goods into the interior. Even the reformers of the 1860s were interested in improved communications only insofar as they might affect maritime defense and the food supply of the capital. 55. This neglect, however, would over time grow into a principal popular grievance. The communists in Qianbei and other northern base areas in the late 1930s won great popularity for making road building a top priority of their rural reconstruction program. 56. Corruption and devolution. The monetarization of relief also made it even easier for venal officials to pilfer funds. The rampant practice in the 19th century of selling local offices to generate relief funds dramatically expanded the number of lower-level fiscal predators. The ever-normal granaries and the grain tribute administration were especially lush targets for corrupt officials in the Rasputin-like mold of Hessian, the notorious late 18th century Minister of Revenue with whom the Qianlong Emperor probably had a homosexual liaison. As Will points out, everyone in late Qing China, from the emperor to secret societies, believed that honesty and efficiency in local government had declined dramatically from the 1790s. As early as 1801, the year the Jiaqing Emperor closely supervised the special measures carried out in Zhili in the wake of severe flooding, he was struck by the troubling thought that the skyrocketing cost of relief in other provinces was perhaps better explained by the profits made by the clerks and runners than by the number of ruined peasants pure and simple, and later in the reign, various memorials spoke of the extortions exacted by investigators and sub-bureaucrats, unauthorized. Deductions from provincial funds, registers of disaster victims drawn up without verification of any kind, distribution centers established with attention to actual needs, gruel containing sand, fraudulent exchange rates in converting silver to copper, and other abuses. 57. By the coronation of the unhappy Xiangong Emperor a half-century later, these abuses, seemingly magnified by the Qing's inability to defend Chinese sovereignty, had become core revolutionary grievances. As prolonged drought turned into famine through much of Guangxi and Guangdong in 1848-49, corrupt local magistrates connived with local grain merchants to manipulate distributions from the local granaries so as to drive the already exorbitant rice price higher. 58. When, ultimately, rice became as high as the price of pearls, starving peasants attempted to open granaries and were slaughtered by the magistrates' troops. As a direct result, countless thousands flocked to the angry millenarian banner of God's Chinese son, Hongxiaoquan. Later, in the summer of 1852, when the Taiping kings paused in Dazhu to issue their famous proclamations against the Qing, they accused their rulers of withholding public relief from victims of flood, famine and other natural calamities in order to decrease the Chinese population. 59. The benevolent 18th century welfare state of the Yongzheng Emperor was not even a distant memory. Whenever floods and droughts occur, do not show the slightest compassion, they sit and watch the starving people wander by until the bleached bones grow like wild weeds. 60. The Tongzi Restoration did little to restore popular confidence in local government's ability to provide protection against disaster. Despite the reformers' rhetorical exaltation of the social compact between the Qing and the peasantry, one of their most significant initiatives was a vast sale of Confucian merit that increased the caste of degree holders from 1.1 million to 1.45 million. 61. The venal appetite of this enlarged gentry explains why peasants were groaning under new fiscal oppressions while Beijing was simultaneously complaining that it was broke. Granary administration, in particular, was treated as a spoils system by local collusions of corrupt officials and grain merchants. By 1893, when the first Western study of Chinese finances was completed, more than half of the North's tribute grain was estimated as lost to pilferage. The officials in charge of the granaries juggle with the rice, and every few years a great scandal occurs. Old and decayed rice is paid out in the place of new rice, weights and measures are falsified, the Manchu soldiery are found to be selling their nominal rights for what they will fetch, and to be actually buying eatable rice in the market, and so on. Peking, in short, is like a filthy colony of rats, each official living in a hole of his own, and preying, when he can and where he can, upon the public storehouse. 62. Although honest local officials still struggled heroically to restock the granaries, their efforts were everywhere undercut by corrupt subordinates. Murray cites the example of a magistrate in Shaanxi's Han-Chiang County, which in the early 1890s had not yet recovered from the 1877-78 disaster, who conscientiously bought up grain surpluses during good years to fill 20 local granaries. When drought destroyed the harvest in 1900, he turned confidently to his reserves only to find that the granary administrators had secretly sold off 2/3 of the inventory. 63 As a result, the county was almost depopulated by famine. 64. In face of such obdurate corruption and overwhelmed by fiscal exigencies, the imperial government disengaged itself even further from direct administration of food security. As Mary Rankin, Mark Elvin, and others have emphasized, the formidable state capacities of the 18th century were gradually devolved to the non-office-holding gentry during the long 19th century siege by imperialism and domestic rebellion. Nouveau riches merchants and landowners increasingly coordinated tax collection, local law and order, flood control, and famine relief. When the resources of the locally managed Zhenju and their privately stocked charity granaries were inadequate to the task, the late Qing state turned to the wealthy Jiangnan elites, who donated rice and cash, provided assistance with transportation, and opened their city gates to famine refugees from the north. But this makeshift system, which failed so catastrophically in 1877 and 1899, was never a real alternative to the vertically integrated state infrastructure of the previous century, with its abilities to maintain local ever-normal granaries as well as to carry out the inter-regional transfers that alone made large-scale and long-lasting famine relief possible. 65. The reconstruction of the granary system and restoration of peasant food security, accordingly, became central demands of all anti-Qing revolutionaries. Long before Mao's Yan'an Wei, the Taipings in their Utopian Manifesto, the land system of the Heavenly Dynasty, had envisioned a more directly communist system for redistributing the entire agricultural surplus through new state granaries. All land under heaven will be cultivated in common by all who live under heaven. All land under heaven will circulate to equalize abundance and scarcity. The produce of one locality where the harvest is good will be transported to give relief to another place where famine occurs. At harvest time the Liang Suma will supervise the Wuchang and will, after deducting sufficient for food for each of the persons belonging to the 25 households until the next harvest, the surplus, and send it to the state granaries. 66. Paying the bill for the Golden Age. North China's history has been shaped by its paradoxical position within the larger spatial economy of the empire. Economically peripheral, it remained the administrative core. The geographical separation of economic and political power in China, equivalent to the distance between London and Berlin, has been unique for a land-based state. Since the early Sung dynasty, the greater part of the economic surplus had been produced in the lower Yangtze Valley, but the largest center of surplus consumption usually has been in the north on the edge of the steppe, close to the nomadic sources of Jurchen, Mongol and Manchu military hegemony. The extraordinary transportation infrastructure, comprising the Grand Canal, its feeder waterways and storage depots, used to move surplus wealth from south to north, also made it possible for the Qings to ecologically stabilize northern agriculture with vital imports of rice, fuel, timber, and stone. In the mid-18th century, as we have seen, the imperial bureaucracy could mobilize famine relief more effectively than any European polity. Yet a century later, Beijing seemed almost powerless to intervene in one of the most deadly chain reactions of civil war, foreign intervention, climate disaster, disease, and famine in history. This collapse in state capacity to control the natural as well as social environments has long vexed historians of modern China. Why did ecological degradation, asks Kenneth Pomeranz in a recent forum, which up until the mid-18th century was arguably under better control than in Europe or Japan, assume crisis proportions thereafter? 67. Recent scholarship suggests the necessary distinction between two discrete, if ultimately convergent, environmental crises, developing at separate tempos and levels in the social formation. In the first case, peasant land clearances in the mountainous watersheds of the Yellow, Wei and Huai rivers accelerated the erosion cycle with inevitably devastating consequences for the plains below. In the second case, the mid-Victorian fiscal crisis of the Qing state, which coincided with skyrocketing costs of flood control arising from increased sedimentation, led to the gradual devolution of hydraulic management to a pauperized peasantry and unwilling gentry. North Chinese agriculture was thus exposed to the most severe climate stress in 200 years, precisely when the state was in full retreat from its traditional ecological mandates. The Qing Golden Age in the 18th century, Robert Marks reminds us, was based on a massive remaking of Chinese environmental space. Population growth under a system of partible inheritance between 1750 and 1850, at least partly induced by the rising proto-industrial demand for family labor in rural handicraft production, put increasing stress on agroecological carrying capacity. Unlike Europe, this population explosion was not absorbed through the parallel growth of urban centers or emigration to overseas colonies. Indeed, according to Madison, by 1820 the Chinese degree of urbanization was not much greater than it had been 1,000 years earlier, and actually declined from the early Qing to the late Qing. 68 As in India, the long economic recession in the first half of the 19th century, due in China's case to the negative balance of trade and silver outflows caused by opium imports, caused widespread urban unemployment and pushed many workers into the countryside. 69. Instead, the 18th century population boom was largely accommodated by ecologically unsustainable settlement in formerly uncultivated mountains, foothills, and wet lowlands. Peasant pioneers and improving landowners brought nearly 25,000 square kilometers of new land under the plow during the 18th century, most of it hilly or periodically inundated. The immediate advantages were great. 70 Legendary profits were made clear-cutting the forests that still protected the watersheds of China's great rivers. Worrisome congestion in the fertile valleys and plains was temporarily relieved by mass emigration into foothill and mountain peripheries where New World crops like maize and sweet potatoes allowed cultivators to wrest a living from sandy, unfertilized soils previously regarded as untillable. At the same time, land-hungry peasants and urban speculators built dikes to reclaim hundreds of thousands of acres of rich marsh and bottomland for commercial agriculture. By the last quarter of the 18th century, however, the marginal returns from forestry and land conversion were near the vanishing point. Manchuria aside, Rhodes Murphy estimates that Chinese forests were already largely gone by 1820, almost wholly by 1860. 71 Too many peasants clung to eroding hillsides or struggled to drain malarial wetlands. Overflow basins that managed flood waters, as well as reservoirs that stored water for irrigation in dry spells, had been ill-advisedly turned into fields, with predictably disastrous results. 72 Thus the great clearances that had subsidized the Golden Age became root causes of intractable ecological crisis during the century that followed. This previously little understood environmental history of Qing population growth has been admirably explored in recent case studies of the Pearl River watershed and the Dongting Lake region in the Middle Yangtze Valley. In both regions, the early windfalls of virgin soil cultivation were inevitably followed by environmental degradation and increased vulnerability to natural hazards. Nature collected the bill for 18th century prosperity in deferred payments of drought, flood, and famine. 73. The denudation of North China. The greatest downstream tragedies, however, took place in the system of the Yellow River and its major tributaries. Shaanxi's Wei River Valley, studied by several authors, is a sobering example. At the end of the Ming dynasty, the foothills of the Qinliang Mountains, which formed the valley's southern border, were still heavily wooded. During the early and mid-Qing, however, huge timber factories mobilizing armies of 3,000 to 5,000 woodcutters and laborers systematically denuded the forests. Subsequently, thousands of poor peasants from congested counties as far away as Sichuan and Hebei were officially encouraged by tax exemptions and other subsidies to emigrate to the region. 74 New World crops allowed cultivation on soils that were too sandy, too acidic, too infertile and drought-prone to have supported settled populations in any numbers in the past. 75 Maize and potatoes, especially, could be cultivated on sloping, unterraced hillsides with thin soil layers otherwise unsuitable for rice or wheat. However, the price of this cheap subsistence was increased erosion that eventually became catastrophic. Within a few generations, geomorphological forces had crossed a dynamic threshold and gullies grew with alarming speed, deepening sometimes by several hundred feet within the span of a single human lifetime. By the mid-19th century, writes Murray, the mountains became barren and the rivers were blocked up. 76 The first modern European visitors, like Baron von Richthofen in 1870, gave vivid accounts of the silting up of the famous Qing irrigation systems, particularly the magnificent complex that had made the Wei Plain a hearth of civilization. Similarly, many of the areas in the Loess country that Marco Polo had praised for verdancy and the abundance of mulberry trees had become treeless near deserts by Victorian times. 77 Although foreigners often confused modern and ancient decay, the 19th century administered the environmental coup de grace. For peasants, meanwhile, the easy living of early pioneer days became an increasingly grim battle for survival on eroding islands of semi-arable soil. On the lower slopes, by the later 19th century, there had been up to a century of maize cultivation with only limited fertilizer. Yields began to fall drastically. Potato crops began to suffer seriously from disease. Yields were unstable, the price of food began to rise, doubling in the 19th century, owing to the increasing population and static or declining supplies. 78 Eventually many mountain farmers were unable to produce their own family subsistence, so they turned to fruit trees as a cash crop. This specialization, Murray explains, was regarded by the authors of the local history as particularly precarious, because the profit of the entire year depended on a single harvest. Many of the fruit growers were extremely poor, lacking even adequate food and clothing. 79. The mid-century civil wars completed the denudation of China's surviving forested watersheds. Accounts of the time repeatedly mention wanton destruction of forests by the Taipings, and equally massive assaults by the imperial forces in their effort to deny shelter to the rebels. The major weapon seems to have been fire. There are descriptions of former forests which by the 1860s consisted only of blackened stumps over hundreds of square miles. All of this activity was concentrated in the remaining area within, or around the edges of, the major center of population in China proper, which still had some vestigial forest cover. The mountainous far west was unaffected, but forests there were of little use to the rest of China, where the vast majority of the people lived. Those forests were in turn heavily exploited in the course of the great Muslim rebellions and their suppression, concentrated in Yunnan and in Shenzi Kansu, between 1855 and 1878.80. Figure 11.2 Hillside farms in Shaanxi. As farming deforested hillsides, the erosion rate increased exponentially. Depopulation and ecological devastation was perhaps most extreme in Shaanxi, where genocidal ethnic warfare killed or displaced an estimated 90% of the Muslim population and left much of the province outside the Wei Valley a wilderness for the Chinese communists to resettle a full half-century later. As Pauline Keating points out, the financially strapped Qing invested only in the pacification of Shaanxi, not its reconstruction. In the absence of both an official resettlement strategy and a sustained program of infrastructural repair and development, local economic systems disintegrated. Whole villages were deserted, the distances between settlements became longer, transport routes fell into disrepair, and market centers and trading networks disappeared. Water wells, irrigation and drainage systems, cropland embankments, granaries, and pathways were not maintained. 81. The same dismal sequence, if less apocalyptically, was repeated everywhere throughout the foothills and lowest plateaus of northwest China. It seemed as if humans had set out to reduce their original environment to only two types of land: carefully maintained, productive, private farmland, and ruthlessly exploited, unproductive, common wasteland. 82. Nor was deforestation, as an account from turn-of-the-century Shandong makes clear, the last stage in the economic exploitation of the foothills and mountains. All the boys of the village big enough to walk and carry a basket are sent out over the hillsides to collect grass, twigs, and any kind of herbage that can be used as fodder or fuel. Each boy carries an iron grubbing hook, and thus equipped he clambers up the slopes, working away at this task with cheerful energy. Through the industry of this army of human locusts the mountains are denuded of herbage and even roots often grubbed up. 83. The stubble that remained on the slopes was burned to provide fertilizing ash runoff for fields downhill. 84. As the last local sources of firewood were exhausted, a fuel and lumber famine began to undermine agriculture throughout North China. Despite vast, although poorly mined, coal deposits in Shandong and Shaanxi, the rural poor could seldom afford coal, and the breakdown of the Grand Canal system, to be discussed in a moment, inflated its price as well as that of imported wood from central China. Cheap Manchurian timber was available in the coastal cities, but was generally not imported into the interior. 85. Demand for construction material, wrote an American authority on Chinese forestry in the 1920s, has been reduced to supply, until in northern Shaanxi about the only articles of wood within a house are chopsticks, and only the door and the paper window lattice of the house are of wood. 86. Likewise in southwest Shandong, Pomeranz estimates that the fuel supply per peasant household at the time of the Boxer upheaval was barely a quarter of what was traditionally held to be the subsistence minimum. Scarce cattle dung, therefore, had to be burned for heat and less fertilizer was applied to the soil. 87. Alternatively, more intensive efforts had to be made gathering residual vegetation from the hillsides, thus ensuring their complete denudation. 88. Figure 11.3. A silted-up channel in the Wei Valley. As in India, deforestation enhanced the frequency of hydrological drought by lowering water tables, increasing runoff, and ruining irrigation systems and reservoirs with sedimentation. 89. Fatalistic peasants, all too conscious that they were involuntary actors in a vicious circle of poverty and environmental destruction, quoted Mencius to each other, "Mountains empty, rivers gorged." The acceleration of the erosion cycle became nearly exponential. The American forestry expert W.C. Loudermilk estimated in 1930 that slope denudation in Shaanxi and Shandong in the previous century or so had increased superficial runoff 50-fold. But the rate of erosion is increased from 100 to several thousand-fold. 90. As a result, visitors frequently encountered deforestation's ubiquitous monuments, great stone bridges completely mired in sediment. Their arches were partially or entirely blocked by silt, although they had been designed originally to accommodate a deeper, more regular flow of water. One might in fact have derived a round measure of the chronology of deforestation and siltation in many areas by fixing the date of the bridges as an indication of the time when the streams were less silt-laden and comparing this with the depth and apparent recency of deposition since. 91. Traveling in 1923 through northern Shaanxi, the future redoubt of Mao's Long Marchers, Loudermilk was stunned by the extent to which overcultivation had eroded the landscape into badlands. As soil exhaustion in the 18th century led to the substitution of pasturage for agriculture, shepherds began to systematically burn off shrub cover to open land for grass. The result was that 50% of the ground space in the region was occupied by erosion gullies, some several hundred feet deep. 92. Erosion on this scale led to radical changes in the composition of the sediment load carried downstream. For millennia, the Yellow River and its tributaries had conveyed rich loess silt to replenish and fertilize the North China Plain. By the 19th century, However, accelerated erosion had removed the deep loess cover in many parts of the watershed and the highlands were beginning to erode bedrock and sand instead. As early as 1810, Shaanxi officials were already worried about the vast quantities of sand and gravel that were annually washed from the deforested hillsides, clogging up irrigation ditches and canals in the valleys below. 93 By the end of the century, flood-deposited sand was smothering some of the best cropland in North China. Finally, the denudation of the mountains and hills directly affected the water supply available during droughts in the plains below. In addition to erosion and flooding, Murphy explains, deforestation had the predictable effect of lowering the water table, especially critical in North China with its heavy dependence on shallow traditional wells, which increasingly ran dry. Without adequate cover, especially on slopes, to retain and absorb rainfall, groundwater reserves were not recharged as they should be by slow release and seepage. 94 In a fuel-famished economy that lacked cheap energy sources for running hydraulic pumps, the lowering of the water tables below the reach of manually operated windlasses or level poles was a constant and sometimes deadly frustration. Drought-stricken peasants knew that there was plenty of water underneath their fields but had no means to pump it to the surface. It was not until after liberation that suitably deep wells with electric pumps revolutionized farming in the North China Plain. The crisis of river conservancy. Sedimentation in the Yellow River Delta is a problem in hydraulic control that dwarfs the challenge of all other civilized rivers except perhaps the modern Mississippi. 20th century measurements show that each cubic meter of river water carries an astonishing 100 pounds of silt in suspension. Approximately 1.5 billion tons of loess are eroded annually in the Yellow River Basin. Half of that amount settles out of suspension as the river slows down across the floodplain, and half of it is carried to the sea. 95-96 Deposited on the nearly flat North China Plain, the sediment will either force the river into chaotic and rapidly changing meanders like a great writhing snake or, if the channel is constricted by human engineering, will lead to the rapid buildup of the riverbed high above the plain. 97 Although the Mandarin engineers of the Yellow River Conservancy developed extraordinary expertise in using the diked power of the river to scour deeper and faster channels, sedimentation eventually overcame their most ingenious efforts at streamlining the flow. There were, in fact, two warring schools about how to tame the Yellow River. One school of river managers wanted to confine the river between high, narrowly spaced levees to maximize its channel deepening power and emancipate more floodplain for tillage, while the other advocated lower levees set 5 to 10 kilometers apart. These two strategies, Charles Greer writes, represent more than different technical approaches to controlling the river. Their roots lie in different philosophical outlooks. Needham associates the construction of close, strong dikes with a Confucianist tendency to curb nature, analogous to the reliance by this school of thought on strict ethical codes for shaping human behavior. He associates widely separated, low levees with the Taoist approach of letting nature follow its own course. 98 Even the Taoists, however, were ultimately forced to respond to the rising bed with higher levees and revetments, as well as more cut-offs, overflow basins, drainage canals, and polders. This inexorable construction program in turn required a growing army of hired labor, specialist river troops and their overseers. Thus the hydraulic evolution of the river produced a corresponding expansion in the scale, complexity, and financial burden of its conservancy. Soaring costs were aggravated by excessive bureaucratization and rampant corruption that ultimately sped the system toward collapse. 99 The rising riverbed also generated bitter social conflict everywhere along the Yellow's course. Newer, higher dikes, Vermeer writes, diverted the flood problem to less well-protected flood-prone areas. The city walls might offer protection for county capitals, but the countryside was left to its own devices. Likewise the widespread conversion, usually illegal, of polders and reservoirs to fields increased the river's pressure against its levees and exacerbated the chance of a catastrophic breach. 100. Inevitably, despite the most arduous efforts of the Conservancy's hydraulic experts, the defenses would fail after an unusually heavy summer monsoon, most likely in a major La Nina year. Angry brown waters would engulf hundreds, even thousands of villages, as in 1898 on the eve of the Boxer Rebellion. More than 1,500 such floods have been recorded since the time of the Han. They are North China's ordinary disasters and a major cause of its chronic peasant unrest. Every few centuries, however, cumulative sedimentation, modulated by human action, would so reshape the topography of the plain that the river would break free into a completely different channel. Thus 8 times in written history the Yellow River has radically switched its path to the sea, moving hundreds of miles from the Yellow Sea to the Gulf of Bohai and back again. 101 These epochal changes of channel, by regionally redistributing the costs of flood control, have had complex political repercussions, indeed, have determined the fate of dynasties. In 1800, the Yellow River flood control system, redesigned by the great engineer Panjigsun between 1577 and 1589, was more than 200 years old. As Randall Dodgen points out, the river had gone longer without a change of course, but it had never been held in one course for so long by dint of human labor and engineering. 102 It was the singular misfortune of the Qings that this inescapable hydraulic cycle, which in its final stages entailed almost geometrical increases in the costs of dike construction, reached its crisis point in coincidence with economic recession and the most destructive civil war in history. Already by the early 19th century, more than 10% of the imperial budget was devoted to increasingly desperate efforts to control the path of the Yellow River, an expense totally without parallel in the 18th century. 103 Thereafter, as we saw in Chapter 9, the Qing treasury was rapidly emptied by the forced outflow of silver to purchase opium from British India, the depletion of the Yunnan copper mines, the costs of the Opium Wars, and, finally, the Taiping catastrophe, which cut off tribute from the Middle Yangtze provinces for almost a decade. Figure 11.4 The Grand Canal and the Yellow River. As early as 1837, Conservancy officials had warned Beijing that, despite huge expenditures on reinforcement, many of the dikes in Henan were too weak to withstand high water. In the event, the 3 successive floods of 1841–43, coincident with the First Opium War, dealt crippling blows to the Qing's simultaneous effort to contain both imperialism and the river. As Dodgen points out, the cost to the state in social disruption, lost agricultural income and relief and repair funds was immense. Combined with the expense of the Opium War and the state's already weakened fiscal condition, these floods left the state treasury barren. 104 For another decade, during the last years of the Daoguang Emperor, troops and engineers gamely struggled to restore control over a river seemingly becoming wilder each year. It was not until a second series of floods took place in 1851, 1852 and 1853 that the Qing's commitment to Yellow River Conservancy began to waver. Concerned with the growing scope of the Taiping Rebellion, the state slowed the pace of repairs and redirected funds to the struggle against the rebels. 105. While Beijing was thus diverted, the Yellow in 1855 broke free of its old channel, hijacked the course of the Daking River, and poured downgrade through Honan and Shandong, drowning hundreds of thousands of peasants and millions of acres of fertile farmland. Flood refugees, ruined farmers, and displaced transportation workers, in turn, swelled the ranks of the Nian rebels and local turban bandits who controlled a vast swathe of territory from the Huai River to the new course of the Yellow. 106 The alliance of the Taiping and Nian in the aftermath of the channel switching catastrophe might have doomed the Qing had not a simultaneous civil war amongst the Taiping leaders in Nanking fatally splintered the Kingdom of Heavenly Peace. Figure 11.5 Yellow and Yangtze Regions Disaster Reporting. Source, B. Stavis, Ending Famines in China, in Garcia and Escudero, p. 117. Fighting desperately for its survival on multiple fronts, meanwhile, the empire was powerless to control nature in the Yellow River Plain. Only after the defeat of the Taipings in 1865 could Beijing focus again on the complex, almost overwhelming, problem of the unleashed Yellow River. Arguing that neglect of the hydraulic infrastructure had been a principal cause of the Taiping and Nian revolts, The Qing heroes Enquavan made repair of old waterworks and the construction of new and improved systems, a cardinal point in restoration planning. His expensive schemes for forcing the Yellow back into its old channel and for developing new irrigation in eastern Hebei, however, collided with other equally ambitious plans for military modernization and the reconquest of Central Asia. The Manchu generals, not surprisingly, were a more powerful lobby than millions of ruined peasants in Shandong and Hebei. Even established water agencies, like the General Office for the Control of the Huai, unable to compete with the armies for funds, were forced to close up shop, and thus water control continued to be dealt with in piecemeal fashion. 107. The resulting decline in hydraulic control after 1870, in the Yangtze as well as the Yellow River basins, has been graphically depicted by B. Stavis as a sudden spike in locally reported disasters. Abdicating hydraulic control. The Tongzi Restoration's failure to resolve the flood control crisis ignited an epic battle between regional elites. The wealthy Jiangnan gentry, for their part, were delighted by the northern migration of the Yellow River, which relieved them of their traditional burden in taxes, labor duties, flood relief, and periodic flood damage. On the other side, local gentry in western Shandong faced ruin. By the early 1880s the channel had grown high above the plain and flooding had become chaotic and almost impossible to contain. Then in 1886–87, it briefly appeared that the river gods had come to Shandong's aid as the Yellow broke its banks in Henan and returned to a southern course. Shandong peasants were said to have resisted government requisitions of millet stocks to repair the break, while Shandong officials lobbied Beijing to let the river resume its old course. But the province's political weight was no match for that of Jiangnan and its powerful governor-general. After a year's respite, the breach was repaired and the river returned to continue its devastation of northwest Shandong. 108. This political decision to keep flood waters channeled through the North China Plain, Escherich points out, reflected the emergent control of the rich coastal cities over interregional resource flows. It was also a decisive step in the long campaign by the Jiangnan commercial elites to shift the transport of Beijing's annual grain tribute from the Grand Canal to coastal shipping. 109 Indeed, one of the major consequences of the Yellow River's change of channel was to cut off the clear waters of the Wen River that fed the Grand Canal and kept critical sections navigable during El Nino droughts. Periodic attempts to use the Yellow River to replenish the canal were no solution since its waters deposited too much silt. As a result, traffic along the canal began its steep decline, with only the smallest boats able to proceed along the stretches vulnerable to drought. 110 As we have seen, the resulting bottleneck was fatal to relief efforts during the 1876–78 drought famine. In the 1890s the water-starved northern sections of the canal were abandoned, and in 1901 the grain tribute was formally consigned to coastal shipping and the new railroad between Tianjin and Beijing. The decline of the canal redounded to the great profit of the two British-owned steamship lines, the Iwo and Taku, who from the 1870s dominated the maritime transport of rice, cotton, and other staples. 111. This abdication of hydraulic control in inland North China was perhaps the most portentous consequence of the growing imperialist pressure on the Qing. The foreign onslaught, writes Pomeranz, destroyed basic principles of Ming-Qing statecraft, particularly a commitment to social reproduction that had often required rich areas to subsidize the infrastructure of poorer ones. Instead, foreign pressures helped impart a quasi-mercantilist logic to the actions of a state that was struggling to survive. Resources had to be used where they did the most to protect China's autonomy from direct intervention or the consequences of foreign debt or both. In effect, Beijing resorted to regional triage by abandoning the costly upkeep of the Yellow River dikes and the Grand Canal in order to concentrate on creating new armies, coastal arsenals, and flood control works around the mouth of the Yellow River where major floods seemed likely to provide excuses for further foreign encroachment. Whereas in the 18th century Qing policies had served to reduce regional inequalities, using tribute grain as a tool to regulate the flow of resources within the empire, the decision to place all bets on the coastal-oriented economy exploded regional differentials. The Yangtze landlords, coastal merchants, and British shipping interests profited directly from this neo-mercantilist orientation, while the inland north now became peripheralized in every sense. 112. Except in the Tianjin-Beijing region, which was now provisioned by sea, the ruin of the Grand Canal system grievously undermined food security in the north, especially in the event of drought famines, which tended to be longer in duration and larger in area than flood famines. It also wrecked the economies of the famous canal towns and grain depots. From the jobless ranks of former boatmen and canal laborers, the Boxers recruited some of their most militant leaders and fighters, as did the Communist Party in the 1930s and 1940s from their descendants. 113. Moreover, without the canal to transport timber and stone, it became increasingly difficult to keep the Yellow River within its embankments. Lacking stone, brick, or often even wood, dike builders used various inferior materials. The most common was liang stalks. At best, they might last 3 years, 1 to 2 years was common, and improperly cut stalks, lacking the plant's roots, would decay in months. 114. In 1891, Beijing disbanded most of the specialized battalions of river troops who maintained the dikes and devolved responsibility for flood control, like famine relief, to the impoverished counties of the plain. Within a generation, fully 1/5 of the region's net income and an equivalent proportion of its labor time were consumed in Sisyphean efforts to defend agriculture against almost annual flood destruction. 115. This unraveling of centralized hydraulic control had repercussions at every level of environmental management. In contrast to India, where the traditional hydraulic infrastructure in dry regions consisted of freestanding improvements that seldom depended upon a massive central project, public works in North China functioned only as an integrated and coordinated hierarchy. Flood control, canal management, and local irrigation were largely inseparable. Shuolai or village-level irrigation farming, as well as local drainage, depended upon the Hagong, regional networks of dikes, levees, and master canals. A Hagong system like the Yellow River Conservancy may have been designed for flood control rather than irrigation, but its reliable operation was the prerequisite for stable agriculture of any kind. Until the main drainage arteries are made effective, wrote the American agricultural expert Lo Sing Buck in 1938, local drainage systems will be of limited value. 116. Poor water management, in turn, exacerbated the problem of land scarcity. Marshes formed where the Yellow River dikes bisected local streams, and vast sections of valuable cropland were lost to water logging, salinization and sand sedimentation. Finally, as in India, small irrigation lost much of its state sponsorship during the recessions and fiscal retrenchments of the 19th century. On a macro scale, Madison calculates an absolute decline in irrigated cropland from 21.7 million hectares in 1820 to 20 million hectares in 1952. 117. On a regional scale, studies of Shaanxi's Wei Valley contrast the attention given to irrigation under the early Qing to its political neglect in the 19th century. Thus, in the aftermath of the drought of 1690–92, a famous Mandarin, Wang Hsin Qing, published a treatise on famine administration in the Wei Valley, urging the government to help peasants tap plentiful groundwater reservoirs. Given the region's unreliable transport links with the surplus-producing provinces, Wang advocated well digging and self-sufficiency as the only solid and reliable plan for preventing future drought famines. 118. Later agricultural reformers in the Loess region echoed Wang's recommendations about peasant-managed irrigation while specifically warning against large-scale, centrally managed projects that encouraged official corruption, pitted upstream against downstream villages, and were ultimately unsustainable. There is considerable evidence, moreover, that Shaanxi's 18th-century governors authorized significant investment in wells, irrigation, and drainage under the direct supervision of energetic Xian magistrates. 119. The result in many cases was a 200% to 300% increase in the output of grain and cotton. 120. In the tumult of the 19th century, irrigation subsidies were more or less abandoned. The predictable consequences were a sharp decline in agricultural productivity and a concomitant increase in vulnerability to drought and flood. Murray points to Qingyang, traditionally the richest county in the entire Wei Valley, where agriculture was crippled by the late 19th century as a result of the deterioration of the irrigation system. A similarly depressing scene was revealed in the 1882 history of Huazhou, located in the southeastern sector of the valley, where neglect of water control was also blamed for the decline of local agriculture. Not only had the irrigation ditches often become useless, but the natural waterways had silted up, and flooding along the riverbanks had destroyed much of the county's best farmland. 121 Neglect of irrigation continued through the Republican period. The famous mass education movement study of Tingxian in Hebei concluded that 30,000 additional small wells were needed in this single county to fully realize its agricultural potential. 122. The failure of successive warlord, Kuomintang and Japanese occupation governments to improve local irrigation, like their similar inability to tame the Yellow River, became powerful factors in rallying the northern peasantry behind the program of the Communist Party. After liberation, water conservancy was duly accorded the highest priority in successive agricultural plans, and, according to E. Vermeer, during 1946 to 1954 the state funds expended on anti-flood work on the Yellow River constituted 22-fold the total invested during the period 1914-1932. Dam construction and dike repair in the 1950s was followed in the early 1970s by a pump well revolution in the North China Plain, which increased pump horsepower 400-fold and quadrupled the irrigated acreage along the Yellow River. 123 Irrigation, in tandem with the expansion of the chemical fertilizer industry, was the most important productive force unleashed by China's agrarian reforms, just as it was the principal engine powering India's contemporaneous Green Revolution. Yet real environmental stability in North China has proven elusive. Modern hydraulic control has been achieved in the style of the Colorado Basin or Soviet Central Asia, at the cost of enormous wastage without systematic efforts at recycling. Indeed, by the 1990s, the profligate water use made possible by reservoirs and electric pumps had both dried up the lower Yellow River and lowered the water table 60 meters in the Beijing region. The northern water shortage, according to experts, is without a doubt the country's most serious ecological problem, a direct threat to further breakneck economic expansion. The recent intensification of the ENSO cycle only magnifies the danger of growth-choking drought. Accordingly, Beijing has opted for the ultimate Confucian fix, a vast scheme to divert northward millions of acre-feet from the headwaters of the Yangtze, and possibly from the upper reaches of the Mekong and Irrawaddy. Even more than the controversial Three Gorges Dam on the Yangtze, such diversions are fraught with unpredictable environmental and geopolitical hazards. 124. 12. Brazil, race and capital in the Nordist. Definition of drought: a strategic element in the process of accumulation by large rural production units in the Northeast. GDS. 19th century Brazil, also a subcontinent much visited by El Nino, shared two other things in common with contemporary India. First, while nominally independent, its economy, especially in the Nordist, was so dominated by English investors and creditors that it has become the classic example of an informal colony in modern literature on economic dependency. 1 Economic development on a national scale ground to a halt during the second half of the 19th century with no appreciable increase in per capita income or productivity. While per capita GDP soared by 600% between 1800 and 1913 in the United States and even 150% in Mexico, there was zero growth in Brazil. A fabulous coffee boom in the São Paulo region was counterbalanced by the equally spectacular economic retrogression of the Nordist. 2 As in the case of the Deccan, a formerly core region was transformed into a periphery of hunger. Even the Zona da Mata, the Nordist's lush littoral, suffered a drastic decline in nutrition as real wages plunged 60% from 1870 to 1890.3, whereas in India, however, increasing vulnerability to famine went hand in hand with notable infrastructural modernization in the late 19th century. The modern history of the Cerrado is striking for the absence of any significant state developmental role until the 1960s and the threat of revolution. Informal colonialism and state capacity. British commercial and financial hegemony in Brazil had ancient roots in Portugal's vassalage to London during the 17th and 18th centuries. When the Bragança monarchy was relocated under tremendous British pressure to Brazil in 1808, the immediate payoff was a commercial treaty that gave British imports preference over those from Portugal. Then in 1827 Emperor Dom Pedro, in return for British recognition of his slave empire, codified dependency in one of the most inequitable trade agreements in history, a non-reciprocal treaty that limited taxes on British imports to 15% ad valorem while allowing the British to impose 300% tariffs on Brazilian coffee. The commercial treaty, according to Kane and Hopkins, transformed Brazil into a virtual British protectorate, for although the United States made substantial commercial inroads during the 1850s, the Civil War cotton boom re-established British preeminence. On the eve of the Grande Seca, Britain supplied 51% of Brazil's imports and consumed 37% of its exports. 5. But the deepest level of British hegemony was financial. Chronic trade deficits were repeatedly financed by punitive British loans whose interest payments generated permanent budget deficits which, in turn, were financed by yet more foreign bonds. 6 The London Rothschilds were the empire's exclusive bond-raising agents, the leading exporters and importers were all British, and all the early railroads were British-owned or financed. The largest British bank, the London and Brazilian, had considerably greater financial resources than the semi-official Bank of Brazil. 7 The domestic banking system was stunted and undeveloped. As late as 1888, 13 of the 20 Brazilian provinces had no local banks at all, and the total capital of the entire national system was only 48 million. The state bank largely confined itself to the conservative management of the money supply in the interest of its British creditors. 8. Domestic capital formation as a consequence was severely bridled. The foreign banks were notorious, their reluctance to make long-term loans to agriculture or domestic concerns. 9 Commerce, in turn, was skewed toward foreign middlemen and British imports, above all in the Nordist. In 1890s Bahia, for example, only one of 11 licensed exporters was Bahian, and 24 of 64 import houses specialized in imported British textiles. 10 Foreign capital, moreover, vigilantly policed the growth of any saplings of competitive, indigenous industrialism like that imagined in the utopian Literatura do Norte of Franklin Tavera. 11 When local entrepreneurs occasionally tried to increase value-added income by setting up cotton-related manufactures, British exporters punctually retaliated. Warren Dean cites the telling example of a sewing thread mill in Alagoas that was purchased by an English firm for the sole purpose of dismantling it and dumping the machinery into the São Francisco River. 12. Despite its elite's vast aspirations to a modernizing tropical empire, the developmental autonomy of the Brazilian state was thus circumscribed by foreign debt, a primitive banking system and the volatility of its export income. Leff argues that in land-rich Brazil, as contrasted to India and Japan, there was little pressure of population on land, thus Ricardian rent, the basis for land taxation, was small. The empire, as well as the conservative republic that succeeded it in 1889, relied on export taxes for revenue, but until the end of the 19th century, the volume and growth of Brazil's foreign trade were too small to permit a high level of government expenditure. 13 In the 1890s, as coffee prices stalled then fell, debt service soared to half the federal budget. 14 As drought and famine again desolated the Nordist, the republic was hard-pressed even to pay for the bullets to kill Conselheiro's followers. The adoption of the international gold standard during the 1870s automated, as it were, Brazil's unequal exchange relationships. Although Rio might balk at British attempts to steer its foreign policy, London retained through the early 1900s quasi-veto power over major capital flows within the Brazilian economy. When some Brazilians protested the draconian terms of the funding loan of 1898, which confiscated the entirety of customs revenue for debt repayment, they were forcibly reminded that dreadnoughts were the city's debt collectors of last resort. Lord Rothschild, anticipating that the resolve of the recipients might weaken, took care to point out, in a manner which was unauthorized but managed to sound authoritative, that the alternative, repudiation, would involve not only the complete loss of the country's credit but might also greatly affect Brazil's sovereignty, provoking complaints that could arrive at the extreme of foreign intervention. 15. Informal colonialism, however, did not affect Brazil's regions equally. If the northeastern sugar fazendas were the very paradigm of dependence upon British capital, the southern coffee industry was relatively more independent. The Paulistic market, Ruth and Deutsch points out, was never the private sphere of influence of a single country or a single financial combine. 16. First linked to the coast by railroad in 1872, the fertile São Paulo region was supplying half of the world's coffee by the 1890s. An informal pact between the Republican parties of São Paulo and Minas Gerais after the overthrow of the empire in 1889 guaranteed these two states control of the economic policy of the central government, supplanting the old landowning elites of Rio who had been the chief beneficiaries of the empire. The new dispensation was sweetened, however, by an elaborate system of bribes and concessions that buttressed the local power of the corones in the smaller states. 17. Despite its nationalist rhetoric, the revolution of 1889-91, as Dean emphasizes, did nothing to address export dependency or the financial dominance of the City of London. Indeed, with the consolidation of Paulista power, Brazil became a monoculture. It is remarkable that Brazil, a country of immense territory and varied resources, participated in world trade essentially as a planter of a single crop, coffee. 18. The developmental ambitions of the new republic, moreover, were almost entirely concentrated on railroad construction in the dynamic coffee growing core. National integration meant little more than the Paulistas in Congress occasionally scratching the backs of other oligarchs. Unlike Victorian India with its impressive railroads and interregional grain trade, Brazil until the early 20th century remained an archipelago of distinctive economies separated by dauntingly high internal costs of transportation. Indeed, class interests were so disparate as to raise serious questions concerning the validity of using the nation as a unit of analysis. 19. The rise of the coffee states inevitably accelerated the decline of the northern sugar littoral. Contemporary Brazilians are used to thinking of their country as Belindia, Belgium in the south, India in the north, but as Deutsch shows, around 1870, the quality of life and the level of economic development in the Nordest rivaled, if it did not surpass, that of the southeast. 20. This quickly changed, however, as real per capita income in the once economically dominant north fell by 30% in tandem with the collapse of its chief exports. Sugar and cotton, which in 1822 comprised 49% of Brazil's export income, contributed barely 3% in 1913 against the 60% represented by coffee. 21. Meanwhile, local markets were supplanted by warehouses at railroad hubs and town life atrophied. The rapid urbanization of the southeast after 1880 contrasted with relative urbanization in the north. 22. The dismal decade of the 1890s, which combined drought with the international deflation of commodity prices and a national financial panic, was particularly devastating in the Nordest. By 1897, for example, the transport price of sugar exceeded the selling price offered by brokers, and numerous plantations and usinas went belly up. 23-24. Eugenics and economic involution. As Leff has pointed out, it is not immediately obvious why the late 19th century Nordist should have undergone such extraordinary economic devolution. Certainly other primary producers made up for falling export prices with higher productivity and increased output. In view of the rapid growth of world demand for cotton and sugar during the 19th century, Brazil's failure to expand its exports of these products much more vigorously seems astonishing. His own explanation hinges on the exchange rate consequences of Brazilian coffee's dominant position in the world market. Under the gold standard system, strong coffee earnings led to the automatic appreciation of the mill race, which in turn raised northern sugar and cotton prices to uncompetitive levels. The Nordist's biggest problem, in this view, was its monetary integration with the rest of Brazil. The coffee-dominated exchange rate, writes Leff, squeezed factor returns and priced ever larger quantities of the Northeast's sugar and cotton out of the world market. 25. The decline of export competitiveness brutally pruned the foliage of the Nordists' class structure. If successive Southern-dominated governments assuaged the great Northern oligarchs with regular political kickbacks, more modest fazendieros were left to the mercy of market forces. From about 1875, control over production began to pass into the hands of the owners of modernized usinas. The capability of the usinas to handle a greater load of cane called for further monopolistic consolidation of land resources. In the wake of this process, small and middle landowners became uprooted. 26. The fate of ex-slaves, of course, was unimaginably more difficult in an economic system that no longer required the same huge levies of labor power. As the Nordists' economy slumped into a coma, supernumerary labor was either pushed into the Surtao's black, barren fields of hunger or induced to gamble with disease and exploitation in the rubber forests of Amazonas. What did not happen in the last quarter of the 19th century was what neoclassical theory would have predicted as an automatic reflex, the emigration of northern labor to southeastern growth poles. Instead, beginning in the late Empire, national and local governments began to heavily subsidize mass immigration from Italy, Germany, and Portugal. Even the elites of the Nordist fervidly embraced Europeanization. An extraordinary example was Bahia during the terrible 2/8 drought famine of 1888–89. While state authorities were road-blocking retirants' route to the cities and forcibly interning them by the thousands in camps, they continued efforts to lure European immigrants with expensive subsidies. 27 Southeastern coffee planters, for their part, wanted only white overseas laborers after emancipation, and soon made this federal policy in the new republic. Why were the coffee planters in the Southeast more willing to finance immigration from Europe than from the Northeast? Leff believes that part of the answer may have been the prevalent racial attitudes on the part of the coffee planters, which led them to prefer European to mulatto workers, while Deutsch points to cultural biases on the part of Southeastern planters against native Brazilian workers. 28. Both understate racism as public policy. Gerald Greenfield has shown how liberal discourse about drought and development in the late 1870s revolved around urban perceptions of the dark, primitive world of the hinterland and retirant inferiority and aversion to labor. 29 To the extent that Brazil during the latter portion of the 19th century embraced the tenets of positivism, Enlightenment notions of progress, and the concomitant scientific racism of thinkers like Buckle and Spencer, the Backlanders became not merely curiosities from a bygone age, but detriments to the nation's progress. Evolving institutions of national culture, largely based in Rio and revealing marked influence from Western Europe and the United States, stressed the nation's great potential while lamenting the inadequacies, intellectual as well as moral, of much of the nation's population. 30 The Brazilian Republic, moreover, was probably the first government anywhere explicitly committed to large-scale positive eugenics. Leading fin de siècle savants like the Bahian scientist Nino Rodrigues corroborated fears that race mixing was responsible for all social deviance such as banditry, religious heresy, and the like. 31 Whereas mass European immigration into the United States in the 1890s was conceived as simply providing human fuel for the economy, Brazil's elites also wanted to use immigration to radically transform the nation's racial physiognomy. They were obsessed with de-Africanizing and whitening Brazil. The War of Canudos, as we have seen, became a macabre racial allegory driven by elite fears of the northern poor whom they denigrated as caboclos, a racial caste strongly marked by admixture of Indian ancestry with Portuguese and African. The demonized figure of Antonio Conselheiro was frequently invoked to justify the urgency of Europeanization. 32 In this way European immigration became the deliberate substitute for either developing the Surtao and or letting the northern poor move southwards. As a result, scientific racism helped create the mother of all dual labor markets. The highly elastic supply of labor from overseas meant that output could expand at a rapid pace in Brazil's advanced sector without raising the wages of workers in the rest of the economy. 33 By 1889 the British consul in Pernambuco reported to London that labor there was cheaper than anywhere in the world except in Asia. 34 As Celso Furtado famously argued, the Nordist, following the pattern of previous export booms and busts in Brazilian history, regressed on a diet of super-cheap labor. As in Victorian India or late Qing China, the glut of labor power created massive disincentives to productivity-raising capital investment. This economic involution, as Furtado called it, was the opposite of development because each historical export boom until coffee led to retrogression, not to sustained growth. 35. Ecological decline. Since the emergence of the great fazendas de gado in the late 17th century, the ecology and economy of the Sertão repeatedly have been reshaped by El Nino droughts. The leather age of the 18th century, when fazendeiros made legendary fortunes selling their long-horned cattle and carne do Ceará to coastal sugar plantations and the gold mines of Minas Gerais, was brought to an end by the terrible drought of 1791–93, which decimated the semi-wild herds. Some of the big fazendeiros clung to their feudal domains, while others moved to the coast and became absentee landlords, but even more let their cattle ranges be broken up into impoverished shards. 36 The ecology of the Sertão was ill-suited to the pressures of many small, marginal ranches. As a matter of fact, Kenneth Webb has argued, the Sertão is not really very good for cattle, but was adapted to this use when the herds were forced out of the Zona da Mata by the sugar boom. The productivity of the Sertão with its scant forage was notoriously low. The carrying capacity of the land was determined not by how many head of cattle were supported by 1 hectare of caatinga, but rather how many hectares of land were required by one beef critter. 37 A typical ranch of 1,000 hectares, for example, might sustain only 50 scrawny cattle, and even the biggest fazendas rarely pastured herds larger than 1,000.38. In the early 19th century, large numbers of subsistence farmers and laborers as well as fugitive slaves, mostly from the adjacent agreste of Pernambuco or Bahia, began to move into the Sertão for the first time. Agriculture required little or no investment, writes Chandler in her study of the Siren Sertão of Inhamans, and although it was even more susceptible to the disastrous effects of droughts than cattle, recovery was much easier. 39 The vast northeast interior became a frontier safety valve for the social contradictions of the coastal slave economy. The Sertão absorbed the surplus population of the Zona da Mata during the stagnant periods of the sugar industry, and benefited from the labors and energies of those who, for economic, psychological, or whatever reason, could not integrate themselves into the famous Casa Grande e Centella sugar culture. 40 Between 1822 and 1850, the empire officially supported this immigration by recognizing homestead claims on land formerly belonging to the Sertão's fast disappearing indigenous peoples. As the greatest 20th century authority on Nordist agriculture, José Guimarães Duca, has emphasized, most of the new settlers brought labor-intensive, mid-latitude farming techniques ill-suited to the dry tropical climate and infertile soils of the Sertão. 41 The 650,000 square kilometer region, Euclides da Cunha pointedly named his famous book Os Sertões rather than O Sertão, encompasses a stunning variety of landscapes and local climates. But only the fertile bottomlands along the rivers corresponded to the immigrants' experience, and these were monopolized by the cattle fazendas, their orchards, and loyal tenants. So the newcomers moved into the humid serras. These hilly soils gave good harvests for a year or two, but quickly lost their fertility. After tragic trial and error, they eventually adapted a semi-nomadic Swidden style of agriculture, 2 years of cultivation followed by 8 years of fallow and cattle grazing. 42 But population pressure eventually forced thousands into the dry Sertão or caatinga, characterized by shallow rocky soils and spiny cacti, where ownership was unestablished or where they squatted at the pleasure of the big fazendeiros whose gunmen might remove them at will. 43. After the termination of legal squatting in 1850, most new immigrants to the Sertão simply became parceiros on fazenda land. Although the Backlands were still popularly identified with the picturesque figure of the free-ranging vaquero, the great majority of the population by mid-century were threadbare subsistence farmers, parceros or migratory agregados. In the mid-19th century, estimates Levine, certainly less than 5% and probably less than 1% of the rural population owned land. 44 These poor sertanejos, unlike the slaves of the Zona de Mata, were nominally free men, but access to land and water was as tenuous as the life of a laborer confronted by the capanaz of an angry landowner. The most powerful fazendero in each rural municipio typically held the rank of coronel in the old imperial Guardia Nacional, and the system of boss-controlled voting and elite violence, which originated in the coastal sugar plantations then spread to the fazendas, became known as coronelismo. It was the essential partner to economic exploitation, allowing landlords to squeeze the maximum possible surplus from their workforce, eliciting submissiveness and crushing any resistance or attempts to challenge their monopoly over the land. 45 As Hamilton Monteiro has emphasized, high levels of routine violence, whether between squatters and fazenderos or between competing elite parentilas, organized and directed the relations of production in the Victorian Surtao. 46. The slow deterioration of the landscape under the pressure of overgrazing, visible since the late 18th century, was accelerated by the slash-and-burn agriculture of the rural poor who cultivated maize, beans, and manioc. In the Caatinga especially, impermeable, crystalline rock formations are common, which slope towards the rivers, facilitating rapid runoff, soil erosion, silting up of rivers and evaporation. 47 Poverty became synonymous with the lack of water and clear title to the land. A small number of big fazendas, the enduring centers of oligarchical power, monopolized the perennial water sources and were usually well protected from drought, but the rest of the population in the semi-arido was pitifully dependent upon the erratic rainfall. Every year the Sertanjo made a desperate wager with a devil we know as El Nino. The lives of all the dwellers of the Backlands were inescapably linked to the fluctuations of the seasons, but none so closely, hence so vulnerable, as the small subsistence farmer. In November and December he would burn off the dry stalks remaining from the previous season, preparing to plant his beans, corn, and manioc in the ashes of the previous crop. If the land had yielded poorly the past year, he might move to a new location. When the first rains arrived, usually in January, he would plant his seeds and hope for their continuance. In seasons of relatively light rainfall, those able to plant in the Baixos were better off than those on the higher ground, but they ran the risk of losing their crops to flash floods which might sweep down the creeks without warning with heavy local showers upstream. If heavy showers came before the seedlings had taken firm hold, they would be washed out. Frequently, plants sprouted only to wither as the rain stopped. In such cases, the farmer would plant again, and if necessary, a third or fourth time. Exhibiting astonishing tenacity and patience, he would plant time and time again, reserving only a minimal stock of seed for food until the harvest. At intervals, the rain would fail completely, or hold off so long as to make a successful harvest impossible. Only then would the stubborn Backlands farmers leave their homes and move toward the better watered hills, the coast, or, as a last resort, to the towns and cities like so many errant ants hunting food wherever they could find it, crossing and recrossing the roads and on them meeting others in similar condition. In the towns they would seek work, or failing that, surrender their pride and beg, but only until such time as they could safely return to their plots of ground. 48. The drought famine of 1825, which killed 30,000 in Ceará alone, exposed the full ecological precariousness of the Surtao's hybrid cattle and subsistence farming economy in the absence of systems of water storage and irrigation. 49 It caused such widespread mortality and human dislocation, according to Cunniff, as to alter radically the settlement and economic patterns of the region. In effect, it revealed that the biological endowments of the Surtao were being dangerously mined out. Cattle were grazed beyond the areas of natural pasture, into the previously shunned arid land and onto the wooded hills, where they came into conflict with the similarly expanding agriculture of the slopes. What cattle on the overstocked ranges did not eat up was quickly stripped away as firewood or fodder by squatters. The infinite network of cattle trails worn into the sterile, friable soil accelerated erosion. In the classic pattern, as the sparsely wooded hillsides were denuded, runoff increased while water tables and spring flows declined. It was evident both to the Sertanejos themselves as well as the occasional foreign visitor that they were desertifying parts of the backlands and probably altering the climate as well. Some dreamed of a vast irrigation network of wells, dams and reservoirs, others envisioned reforestation as the route back to the mythical once verdant Sertao 50. But there was no source of investment to stabilize or reverse the Sertao's ecological decline. The backward cattle industry, little changed since the 17th century, supported the autocratic power of the local corones but failed to generate an accumulable surplus for irrigation works had such inclinations towards improvement existed amongst the Sertao's oligarchs. Even on the great fazendas, hydraulic engineering consisted simply of shallow wells in creek beds that were dug by hand every May as the surface waters dried up. The few small reservoirs actually built during the 19th century were so unusual as to become objects of local awe. 51. As discussed earlier, the capacity of any layer of government to sponsor irrigation works was constrained by what might be called triple peripheralization, the underdevelopment of the Brazilian financial system vis-a-vis British capital, the Nordists' declining economic and political position vis-a-vis São Paulo, and the Sertao's marginality within state politics vis-a-vis the plantation elites of the coast. Politicians endlessly proposed irrigation schemes, but none were built. Ironically, the state's impotence to develop the Sertao was inverted by the literal elite into the racist caricature of the indolent, backward Sertanejo. The cotton boom. The socio-ecological crisis in the backlands was temporarily hidden from view by the cotton boom that accompanied the U.S. Civil War. The abdication of the irrigation debate, as Cuniff points out, had ultimately fatal consequences. Ironically, the most prosperous period in the history of the Sertao was to compound the errors and continue the trends of the previous years. The relative affluence of the 1860s was in large part responsible for the horrors of the 1870s 52. A drought-resistant variety of arboreal cotton was introduced in the Sertao and exports to English textile mills from the port of Recife increased from 165,265 kilos in 1845 to nearly 8 million kilos in 1871.53. Prices almost doubled from 885 reis in 1861 to 1,600 reis in 1863, and the cotton boom at its zenith reached into nearly every corner of the Sertao 54. The mirage of prosperity was reinforced by the remarkable absence of drought between 1845 and 1869. But high cotton prices were only a magnet that attracted yet more landless, directionless subsistence farmers to the backlands. The labor required during the short vegetative cycle of cotton did not amortize the annual subsistence cost of slaves, so it was usually cultivated by free labor. 55. Although it is evident that some larger landholders turned to cotton, it was essentially the crop of the poor, who had no previous agricultural investment to hinder their plunge into its culture. As workers deserted the plantations of Pernambuco for the cotton frontier of Cearás Cariri Valley, the sugar barons complained bitterly about the growing labor shortage. 56. By 1876 the poorest stratum of the Sertao social order, the landless agregados, comprised fully 40% of the population of Ceará. 57. Although it should have been evident after Appomattox that high-quality U.S. cotton would soon flood the world market, the Cotton Supply Association of Manchester, whose overriding interest was a permanently overstocked buyer's market in raw cotton, fiercely lobbied Brazilians to bring even more acreage under cultivation. Before long, however, the return of short staple southern cotton drove down the price of the varieties that Manchester had promoted so zealously in Egypt, India, and Brazil. Desperate Sertanejos tried to compensate by producing yet more cotton. But as cotton patches blossomed in the most remote corners of the Sertao, the producers were caught in a vice between falling world market prices and high, rigid costs of overland transport to the nearest river ports. Unlike India, the Nordist lacked a railroad infrastructure, and unlike China, which also suffered from transportation bottlenecks, it lacked a huge domestic market to encourage value-added cotton handicrafts. The only hope for saving the Surtayo's cotton industry was a crash program of railroad and road construction in the interior. As Cunniff explains, the imperial government toyed in the late 1860s with a plan to build a railroad from Ceara's capital of Fortaleza to the major cotton center of Urubamba, but the project was abandoned in 1868 after the completion of only few kilometers of track. As with irrigation, there was neither state capacity nor obvious foreign interest to take up the challenge of developing the Surtayo. 58. By 1869, when a new drought devastated subsistence crops in many parts of the backlands, the same British cotton buyers who had orchestrated the boom a decade before were rejecting the Nordists' inferior, poorly processed cotton shipments. The Sertanejos, once again pariahs, had nowhere to turn. From subsistence farmers and herdsmen, a large proportion of backlanders had been converted into the marginal commercial farmers and agricultural laborers existing in an extremely precarious economic state, more vulnerable than ever to sudden crisis by virtue of the fact that their traditional ties to the large landholders had been greatly weakened or broken. 59. As in North China, the commercialization of agriculture in the Surtayo had less to do with seedlings of rural capitalism than with increased social and ecological marginality. To make matters worse, the overextension of cotton cultivation during the 1860s had been matched by the expansion of the cattle population, from 1.2 million in Ceara in 1860 to 2 million in 1876. Like the pauper cotton growers, the fazendeiros had recklessly increased the size of their herds, despite legislation attempting to stabilize land/cattle ratios, to compensate for falling beef and leather prices. Soil degradation and erosion were accelerated. Moreover, the combined pressure of cotton and cattle on the soil left less room for traditional subsistence crops, and Cunniff finds indications that the Nordist was entering a period of famine even before the Great Drought devastated the area. The epidemiological evidence includes the appearance of beriberi in Ceara and Paraba in 1872, attributed to the Sertanejos' increasing dependence on cheap, poorly milled rice imported from India, as well as outbreaks of smallpox, cholera, and yellow fever. 60. The international shockwaves from the collapse of the U.S. railroad boom, which inaugurated the Depression of 1873–79, reached the Surtayo in 1874. The most drastic deflation in the memory of man, it depressed even further the prices of the agricultural exports that were now the faltering livelihood of agregados as well as fazendeiros. The small trickle of domestic credit, inadequate even in boom times, dried up completely. By the end of the year the majority of banks suspended loans. In 1875 the Banco Mau begged for a moratorium, while the Banco Nacional stopped payments and the director of the Banco Alemão committed suicide. There was no way to control the ensuing panic. 61. The provincial governments, meanwhile, were wrestling with public debts they could no longer finance. At the edge of default, several provinces, led by Pernambuco, imposed onerous taxes on foodstuffs sold at regional fairs. This despised legislation fatefully coincided with simultaneous efforts by the imperial government to introduce the metric system and reinforce conscription. The resulting explosion was known as the Quebraquilos Revolt. Throughout the Agreste and Surtayo regions of Paraba, Pernambuco, Rio Grande do Norte and Alagoas, armed crowds systematically destroyed decimal weights and measures and burned tax records. 62 The revolt was finally crushed by imperial troops, forcing many rebellious Sertanejos to flee into the hills where they became cangaceiros preying on the fazendas and towns. 63 Thus, on the eve of the Grande Seca, local government in the Nordist was bankrupt, malnutrition and beriberi were widespread. Rioting had broken out in some of the towns, the poor were pillaging fazendas, and banditry was the only growth sector in the economy. The irrigation charade. Large northern landowners, needless to say, welcomed the emergence of this overstocked labor supply without realizing that they were, in effect, embracing their own underdevelopment. Indeed, as we have seen, they protested violently against anything, like Cancelheiro's saintly and autarkic city of Canudos, that appeared to threaten their abundance of labor. Elsewhere such a surfeit of immiseration might have produced a social revolution, but the northeastern littoral had the vastness of the Surtayo as a social safety valve. Indeed, from the 1870s onward, the Nordist was effectively capitalized on the fluxes of labor between the backlands and the coast. Potentially explosive accumulations of poor and unemployed laborers in the littoral were diverted into the subsistence economy of the Surtayo, then periodically regurgitated towards the coast by drought. The Surtayo, in effect, provided welfare for the poor, while drought guaranteed that desperate laborers would always be available to depress wages on the coast. Even in the Ceará Surtayo, virtually depopulated by the great secas of the 1870s and 1890s, local oligarchs, as we have seen, were able to find profit as labor contractors for Para and Amazonas. Thus, while the Corones had the most avid interest in drought relief, they were little disposed toward any real development or ecological stabilization of the Surtayo. The all-out national mobilization to destroy Canudos was in stark contrast to official apathy over the fate of Sertanijos in the 4 successive El Nino droughts between 1888 and 1902. The great domestic debate of the 1890s, symptomatically, was not over arresting the decline of the Nordist, but between Paulistas who urged more state spending in the southeast and the opposition, which wanted to bolster Brazil's international credit after the mill race lost half of its value to runaway inflation between 1892 and 1897. The Rothschilds rescued the government in 1898 with a £10 million loan in return for a surcharge on import duties and a deflationary budget that left no spare change for public works. 64. The economic and political hegemonies, respectively, of the British and the Paulistas, plus the northeastern oligarchs' deepening investment in their own underdevelopment, thus explains much of the structural context of the century-long burlesque of irrigating the Surtayo. In the wake of successive El Niños, national commissions and visiting foreign irrigation experts drew up sweeping, never implemented plans for stabilizing agriculture and human settlement in the backlands. The few hydraulic projects that were actually built, beginning with the Acudquixada Reservoir in Ceará in 1899, stored water which benefited large landowners and protected their cattle by providing pasture and watering facilities, but left most of the low-income agricultural population untouched. 65 Only 500 hectares of the Surtayo had actually been irrigated by 1941, and 27 years later, when a military dictatorship worried about possible Guevarist focos in the Nordist, hired Israeli consultants to conduct the first comprehensive irrigation survey. Conditions of life for millions of drought-stricken and immiserated Sertanijos were little different from the days when Cancelheiro and Cicero first preached apocalypse on the back roads of Ceará. 66. Glossary. Agregado. Tenant or tolerated squatter, same as morador. Agreste. Intermediate zone between the drought-stricken Surtayo and humid coastal Zona de Mata. Bajra. Pearl millet, extremely drought-resistant and more nutritious than higher-status grains. Banya. Money lender. Beata. Lay ascetic. Caatinga. Thorny scrub forest. Caboclo. Mixed race person. Cangaceiro. Outlaw. Cash. Bronze coin. Coronel. Rural political boss. Cultuursstelsel. Culture system, obligatory regime of agricultural export production in Netherlands East Indies. Dacoit. Robbery/expropriation. Deccan. Peninsular interior of India south of the Narmada River, also the volcanic Deccan Plateau. Durbar. State meeting of officials. Ensilamento. Speculative bubble in the early Brazilian Republic. ENSO. El Nino Southern Oscillation. Fazenda. Cattle ranch. Fazendeiro. Rancher. Fella. Peasant. Flagellado. Gorged one. Gente de cor. People of color. Gram. Pulse grown during rubbing. Xi'an. Chinese county. ITCZ. Intertropical Convergence Zone. Jaganko. Pejorative term for herdsman of the Surtayo/follower of Cancel Hiro. Javar. Sorghum vulgar. Katdar. Equivalent of riot in Birar. Kaolayang. All-purpose sorghum, milled for grain while stalks used in construction. Kharif. Growing season of crops harvested in the autumn. Lok. 100,000. Maxon. Government/royal power. Malguzar. Landowner, often with tenants. Mandioca. Cassava. Mond. Unit of weight. Mill race. 19th century Brazilian curran. MSLP. Mean sea level pressure. Mu. 1/6 of an acre. Now. North Atlantic Oscillation. Neon Rebellion. Vast peasant uprising north of the Huai River led by Zhang Loxing and defeated by U.S. grants host, Li Hongzhan. Nordist. 8 states of the Brazilian Northeast whose vast interior is the Surtayo. Parceiro. Sharecropper. Ruby. Growing season of crops harvested in the spring. Retirant. Refugee. Riot. Peasant. Riotwary. System by which each peasant is assessed separately for revenue. Sava. Association. Sika. Drought. Surtayo. Backland region of Brazil's Nordist. Sertanja. Resident of the Surtayo. She. Measure of grain, about 176 pounds in weight. SWA. Southern Oscillation Index. Saukar. Money lender. SPCZ. South Pacific Convergence Zone. SST. Sea surface temperature. Takavi. State-backed agricultural loan. Tael. Chinese ounce of silver, 19th century monetary unit. Taluk. Indian Revenue Division. Talukdar. Large landowner. Teleconnection. Correlation between widely separated climate events. Thermocline. The sharp temperature gradients separating warm surface layer of ocean from deeper cold water. Warm pool. Trade wind, driven pooling of very warm surface water in the western Pacific, it drives Earth's largest tropical convection system, both migrate towards the international dateline during El Nino events. Vaqueiro. Cowboy. Zamindar. Property holder under permanent settlement. Zemstvo. Provincial and county council. Zona de Mata. Well-watered zone of sugar cultivation on the coast of the Nordist.